Monitoring capacity to ensure we are complying with the occupancy limits for this building. The occupancy capacity for this room is 150 people, and there are exactly enough chairs to meet that load. As a result, everyone in the council chambers needs to be seated in a chair, not standing. Guidelines for participation in city council meetings have recently changed. You are now required to sign up in advance of the meeting on the city's webpage or at the council chambers with your name, ward, and item you wish to speak, to include whether you are a proponent or opponent. When the time comes for public comment, the clerk will call your name and you can make your way to the podium. Comments will be limited to 30 minutes total for most motions, 15 minutes for those supporting the motion, and 15 minutes for those who are opposed. Those motions that have a higher interest will be limited to 1 hour total. 30 minutes for those supporting, and 30 minutes for those opposed. Participants may speak one time, only up to 3 minutes per item, per person. There will be no yielding of time to another person. Sign up does not guarantee you will get to speak if the allotted time for that item has already been exhausted. Comments received must be limited to the motion on the floor only. Thank you for joining us tonight. Good evening, and welcome to the City Council, Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority meeting of June 8th, 2021. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley? Aye. Councilmember, Schuler? Here. Councilmember Patron? Here. Councilmember Hall? Here. Councilmember Nash? Councilmember Foreman. Here. Councilmember Holman. Here. Councilmember Peacock. Here. Mayor Clark.
Here. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There are two chairs in the middle.
Two chairs in the middle.
There are two chairs in the middle that are open.
Okay.
I mean, you can just say. There are two chairs in this middle section that are open and available if somebody would like to take them. And I will need you guys to take a seat or move out into the lobby, please.
Item 3 is approval of the City Council, Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority minutes of May 25th, 2021. I need a motion to approve the minutes. Second. Thank you. The motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast and the motion to approve the minutes passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item 4, Proclamation 2021-29, proclaiming Saturday, June 19th, 2021 as Juneteenth Day in the city of Norman. I need a motion to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation.
Second.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation passes unanimously.
Thank you. A proclamation of the mayor of the city of Norman, Oklahoma, proclaiming Saturday, June 19th, 2021 as Juneteenth Day in the city of Norman. Whereas President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, declaring that all persons held as slaves shall be free. And whereas on June 19, 1865, Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger landed at Galveston, Texas, with news that the war had ended and that the enslaved were now free. And whereas June 19th, now known as Juneteenth, is the oldest known celebration commemorating the announcement of the abolition of slavery in the state of Texas. And whereas large celebrations began on June 19th in 1866 and included the reading of the Emancipation Proclamation, speakers with inspirational messages, stories from former slaves, food, games, rodeos, and dances. And whereas the celebration of June 19th as Emancipation Day spread from Texas to the neighboring states of Louisiana, Arkansas, and Oklahoma, and then later appeared in Alabama, Florida, and California as African American Texans migrated. And whereas Juneteenth is observed annually in remembrance and celebration of the day all remaining slaves acquired their freedom in the United States of America. And whereas Juneteenth is an important opportunity to celebrate the achievements and contributions the Black community has made and continues to make. And whereas on Saturday, June 19th, 2021, a Juneteenth festival will take place here in the city of Norman at Reeves Park to mark this important historical event and to bring together families, residents, visitors, and local officials to celebrate this important event whose theme is Remember, Empower, and Celebrate. Now, therefore, I, Mayor of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, do hereby proclaim Saturday, June 19th, 2021, as Juneteenth Day in the City of Norman, and encourage all citizens to become more aware of the significance of this celebration in Black history and join me and the Council in a day of remembrance and celebration. I'd now like to recognize Mr. Samuel Woodfork and the Man United of Norman to accept the proclamation and say a few words. Mr. Woodfork? Congratulations, sir.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Council. On behalf of the Men United of Norman, we want to thank the council.
Go ahead and speak in the mic. No worries.
We want to thank the council and Mayor Clark. We also want to thank the great city. I'm from Norman, graduate of Norman High. I love to see everybody in here so enthused about tonight, taking part in the city, and we encourage you to come out on June 19th to take part with us in the celebration. And so we just want to say thank you again, and we are greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodfork. Item 5, council announcements. We'll start with Councilmember Studley with Ward 1.
All right, good evening, everyone. First, I wanted to start by saying that I appreciate what our law enforcement officers do in our city and how difficult this job is. I have family that have served in both military and law enforcement. I understand the sacrifice that is made, not only by the service member, but also by their family members. I understand what it's like to worry about not having a loved one come back through that door. But I also understand that for decades, our country has chosen to defund social services, which are proven to help prevent crime, and instead have thrown all of the money into the police departments across every city in our country. And we all have seen the outcomes of this: tired, overworked, and undertrained officers, and a frustrated community that wants someone else to call to help with mental health crises, homeless calls, or other non-emergency type situations. I have never said that I do not believe in the need for policing, and I have never said abolish the police. I understand the need for policing for crimes, but I also understand that cities who have more social services in place for their community have less crime in their community. Many would have you believe that this is a us versus them problem, and this is not what I have stated at all. Our own chief of police made a post on social media and turned it into a racial incident per his own comments, and making it seem as if asking for mental health crisis unit is demonizing the police, and this is simply not true. Having a mental health crisis response unit would help to relieve officers of non-emergency calls, increase response time for true emergencies, reduce overtime hours, and if this were presented as a way to offer help to our police force instead of fear-mongering, it would also increase their morale. It was also stated in a news conference held by the FOP yesterday that the police were never invited to the conversation. And once again, this is a false narrative being painted. The police have been a part of this discussion the entire time. They have had a seat at the table, and if we're being honest, they own the table. Since 2016, there have been numerous meetings held by the police, city staff, and our community looking at how to improve community relations, and the answer has always been more training. For 5 solid years, we have talked about more training, but that just isn't the solution anymore. Let mental health care professionals handle mental health care related calls. Let trained substance use counselors handle those calls so we don't criminalize addiction. Let a rape or assault counselor come out to help victims. Let a homeless caseworker or a community outreach person come out to help our unhoused friends. We need these services in our city. As many stories that I have read in my emails about good police in our community, I have also heard the bad and seen the bad, especially over this last year. Our police department should not be handling these types of calls when we can and should offer an alternative to help relieve the load off of our police force. Even the president of the FOP will agree with this. Community outreach program funding was voted on by our city council and mayor last year. It was also, again, voted for in April by our current council. This program is a program with no end date. It was a program that was directed to city staff to get started. I do understand that due to the pending lawsuit and COVID, last year's money was unable to be spent. But that lawsuit has nothing to do with the funding of this program, and council made it clear they wanted this program. So why is it that city staff neglected to budget for an ongoing project that city council never agreed to end? I don't expect you to answer this now, but will once we get to the discussion of the budget. After 1 full year, it appears city staff has no idea on how the Cahoots type program works or is funded. And when our Norman transcript has to fact check the city staff comments, then maybe it isn't appropriate for our city staff to make comments. It is time we start making the people of our community a priority. Tonight you will see amendments for funding things like historical markers or flood control projects in wealthy neighborhoods. You will also see requests for keeping our warming shelter open for 3 additional months and to fund a mental health crisis response unit. I set before you today asking that you all consider our people in our community and vote for them. Vote for those without a voice, vote for those who don't typically have a seat at the table, and vote for those in need. Thank you.
That this is announcements, and we have a whole night of fun ahead of us, so let's keep it to announcements, please. Ward 2, Councilmember Schuler. Please.
Hi, just want to say thank you all for attending tonight. I know, this is our first meeting back in person, and so it's great to see so many people engaging in this process and here to speak on the budget, which typically would not be something that people are here raising their voice about. So thank you for being here, and I will leave that here and have comments later on budget items.
Thank you, Councilmember. Ward 3, Councilmember Patron.
I just want to thank everybody for showing up tonight as well, and for all the emails and calls and texts and Facebook messengers and all of it. So I'm sure that there's going to be lots of conversation tonight, and we've been told that everybody in blue is a member of the police force, and so we appreciate you coming out and partaking. And that last time, a year ago, there was some, I'm going to bring this up because it's important that everybody understands the law with respect to guns in City Hall. If you're an off-duty cop, people in blue, that's fine. But regular people cannot be bringing in firearms into City Hall. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember from Ward 4, Lee Hall.
Just want to say good evening to everyone here that's present in City Hall. It is so nice to see everyone in 3D after a long time of sitting behind a screen. So welcome to all of you who have made the time and have the interest to be here tonight, and for all of those who are watching at home. I do want to highlight an equally important topic that has been a high priority for everyone sitting here on the dais, and that's public transit. We are in the middle of, well, actually we're getting to the end of a very robust transit study, and tomorrow is the final opportunity for the public to participate and make your voice heard on our transit study. There have been surveys that have been available online. There have been other public listening sessions that have been made available. But tomorrow you're able to attend a Norman Transit Study listening session either at noon tomorrow, and also for those that's not a convenient time, you have another opportunity from 5 to 6. We've really appreciated how many people have weighed in and let us know what kind of improvements you'd like to see in our public transit system going forward. This is a system to serve everyone in Norman, so look forward to any input that you might want to make on the future of public transit in Norman. I also want to make sure and thank everyone engaged in the budget process. I appreciate everyone who's taken the time to share their views with me by email, text, phone calls, conversations. Due to the volume of contacts that have been made, I've not been able to respond to each one of you personally, but I assure you that I do make the time to read and listen to what you have to say. Your research, your insight, the lens that you view the world challenges me to consider the diversity of thought and opinion as I make my voting decisions. I'm grateful for your investment of time and energy to continue the work to build an inclusive community where we can all feel valued and safe. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Thank you, Councilmember. Ward 5, Councilmember Nash.
No announcements for Ward 5 this week.
Thank you. Councilmember from Ward 6, Elizabeth Foreman.
I was just going to say thank you to everyone for being here on both sides. I know that this is a very charged evening for a lot of us, and I just hope that we can all have very civil discourse. I believe that we're going to, because we all want the best for our community. And again, just thank you for being here. Normally, there's not this many people. There's maybe 10 people here. So it is nice to see people participate in this, and let's just have a good night, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Ward 7, Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. I also appreciate everybody being here and the comments from my colleagues. In my 8 years on council, I've been through many budget meetings where we only would have 1 or 2 people come. Generally, Ann and Roger Gallagher, and then Cynthia Rogers and Steve Ellis would be the only people that would ever come to the budget meeting. And people come to city council when there are issues with developments that are impacting their neighborhoods. We see that all the time. The most people I ever saw at City Hall was when Norman Forward was being proposed, and people filled this chamber to advocate that we put that forward to a vote of the people, and we did. Many council members have sat up here and literally begged the public to get interested in the city budget process and attend these meetings. And if you can't attend, contact your council member with your opinions, your questions, your comments about the budget. And so last year was the first time we had a full house for this type of issue. And I think it's the most important issue, not that development issues aren't, but the city budget is where we decide how all of our priorities as a community are allocated. And so I am glad to see so many people here for this issue. I'm glad to be back in person here at City Hall. One of the main reasons I became interested in city government was because anybody could come down to City Hall and get up at that podium and speak to their government. And that doesn't exist at the state and federal level. There's no public podium at the state capitol that you can sign up and go speak at. City Hall is where the public has the most impact and the most say in what goes on. So I'm glad to see everybody. I'm looking forward to the meeting ahead and the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Ward 8, Councilmember Peacock.
Yeah, I share a lot of the same sentiments as my colleagues. I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight and getting engaged in the process. I know that we'll hear a lot of impassioned pleas tonight, and I just simply ask of all of you to let cooler heads prevail.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, I actually do have quite a few announcements. Friday, Second Friday Art Walk, don't forget that. We've also got Movie in the Park, which is Aladdin. We'll have, I believe, Parks and Recreation is working with the Health Department and Norman Regional to, or is this just Health Department? For vaccine opportunities. And then on Saturday, we've got a move with the mayor at Westwood at 9 a.m. Well, there'll be toddler time, walking in the wave pool, lap swim, and aqua Zumba at 9 a.m. So that'll be a good time. And Norman Next, Norman's Young Professional Organization, is bringing some fun out to Lake Thunderbird from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Summerfest is back, so make sure you check that out. And before we meet again, Jazz in June is back. It's starting to feel like Norman. So make sure you get out and support that. The Saturday Jazz in June will be at Andrews Park, and as you heard, our first city Juneteenth celebration will be Saturday at Reeves Park. So I get to dust off my old phrase that if you're bored in Norman, it's your own fault, because we are getting a little bit back to normal. So those are all the announcements I have. And again, thank you for coming tonight. Item 6 is the consent docket. This item is placed on the agenda so that the city council can designate those routine agenda items that they wish to be approved or acknowledged by one motion. I need a motion to place items 7 through 20 on the consent docket.
Second.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to place items 7 through 20 on the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your vote.
And cast, and the motion to place items 7 through 20 on the consent docket passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item 7, 2021-38, upon first reading by title only, granting special use for dwelling units with 4 or more bedrooms for property currently zoned Center City Form-Based Code upon general frontage located at 430 South James Garner Avenue. Item 8, ordinance 2021-42, upon first reading by title only, rezoning 911 North Lahoma Avenue from R1 Single Family Dwelling District to O1 Office Institutional District. Item 9, ordinance 2021-43, upon first reading by title only, closure of right-of-way within Block 1, replat of Fuzzle Second Edition, 1230 West Main Street. Item 10, submission of the proposed nominations for appointment of Drew Nichols as presiding judge, Blaine Nice as associate judge, and David Porch as acting judge of the Municipal Criminal Court, each for a term beginning July 1, 2021 and ending June 30, 2022. Item 11, authorization for the purchase of upgrades to the Campus Corner Parking Management System from Flowbird in the amount of $107,506, and budget appropriation from the capital fund balance as outlined in the staff report. Item 12, amendments to the required amount of cash surety for deferral of paving, drainage, and sidewalk improvements for Trailwoods West Addition. Item 13, final site development plan and final plat for Battison Automotive Addition, a planned unit development generally located near the northwest corner of West Franklin Road and Interstate Drive. Item 14, declaration of surplus and/or obsolete equipment and materials and authorizing the sale thereof. Item 15, amendment number 3 to contract 1819-133 with Crossland Construction Company Incorporated, increasing the contract by $324,567 for a revised amount of $6,637,913 for the construction of the Southeast Parking Addition at Ruby Grant Park. Item 16, contract 2021-67 with Greeley and Hanson LLC in the amount of $384,000 to provide architectural services for the Water Reclamation Facility Administration Building upgrades and new maintenance building. Item 17, contract 2021-75 with eSource LLC in the amount of $104,156 to provide consulting services for a water meter replacement program and implementation of advanced metering infrastructure, AMI, to ensure a seamless integration of the automatic water meter reads into the billing system. Item 18, contract 2021-132, an interlocal agreement with the Cleveland County Commissioners to reconstruct the asphalt roadway on 48th Avenue Northwest from Indian Hills Road to Southwest 34th Street, 1 mile north, and budget transfer between accounts as outlined in the staff report. Item 19, Resolution 2021-129, appropriating $95,774 for the general fund balance for payment of expenses incurred for the care of exotic animals seized by the Norman Animal Welfare Division. Finally, item 20, adoption of the Norman Convention and Visitors Bureau Incorporated with detailed annual plan of work. I need a motion to approve or reject the consent docket.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Are there any comments from council regarding any item on the consent docket?
I would just like to draw your attention to agenda item number 11, appropriating $107,000 to continue to add to the improvements that we're making to Campus Corner. I want to thank city staff and especially Sarah Kaplan for all the work that they've put in, along with the Campus Corner Merchants Association, to bring back a new and improved Campus Corner infrastructure by the fall. So thank you, council, for your support.
Thank you. Councilmember Studley.
For Resolution 19, I'm just curious, are the vets that own that property where those animals were seized, are they paying any of this?
Yes, I believe they have agreed to pay, I think it's in the memo, $5,000 a month to pay that debt back.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council regarding this item? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to approve the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All vote, and the motion to approve the consent docket passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now to our one item off consent, which is the adoption of the FYE 22 City of Norman proposed operating and capital budgets. Just a reminder, this is a regular session of City Council where business is being conducted. House rules are posted in the back of the room. Attendees are asked to abide by said rules throughout the meeting. Outbursts and/or interruptions will not be tolerated by any person. I may have any person removed from the council chambers if that person commits any disorderly or disruptive behavior. Disorderly contact includes, but is not limited to, speaking without being recognized by myself, continuing to speak after noticing that your allotted time has expired, presenting comments or material not relevant to the item under discussion, any conduct that is violent, threatening, abusive, obscene, or that jeopardizes the safety of self or others, as well as failing to comply with the instructions that I will give. Let's begin. I need a motion to adopt or reject the FYE 22 City of Norman operating and capitals budget.
Motion to adopt.
Thank you. Council has multiple amendments to make regarding tonight's budget that have previously been in study session. We will take public comments and vote on them separately. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Holman for amendment number 1.
That grammatical and typographical corrections to the budget documents with no financial impact be made as necessary.
Thank you. I need a motion to approve or reject the amendment. Okay. Second on the initial motion. It's been seconded.
My
All right,
apologies.
moving on.
I have messed her up here.
Are there any public comments regarding the amendments?
Mayor, we have 2 people that have registered. Timothy Willis, if you are here, please come to the podium. Okay, Jessica Underwood. That's all.
Are there any comments from council regarding the amendment? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to amend the budget to make grammatical and typographical corrections to the budget documents with no financial impact as necessary. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Votes have been cast, and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I'll handle the second amendment. I move to increase the general fund city council budget by $100,000 for membership in Neighborhood Alliance. Do I have a second? Second. Are there any public comments regarding this amendment?
We do have a few people signed up. So we'll start with Gary Barksdale. No? Okay. Stephen Ellis. Timothy Willis again. Amanda Franklin. Thomas McFarland. Wait a minute, this might be somebody.
Good afternoon. I'm Thomas McFarland. I'm from Ward 5. Apologies, several of the other speakers weren't able to make it into the building today. I don't have a whole lot to say on this specific one. It seems like a fantastic opportunity to put funding into systems that create a good framework of safety in our community that is based on building up the community and not on just over-policing the community. I like the idea of forming these kind of neighborhood organizations and such and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
It was my understanding that anyone who had signed up to speak would be allowed access to the building.
That is true.
Okay.
They are, if they didn't get here before the meeting started and there were people waiting to come in, we yielded their time and let the people in. But everybody that was on the list to sign up was allowed to enter the building.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any comments from council regarding this amendment? Seeing none, no, it's Catherine. Okay. Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to amend the budget to increase the general fund city council budget by $100,000 for membership in Neighborhood Alliance. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and that amendment passes unanimously.
Thank you. I'd now like to recognize Councilmember Hall for amendment number 3.
Fund allocations by $30,000 for historical markers and/or signs.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Are there any public comments regarding this amendment?
Okay, we have a few. We'll start with John Barber. Yep. Daniel Munson.
Hi, I'm Dan Munson with Ward 6. So I'd like to just say thanks for everyone being here tonight. Thanks to staff. Appreciate all your work. I like this amendment to fund historical markers in Norman. I believe these historical markers will help educate citizens about the important history in Norman and might instill some hometown pride. The city of Norman also has hundreds of thousands of visitors per year, and these markers would be an excellent guide for helping our guests find the historical destinations. I know when I travel throughout the United States, I appreciate good signage. And because the signs will cost the city of Norman $30,000, I think we need to take some extra precautionary measures to invest in protecting that investment. We don't want to ignore that sometimes signs get stolen for the purposes of initiation or hazing. We're in a college town. And, there's different categories of desirable signs to steal. Newest sign, oldest sign, largest sign, most unique sign, double entendre funny signs are just some of the categories. I know the Oklahoma Department of Transportation has guidelines for sign installation, and that's usually installed between 5 and 7 feet at the bottom of the sign. And so I'd like for us to consider that we have a little bit higher sign installation, maybe around 10 or 11 feet, to provide a better deterrent. I'm assuming the city will utilize some kind of a locking hardware that will require a specialized key for installation and removal. And hopefully these extra steps of security will mitigate sign theft, or at least significantly make it more challenging and time-consuming. So maybe they're caught by a citizen or the Norman Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cameron Smith. Stephen Ellis, still not here. Timothy Willis. Amanda Franklin. Larda Turner.
Hold on.
Hi, my name is Amanda Franklin. I live in Ward 4. I just want to stress that these signs that historical accuracy is taken into account. I know a lot of you have stressed that as a priority, so I just want to reiterate that. you know, as a nation, we have a tendency to whitewash our history. So, and in Norman, we've been guilty of that in the past too. So I think that should definitely be considered. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Larla Turner.
She's coming.
I'll just say Jessica Underwood would be next, so if you are in the building, go ahead and make your way towards the podium.
We were just calling the name after to.
Hello, I'm here from Ward 1, and I just want to say that I do not support this because clearly we have bigger issues at hand, and a lot of the city doesn't know the history. So I really think that maybe we should put this $30,000 to people in need in our community rather than some signs probably written by, you know, the people who won battles and took land and things like that. This is not the time to spend $30,000 of our city's money on historical markers. Let's start teaching our kids actual history, but never mind. Governor said we can't do that.
Thank you.
And Jessica Underwood? Okay, that's all there.
Are there any comments from council regarding the amendment? Councilmember Patron.
At the study session, we discussed historical accuracy on the signs, but we also brought up how the signs would be decided upon, and perhaps there would be a committee put together of a diverse group of citizens and residents, and that the history of our lake, hoping that we'd have definitely inviting tribal members to come and speak to those. I was hoping that, will that be a mayoral committee? And I was hoping that maybe you could speak to that.
That has not come across my desk, but definitely not opposed to it. I'm invested in making sure it's an inclusive process as well. And if it's anything like Legacy Trail, it'll hopefully be educational as well. So we can definitely discuss that more. That sounds like a wonderful opportunity for a committee. So perhaps Business and Community Affairs would like to take that first.
Thank you.
Councilmember Studley.
Is the money that, this says that it's moving money to the capital funds. Where is that money coming from?
Mr. Francisco.
I'm Anthony Francisco, the Finance Director. Effectively, council member, this would be an appropriation of capital fund balance.
Okay, so it's capital funds just being appropriated.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect, thank you.
Councilmember Holman.
Just a comment, I think from what I understood from Andy Rieger and former Councilmember Joe Carter, the idea was that there would be private funds raised for this project, that this was kind of a seed or starter, and that we would be expecting a bigger program than just what this 30,000 would go towards. And I agree, many of us have made public comments about making sure the entire history of Norman is included, including the history of the lake, and who and what groups of people occupied those areas before the city existed. So I think ideally this would be a very helpful and educational piece to our community. So thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no other comment, the motion on the floor is to amend the budget to increase capital fund allocations by $30,000 for historical markers and signs. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been made, and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I'd now like to recognize Councilmember Peacock for amendment number 4.
I move to increase Community Development Block Grant Fund allocations to the Property Owner Rehabilitation Program by $13,663.
regarding this item?
We do have some. I'm going to go ahead and read all of the names up front, so if you're back in the lobby, you can make your way in. Stephen Ellis, Timothy Willis, Amanda Franklin, and Thomas McFarland is the last one after, or Jessica Underwood and Thomas McFarland.
I don't have anything to say on this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thomas McFarland?
Also, I have nothing directly to add to this one, sorry.
Thank you.
That is all, Mayor.
All right, are there any comments from council regarding this amendment? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to amend the budget to increase Community Development Block Grant Fund allocations to the Property Owner Rehabilitation Program by $13,663. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast unanimously.
Thank you. I'd now like to recognize Councilmember Nash for amendment number 5.
Yeah, before I make this amendment, I just want to clarify and verify that there's been a mistake on the budget, that this in no way, shape, or form by any stretch of creativity could be interpreted as defunding of the fire department.
That would be correct, Councilmember Nash. We actually added up a couple of columns and duplicated those numbers in that budget, and this is just correcting the record. So,
And the fire department will have all the funds that it deems necessary to carry out its business this year, right?
Chief?
Great, thank you. I move to decrease the fire department allocations in the general fund by $841,486, and in the public safety sales tax fund by $220,109, and reduce the general fund transfer to the public safety sales tax fund by $220 or $220 and $109.
Second.
Thank you. Again, before I recognize speakers for this item, I want to say it one more time. This decrease is a cleanup item due to inadvertently double counting these funds. Nothing is being reduced in the fire department or police department as a result of this amendment. Having said that, Madam Clerk, could you please read the names of those registered so we can verify whether they still wish to speak?
Cameron Smith. Danny Legg. Are you Danny? Yes, I am Danny. Gary Barksdale. Following Gary was Stephen Ellis, Linda Howard, Timothy Willis.
Thank you, Council, Mayor, and I want to express my appreciation to Council Member Peacock for being the only council member that has responded to any of my correspondences. Thank you, sir. I'm a member of Ward 8. Mistakes occasionally occur, and I understand this. But I also understand that a mistake of this magnitude made by a governing board needs to be held a little bit more accountable. It's because of this snafu that we need an external forensic audit by the state, so I hope we will be initiating that. Back to blue.
Do we have next?
Okay. Lee Greenleaf. Michael Blanc. Katie Monroe. I see Michael coming. Cynthia Rogers. Amanda Franklin. Norman Tooley. Jessica Underwood and Thomas McFarland again.
Good evening. My name is Michael Blanc. I'm from Ward 2. Thank you for having me for the next 3 minutes. I would like to say, number one, I understand this is a cleanup item. I appreciate that. I know we have to clean up our budget when we're making things move from one fiscal year to another. I would like to take a little moment while we're here, though, to address that there have been some procedural issues tonight that have been very difficult for the public involved in. You can tell that the vast majority of folks who are...
This is not relevant to the item, I'm sorry.
I understand, ma'am. You have a wonderful evening.
Okay, Amanda? Oh, Cynthia, I didn't see you, Cynthia. Come on down.
Good evening. It's nice not to be lonely here at these budget meetings. I want to apologize for Steve Ellis. He's on the way, a health crisis with his sister, so I'm sure you're all sad he's not here. Hey, I'm glad we find these errors. This is great. It's always good to look at the numbers. I will say if we do the math on this, this is about $1 million in the general fund balance in the preliminary budget, which would be just about enough to cover amendments 13 and 14, things we don't have, emergency response crews. So if we have to look at this holistically, all the amendments, how they add up, how much general fund balance we have because we have to meet requirements, this will do it. Thank you.
I support what Cindy said, and yeah, cleanup items, good for y'all, yeah.
Okay, is that Norman?
Yes, ma'am. Honorable Mayor, City Council members, fellow citizens. If I understood you correctly, you said that that was an audit mistake, but I'd still like to just briefly speak about why I don't think it's a good idea to defund the fire department for future consideration. One is the city of Norman is, I'm sorry?
That's not relevant to this item because that's not actually what was being discussed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas?
Hello, I am again Thomas McFarland from Ward 5. I would like to reiterate what Cindy mentioned about how this is if we're having these kind of errors in our budget, I don't see why we can't fund these other items. Also, we're all a little flustered, and many of us aren't here, again, because not everyone's able to get into the building, and those that are intimidated in doing it.
Any other public comment?
No, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Okay, are there any comments from council regarding this item? Councilmember Studley.
I would like to know if what Ms. Rogers said is correct, Anthony. If we're taking this money and decreasing it from what we allocated for the police, will that add that money back to the budget, to the general fund?
It would be two separate items, two separate actions of council, but it so happens that the amount of money would be relatively the same.
So after talking last Tuesday and trying to make some amendments fit with all of our amendments, by adding this money back, I just want to clarify that it will be enough to cover what I specifically have asked for and what everyone else here has asked for.
Again, it would depend on council's action on all of the proposed amendments. If all of the proposed amendments were to be approved, there'd be about a $700,000 decrease to the fund balance. But this action separately, if you were to compare it to, for example, proposed amendment number 11, or rather, Councilmember Foreman's amendment, number 10, it about equals out, yes. But again, those are two separate actions. Everything has to be considered individually.
Right, so I just want to clarify because we seem to have kind of went over this a few times last week. And so I just want to make sure, by doing this, if we all approve and agree to decrease this, it will add the money back, and so we will have almost $1 million in excess than what we talked about at the last meeting.
Well,
Meaning, what would be our total, let me ask you this then. What would be our total balance remaining in the general fund if we add back this $841,486 plus $220,109?
that action in and of itself, by itself, would increase the general fund balance to about $4 million. And that action by itself would have the effect of increasing the amount of fund balance in excess of the minimum by about $3 million.
So you're saying then that our minimum is 1 million?
No, your minimum is just above $3 million. Let me grab that. So as the budget is proposed right now, there's about $1.6 million of fund balance in excess of the minimum. Taking this action by itself would raise that to about $2.6 million.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments from council regarding this item? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to amend the budget to decrease fire department allocations in the general fund by $841,486 and in the public safety sales tax fund by $220,109 and reduce general fund transfer to. Okay. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Schuler for amendment number 6.
I move to increase risk management fund allocations by $652,700 for projected workers' compensation costs.
Thank you. Are there any public comments regarding the amendment?
We do have some public comments, starting with Carl Pendleton. Others that have signed up are Stephen Ellis, Timothy Willis, Michael Blanc, Amanda Franklin, and Jessica Underwood.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you all for being here and for following the rules that have been asked of everyone. I have the honor and privilege of working for the Norman Police Department as a patrol captain. It is something that I've always dreamed of doing, and it's a privilege to serve the men and women who protect our city. I fully support this amendment, and I will tell you a number of instances over the last couple of months where our officers were injured, hurt, and needed these types of services. There was a young lady who was 8 years old who had multiple knives in her hands who was in a mental health crisis, and she had to be disarmed. Our officers thought outside the box, used sheets to secure her arms and not hurt her, but hurt themselves in the process. We had officers just a couple months ago who were on a call where they were taking a violent subject into custody. He had warrants, felony warrants. While taking him into custody, the driver of the vehicle reached over and pulled up an AR-15 from the floorboard of the car. Our officers wrestled that AR-15 from her hands and kept everyone safe while getting themselves skinned up a little bit. Just a couple months later, so about a couple weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago, our officers were detaining a guy who was in a mental health crisis who was also under the influence of substances. Breaking out windows, harming other people. Our officers got that guy under control, didn't let anyone in the public get hurt, but themselves had multiple exposures to hepatitis C. That wasn't in the brochure when they signed up. No one told them that they had the possibility of contracting a disease like that by protecting the public. They didn't know that was coming, but they do it anyway. Our folks, time and time again, do these types of things to protect our public at risk of life and limb. Last month, our officers wrestled an AK-47 out of a guy's hands while he fired out rounds down by Porter Avenue. That happened in our city. People don't talk about those things. So everything that our officers do, and mind you, that's just on my shift. And the more we lose people, the more these types of things are going to happen. So 652 is just the tip of the iceberg. Because we have one young man who, serving a felony warrant on a violent offender, fell through the attic and has had multiple surgeries and is fighting and fighting and fighting to get back, to keep fighting for our citizens. Those are the people we need. We've got to take care of the folks that are taking care of our folks. I ask everyone to be quiet, stay attentive, and keep following the rules, but we have to fund our folks who are taking care of our folks.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Snapping is just like clapping, friends. All right? I appreciate creativity, but any other public comments?
Amanda Franklin, or Michael Blunks first, I'm sorry. Michael, then Amanda.
Hello, Michael Blanc, Ward 2. I want to apologize for earlier. It's been difficult to keep up since the printed out agenda has been, because it didn't list all the different amendments at the bottom of the agenda. So it was, do we have a different sheet of paper that we can follow with?
There's some in the back of the room on the table.
Okay, gotcha. I because of the occupation limit, I wasn't able to get into the room, so I've been in the back, and so all I have access to is the actual agenda minus the amendments, which is why it's been very difficult to keep up with the conversation. It's also been difficult because as quiet as everyone's trying to be, it's also hard to hear over our PA system when we all have to kind of crowd around to hear it out back. So just small things to say there. As far as worker compensation goes, I mean, if people are injured on the job, they should be compensated by the city. I agree with that. I just wanted to take a moment to also remind us that there are lots of things to discuss this evening. And I will say, just to ask real fast, because I again, didn't hear everything from the last couple of amendments. Did we say that because of that budgeting error earlier that we do have funding available that wasn't earlier, or was I just mishearing that? Again, difficult to hear with the PA out back. Thank you.
Bryce, if you can hear me in the back, would you please turn up the volume in the lobby?
I do not have a comment.
Thank you.
Okay. Jessica Underwood, I think I called that name. When I call your name, if you do not have a comment, you don't have to walk all the way into the podium. Just wave your hand and we'll move on.
Okay. Are there any comments from council regarding this item? Councilman Patron.
I appreciated the officer coming forward and telling us those stories about employees being hurt on the job, and I just wanted to clarify that this is actually for all employees in the city of Norman, not just Norman PD, correct? Thank you.
Seeing no other comments from council regarding this item, the motion on the floor is to amend the budget to increase risk management fund allocations by $652,700 for projected workers' compensation costs. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been, motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. I'd now like to recognize Councilmember Holman for amendment number 7.
Thank you. I move to increase capital fund allocations by $5,353,488 for street maintenance bond projects.
The amendment is a result of the passage of the street maintenance bond election. Are there any public comments regarding this amendment?
We do. Okay, we have, I believe everybody on the list, Mayor, is not here. I've called their name several times.
All right, any comments from council regarding this item? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to amend the budget to increase capital fund allocations by $5,353,488 for street maintenance bond projects. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been approved unanimously.
Thank you. I'd now like to recognize Councilmember Foreman for amendment number 8.
I move to increase capital fund allocations by $745,608 for the East Alameda Street Safety Widening Bond Project.
Are there any public comments regarding the amendment?
John Barber? You said no? Okay. all the others. Or not, Amanda Franklin, are you a no? Okay, so all others are not here.
The motion on the floor is to amend the budget to increase capital fund allocations by $745,608 for the East Alameda Street Safety Widening Bond Project. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I'd now like to recognize Councilor Patron for amendment number 9.
I move to decrease. This on?
Oh, sorry, turned on the wrong one.
Okay. I move to decrease allocations by $753,600 for Vineyard Edition Flood Control Project.
Second.
Are there any public comments regarding the amendment?
Okay, I'm going to read several names and you can start making your way down. We'll start with Mary Francis, Bill Scanlon, Caleb Creed, Cynthia Rogers, Amanda Franklin, Jessica Gwinner, Philip Sipe, and Robbie Wan will be in that first group opposing the amendment. Start in 15 minutes when she gets down here. When she gets down? No, when she gets down here, it starts.
On amendment number 9. The Vineyard edition, as I understand it, is a fairly opulent area of our city, and residents have not added anything to the problem of any of their funds, although others in the city have done that, have tried to fix their flooding problems from their homeowners association, and or by increasing the amount of that each owner helps to help pay for the flooding problem. However, these folks in the Vineyard edition have not, as I understand it. That's a new policy. You're using the city's funds, the citizens' tax dollars, to create a new policy here that the city, and there's been no public discussion about whether or not we should use city funds to do this sort of thing, to pay for the repairs that were not were created by developer mistakes. I am opposed to this. We need to have public discussion about this idea of the city funds being used in order to fix a problem that developers created. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, before we, did you want to go ahead and do it? Before the next person in line comes down, did you want to go ahead and have a staff?
I'd like to go ahead and have a staff presentation on this. And sir, I'm going to have to ask you to put your sign down. Is Ms. Stevenson available, or Mr. O'Leary?
There's Carrie.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Sean O'Leary, Director of Public Works. I'm calling on the bullpen here. We're going to the right-hander. Dr. Carrie Evenson, our Stormwater Program Manager, would like to provide some background. This project has been underway and supported by council for about 13 years. It's not a new project. It's not a new policy. We think there's been some misunderstanding. We'd like to share some of the background. So, Carrie?
Thank you.
I'm going to click through a few slides, so pardon me as I do that. All right, so this project is part of what we normally request for stormwater capital improvement projects. We look at annually the areas of greatest need and as well as projects that are in the works or far enough along in the process that could be funded. It could be addressing a stormwater master plan project, or it could be addressing another area of need. The number of projects that are funded every year really depends on the available capital funds and the other priority projects that are across the city, so any department. So it's a balancing act with this. Since the 2019 election, we've been working to find other sources and other means of funding our stormwater capital projects because we know the need is great. And so part of that is through the capital fund. And you can see here some of the increases that we've been able to do to address projects across the city. And they're in all wards. We do an annual drainage improvement project that benefits projects that are identified prior to the fiscal year, but also that may be identified during the fiscal year. I receive complaints and calls and concern from citizens, especially after the rains all the time, saying, these are the issues I'm seeing in my neighborhood, can you help us? And that's part of what these funds go towards. And so to talk about the Vineyard in particular, it was platted in 2000. The detention pond that's in question is in a public drainage easement. In 2007, there was a major flood. At that time, that was prior to my arrival with the city of Norman, but relief was requested by the Ward 6 council member at that time, who was Hopper. In 2015, there was another major flood, and in that general vicinity of that detention pond of the stormwater infrastructure there are 29 residential structures that are considered to be in a repetitive loss area, which means they've flooded multiple times. And that's of their houses, right? So that there was damage that they had to go and file a claim against their flood insurance. June 2015, council funded a flood study as requested by the then Ward 6 council member, Mr. Lang. January 2016, that flood study was completed. June 2017, council approved $30,000 for project design as requested by Councilmember Clark at the time. And then in October 2017, council approved that contract with Meshach and Associates. And we have final design now of that project. It was a project that was part of the proposed stormwater infrastructure bond package. So it's not a new project, it's been around. It's been an issue, it's been something that we've known about since 2007. In October of 2020, discussions with the Oklahoma Emergency Management Department identified potential funding source through the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Assistance Grant. That's a 75-25% program, so 75% of the funds, if awarded, would come from the federal government through FEMA. 25% is required as a local match. The application is currently under review by FEMA and OEM. We expect to have a decision on that in the next probably couple of months. We've addressed now all of the comments and questions that FEMA had for the application. Now it's just a matter of hearing if the project is approved. The thought is that it will be. It's very favorable. One of the things that FEMA looks at is the benefit cost analysis and what that ratio is. It has to have, any project that's going to be funded by FEMA has to have a BCA of at least 1 which means you're getting as many benefits back as you are spending for the project. The benefit cost analysis calculation for the Vineyard project yielded a BCA of 5.09. So the benefits of this project are 5 times the cost of the project. It would consist of enlarging the detention pond within the drainage easement, installing an additional stormwater pipe between the basin and Woodcrest Creek, again within a public drainage easement, and then it would construct a concrete overflow channel between that basin and Woodcrest Creek to direct that water to the creek, as opposed to what it does now, which is basically flowing through that neighborhood to get to the stream. So as comparison, we've talked a bit about Cambridge Place as well and what's been going on there. So Cambridge Place is about the same time. 2007, they had a major flood as well. That was citywide. In response to the flooding that occurred there in 2008, council approved $80,000 to install drainage inlets at the low point of Midway Drive and a stormwater pipe to connect that infrastructure system to the drainage system that was in the parking lot of Arbor House. And then again in May 2015, there was another major flood. There are 18 residential structures in this particular area that are in a repetitive loss area. And the reason the repetitive loss area is important is through our participation in the National Flood Insurance Program, one of the things that we need to do as a city is find ways to mitigate those repetitive loss areas, solve those flooding issues so that that doesn't continue to happen. So with that, in 2016, council approved $484,000 to install additional stormwater pipe from the parking lot of Arbor House across Main Street to a new concrete line drainage channel to complete the upgrade of the Midway Drive stormwater system. That hasn't completely solved the problem. We're still getting complaints from the residents, particularly about street flooding along Midway Drive, with some approaching garages. So there are still issues that need to be solved. And so in December 2020, I submitted a BRIC application through FEMA. That's Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities. It's a new program that FEMA has to conduct a study to determine what additional steps need to be taken to mitigate that ongoing flooding. That also requires a 25% match. We are waiting to hear from FEMA on whether that project will be approved or not. So we do these projects in all kinds of neighborhoods across the city, big projects, little projects. It's dependent on what the infrastructure or what the particular problem is. We've got a project going on right now that was over $1 million to reline 3 pipe segments. One segment is near Vicksburg and Irving Middle School. Very large project, and then there are 2 smaller projects in wards 7 and 8. So it's across the city that stormwater infrastructure funds are spent. It just depends on where the need is and how far along we are in the process on whether we have a design for that or not. So with that, I just kind of wanted to bring some of these points to your attention, and then if you've got questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Definitely stick around, Ms. Evenson.
Okay.
Do you have a question, Councilmember Holman? Okay.
Yes. I definitely appreciate that information, Carrie, Dr. Evanson. A couple questions you might help me clarify about this situation. From what I understand, the detention pond is not a part of the Vineyard?
It's not on HOA-owned property, if that's what you're asking.
Yes.
Okay. It's privately owned. That's a private piece of property. We don't see that often where a detention pond is on a single lot. Usually it's within HOA common area, but in this particular instance, it stayed with that particular parcel, but we do have a public drainage easement, and that's the mechanism that allows us to go in and make improvements and do maintenance if it's required.
And do you think that factor would be a main reason why the HOA has not committed funding to it?
I can't really speak to what the HOA's thoughts are on that, but that would be part of my estimation there.
Okay. And I also understand, from what I understand anyway, is that the problem existed before Highland Village was built, or there was a problem in the Vineyard before the neighborhood to the west was constructed.
I believe that's correct. I'll have to look at when Highland Village was set up, but this started, the first instance of flooding was 2007, and Highland Village is still being built out.
Okay. Thank you. And then in the Summit Lakes, we've talked about that one a lot, the issue that they've been dealing with, and the fact that they have made a neighborhood assessment to all the properties to pay for the issue that they're trying to fix. Is that because they are being forced to by the state, or a mandate is forcing them to do that?
Yes, so the way I understand the Summit Lakes project began was because the dam was inspected, discovered to be found to be leaking, and the Oklahoma Water Resources Board issued a consent order to the owners of the dam, which are the two homeowners associations, to make those repairs.
So would it be maybe accurate to say the neighborhood didn't necessarily volunteer to assess themselves for this? They have to. You know,
It's required by the state. They have a consent order that it has to be followed. But as far as the assessment, there was a vote of the HOA to approve that, so they had to approve that assessment.
it is a different situation though than the Vineyard situation.
Right.
You would agree, okay. Do we have so the dam at Summit Lakes is not private property as far as it's part of the HOAs, and there's not a public easement there, or is there?
I will have to, Catherine.
There's not a public easement there currently. I believe the plan is once the dam is brought up to specifications, the city will obtain an easement for construction and then a permanent easement going forward for dam maintenance only.
And so in regard to the stormwater system, because that's how I view this issue, is not necessarily any particular neighborhood, but that this is a part of the city's stormwater system and it has a problem that needs to be fixed by somebody. I have concerns about, certain environmental concerns about when homes, residential homes or buildings flood, and the types of things that we keep in our homes, chemicals and general debris that can, if a home floods, those types of things are going to end up in the stormwater channel. And you know, I've seen the end of Bishop Creek recently, and it is where all the trash in the whole center of the city basically collects. That anything that runs off and ends up in that stream is ending up close to the Canadian River, but not quite. And so that's been my primary concern, is about environmental issues due to flooding, what that can do if homes are flooding and things are washing out, and then the impact of the stormwater system itself have been kind of my concerns. So those would be kind of, would you have those same type of concerns with?
I would have those same types of concerns, and it's a thing that we often do in our stormwater quality education, is talk about where stormwater pollutants come from, and they come from our daily activities, what we put on the ground, either intentionally or not. When it rains, that washes off to the nearest creek or stream, because we don't have any stormwater treatment unless it settles out in a detention basin or something like that. So it's something that we really need to be aware of and be concerned about. And the other thing to kind of highlight with your concerns is that the stormwater infrastructure is a system, right? We're a permitted MS4, which is a municipal separate storm sewer system. Everything's connected, just like your water pipes and your sewer pipes. Yours may be working fine. The neighborhood down the street may need upgrades to their system. That's what your tax dollars go towards, is fixing the system. And that's what we do for stormwater infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. And I think my final question here is, for this grant, do we have to budget what the full cost of the project would be in order to qualify for it?
So the reason that it's that way in the budget is because FEMA operates on a reimbursement basis. So we have to have the funds to award the contract, and then we submit, once we pay the invoices, we submit those receipts to FEMA and are reimbursed for 75% of the cost. And then 25% of that is our local match.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Evans, I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay, there's lots of comments or hopefully questions from council in the queue. Let's make sure they're relevant to the presentation, and then we'll get back to public comment. Councilman Patron.
Okay, so I have quite a few questions. So to start off with, you said there are 29 rooftops that are Vineyard Edition rooftops that are affected by this faulty detention pond.
Well, those are the ones that can be affected, yes. And so it's a repetitive loss area, so that, you know, we identify where those houses are.
Right, but have all 29 homes been flooding due to this one particular pond?
I don't know if all 29 have been flooded. I know quite a few of them have.
How many do you know of, like just ballpark?
That's a good question. I would not feel comfortable putting a ballpark to it, because I didn't look that part up. I'm sorry.
Okay, how many homeowners have come to the city with respect to this particular pond saying our house is flooding because of that pond?
So there's been one, but then the question is he representing multiple individuals in the neighborhood? And we've also had discussions with the HOA through this whole process, as well as the property owners of the detention pond.
Okay, but to date, we know of one homeowner that's come to the city saying this
and
is a real
that's the
problem.
same with Cambridge Place. There's one homeowner that's approached us on that. That at least through me directly. Sean, I'll let you say if you've got more history.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just wanted to comment, just because maybe I'm the historian here. I've been here longer than Carrie and been in lots of meetings with these homeowners. One of the studies that Carrie put on the screen that we did, I think in 2011 or something, involved interviews of the neighbors there in Vineyard Edition. My recollection is somewhere between 8 and 15 property owners indicated they had damage to their homes from flooding in the 2007 event. I don't think we went back and interviewed them after 2015, but I know after 2007, somewhere between 8 and 15 is what I recall.
Okay,
That told us that they had damage to their homes from flooding.
I'm trying to understand between the major retention or detention pond that is in the Vineyard versus this small pond that would be getting the infrastructure upgrade, whether the flooding is from the secondary pond that we're talking about now or the HOA governed detention pond that is in the Vineyard.
I'm not clear, Councilor. There's only one detention pond upstream from this particular area. This was in Section 1 of Vineyard Edition, and that was built in the early 2000s, as Carrie indicated. There is a second detention pond in a second area, but it's in a whole different portion of the watershed. So there's only one detention pond serving this area of.
The Vineyard, the other sections of the Vineyard are the other pond.
That's correct. They're in a whole different watershed. A separate detention basin was required when you all approved the plat. Yes, there's at least two. I don't know if there's three. I think I'm remembering 2 detention ponds in Vineyard Edition.
Okay, so the homeowners that you know of, the 8 to 15, are they all around this little one, or are they all part of the other section?
Yes, ma'am. They are in we call this a tributary of Woodcrest Creek. The primary Woodcrest Creek is slightly east of there, but this is a tributary that comes around and intersects with that channel. It is this portion coming under Porter Avenue, making its way around this series of homes that we have identified as the source of the flooding for these repetitive loss cases.
Okay, you stick around for a second. 'Cause
Sure, you bet.
Maybe both of you need answers. How many homes, so you think that somewhere between 8 and 15, maybe as many as 29, will see benefit from this project and will no longer flood, right? How many homes do you think are Norman proper that have, not because of this project, but are chronic flooding from stormwater?
We send a letter every year to those folks. I know we send a letter to about 2,000 properties, but I don't know how many are repetitive loss. Do you remember that?
So, not ballpark. So 2,000 are the properties that are within the floodplain. Areas that we send repetitive loss is less than 100.
You send less than 100 letters to people
that have repetitive losses that they've claimed. Now, remember, flood insurance is not required everywhere. If you have a federally backed mortgage, then it's required. But if you don't have a mortgage on your house, it's optional that you have flood insurance. So they may not have made a claim against insurance. That's what the repetitive loss is based on, is the claim to insurance.
Oh, okay, so it's not actually whether or not how many rooftops are chronically flooding, it's how many rooftops have actually made a flood claim under the flood insurance that they have.
That's correct.
So how many do you think chronically flood?
If I may, Councilor, I wanted to clarify that that's one of the unique parts of the Vineyard edition. Actually, it's the same with Midway. The similarities are remarkably similar. Neither of those areas are in a floodplain. Vineyard is not in the FEMA floodplain. Midway is not in the FEMA floodplain. They are localized flooding conditions. I'll say that based on the 100 or 200 calls Kerry has gotten the last 3 weeks after the recent rainfall, we have lots of repetitive flooding events. The difference, I think, that we find a lot is the water getting in your house, or is it damaging your property or your corral or your your fence or something else? And we hear that a lot from folks. I've got damage, you need to come out here and fix the drainage. We really focus on those folks who have damage in the home. Water's getting in the home, damaging the home, doing personal property. That's where we put our first priority. Of those, I'm going to guess 200 or 300 if I had to just venture to guess in Norman.
Okay. Who owns the pond that is the subject of these repairs?
Like Kerry said, the fee title is owned by the owner of that parcel. It's a single-family home. It's part of the Vineyard edition, but it is a separate parcel. And then, as Kerry indicated, there is a public drainage easement that allows us to enter that system, repair it, rebuild it, that sort of thing. And it allows it to really be part of that public drainage system. Someone mentioned Highland Village. That's one of the subdivisions upstream that's draining down through the Vineyard edition.
And when was the easement given to that pond?
In 2000 with the original plat.
So that,
Yes.
is that pond part of the use and enjoyment of the entire neighborhood? Like they can go fishing in it? It's a
public drainage
neighborhood?
easement. I don't know if they use it for fishing. It's generally dry. It's a detention basin, not a retention basin. So it's a dry basin, hopefully, most of the time. Only when it rains does it get wet.
So the public does have access to it, though, if they wanted to go swim in it when it fills up?
For drainage purposes, not for swimming, I don't think. It is a public drainage easement, just like the one in Arbor Lakes or Cambridge Edition. If the HOA in Cambridge allow swimming, then so be it. I can't speak to the HOA in Vineyard.
I was just trying to say that's not a trespass for the rest of the neighborhood if they would want to go take a kayak when it's full.
There is a private sidewalk and a little park that they have built there in Vineyard that ties into this area. So I think they invite their residents to come. Yes, whether they swim or not, I don't know, but I know they invite them to walk and enjoy the nature. It's a very beautiful area down here.
Yeah, so the swimming part was irrelevant. The point was it's not a trespass.
No, the HOA has created their own private system of trails, and this detention basin is part of that trail system.
So it is, in fact, public to the neighborhood.
Again, public drainage easement, private trails. I can't go in there and use their trails if I don't live there.
To the neighborhood. Public
to the
yes.
neighborhood. Right.
Remind us who the developer was of the Vineyard.
Mick Fleetwood is the name I'm remembering. It was a one-timer. Not Mick Fleetwood, that's the singer, isn't it? Anyway, something like that. It was prior to my time here. This was a gentleman who only developed one parcel or one property. The Vineyard Edition was the only time he developed in Norman, and I think he's passed away since.
Is it fully built out?
That's close. I don't know that all of the parcels have been built, but it's very close to being completed.
With the amount of flooding that the Vineyard experiences, if there was an open parcel that someone wanted to build a house on, would that have to come before council, or would it continue to exacerbate the neighborhood?
Council has approved all of the plats, so the only thing that they need to build a home on any part of Vineyard is a building permit. It would never come before council unless they were to replat and reconfigure the parcels.
Is there, for the other residents of the Vineyard or any other neighborhood in the city of Norman where these types of issues are, you know, prevalent, do they have, this is probably for city legal, do they have the ability to say, no, you can't build anymore until you stop flooding us out? We can't continue to add rooftops in a neighborhood that is experiencing flooding.
Like Sean said, it's all determined by the plat. When plats come to council, you all look at those in terms of what regulations we have in place at the time. If they're meeting all of those regulations, you'd be hard pressed to deny a plat based on flooding instances. Now, that's something when they plat, we're gonna look at in the Public Works Department, how they're dealing with stormwater detention, things like that, and those should be addressed when it's platted. But it would not be a basis for denying a building permit for a approved plat.
If I may, Councilmember, there are no upstream properties to this detention basin in the Vineyard Edition. All of the upstream properties draining to this basin are in the Highland Village Edition. Kind of an interesting, I won't get into the details of the engineering design, but we see this from time to time where the engineer for a new subdivision will design the detention basin in the upstream portion of the area and detain the amount of water that they're required to, even though that water is coming from other properties, and thereby reducing eliminating the need to do it in the downstream end. So it's a process we see from time to time. It does the same thing. You're still detaining the same amount of water. You're doing it in a different location than you might in other areas. That's what they did here.
Okay, so when the plat happened in 2000 and, what'd you say?
2000, I think, was the year, 1999, 2000.
So was it any different back then than it is today in that they're going to show you, this is how we, City of Norman, this is how we plan on managing the stormwater, and it's not going to cause anybody to flood, and the City of Norman looks at it and says, yep, that looks good, and they sign off on it?
That's right. Again, we don't design subdivisions. Private civil engineers do that for the developer. This was a licensed civil engineer in Oklahoma who designed this system and stamped it and submitted it, and we were before council as a staff recommending approval of the plat. So just like hundreds of others that we brought to you over the years. Someone mentioned we have spent a lot of years trying to figure out what happened and why the flooding is occurring. We do think there might have been an error in that original calculation by a fellow civil engineer. We found it when we went back through the records. And we've shared that information with the HOA and others, and I don't know if they've ever reached out to that individual or not, but we think that part of the problem here was an error in the calculation of the capacity of the detention basin.
Okay, so maybe this is a question for City Legal again. With the neighborhood having use and enjoyment of this pond that the HOA deems to be private, but since the plat, it has had a public easement, why at this point would we not be saying HOA, you can't just wash your hands of this? If you're going to pay for the stormwater upgrades and you're responsible just like every other HOA governed neighborhood with a retention or detention pond, on the larger pond that your residents also have use and enjoyment, why does this one get to be different?
Because the HOA doesn't have any ownership in the pond itself. They, through the platting, my recollection is they granted a pedestrian access easement around the pond, nothing to the pond itself. It's very unusual to have a detention pond like this that's located on someone's private lot. I haven't seen this in my career ever, certainly not in Norman. So this is a rare circumstance, but what it appears is that there's an access easement for pedestrians to enjoy a trail around the pond, but no access or right for the HOA to do anything with the pond itself. That was all provided to the city in the form of a public drainage easement. It's
Okay,
not
and
part of the homeowner common area.
if we were to pass this tonight, would the city then take the deed to the pond?
I don't know that the private homeowners want to give up the half of their lot, but we will access the pond and within the rights of our easement and do the project.
The public easement here, Councilmember, is similar to hundreds of other public drainage easements in other subdivisions like Cambridge and Cambridge Place and so on.
The what?
It takes the same form as all other drainage easements or detention basins in subdivisions.
Right,
Public
but they're
drainage easement.
public ponds. I mean, it sounds like for all intensive purposes, this is a neighborhood pond. It just happens to be sitting on someone's land, so if we're going to go and invest $750,000 into someone's side yard that has a pond in it, it seems to me that if you don't want the precedent set that the city is going to come in and do upgrades to private property, then the city should probably be taking the deed to that part of the pond. It becomes a truly public pond. It's owned by the taxpayers, since the taxpayers would put $750,000 into it. Whether
Frankly, Councilor, I don't think we want to own detention basins. There are 350 of them in Norman. We don't own any of them right now. I don't think we want to get into that business of owning fee title of detention basins. That's a slippery slope of responsibility and cost.
Well, as is putting in money into private property.
Sure. But this is a public drainage easement. We do this every day, every year, whether it's a detention basin or a channel or a pipe. We work in public drainage easements all the time.
I understand we work in them. We don't typically pick up the tab.
Yes, we do. I can't think of any incident in my 15 years here when the HOA has paid for a drainage project that we have partnered with. I'm not aware of one exception. Might have been the Cambridge edition. It was a small channel repair project, about $50,000, and the HOA approached the council with a agreement, and they paid $25,000. That's the only one I can remember in the past 15 years.
And there again, the difference being that, and for the public, Cambridge and Cambridge Place are two entirely different neighborhoods.
Right.
Now we're talking about Cambridge on the pond.
That was a model, by the way. You all know this. We presented this in our 2019 stormwater funding proposals. The model that we have hoped for many years is a public-private partnership with our HOAs and our neighborhoods. In fact, we were proposing to fund that to the tune of about $1.5 million had that bond issue and the stormwater utility fee passed. So we favor this notion of HOA participation. We just have never gotten there because we've never had the funding to fund that program.
Okay, and then I'm thinking going forward from now, and the example that I'm going to give is like, hypothetically speaking, say I had a swimming pool and I decided to drain the swimming pool, and I'm going to drain it into my neighbor's lot. Is there anything the city can do to stop me from doing that?
Yeah, I think we have regulations about draining your swimming pools.
Why would this be different?
This is part of the public drainage system.
So it is actually a public, this is where I'm getting really confused on how it can possibly be that you, on the plat, would take someone's private pond and just decide that it's going to be part of the public drainage system.
I think the way it was platted, and it's been a while since I've looked at this, so Sean, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the way it was platted, this pond provided for the drainage for Section 1. The way they opted to convey that instrument to the city was as a public drainage easement. They did not include it as HOA common area property like we see now. I don't know why that wasn't done then. It's very unusual, but it is a public drainage easement. It is providing detention for this neighborhood and other neighborhoods upstream.
So in that instrument, who had the responsibility to ensure that the swimming pool or pond wasn't flooding out their neighbors?
That is part of our regulations, and as Sean said, the civil engineers who do this work have a license, and it's on their license and on them to do it correctly.
Right, but I understand that on the permit, but from that day forward, who has the responsibility to ensure that they're not flooding out the other lots?
Well, in most cases, it would be the HOA as the owner of the property. In this case, it's just a very unusual situation where you've got a private property owner who's got a pond for an entire neighborhood. And that's why we got the public drainage easement at that time, I imagine, and that's why we've been working on this project.
So there is no governing paperwork to say how it got into the stormwater system? There's no...
I mean, what we have, I think, are the plats from 2000. I don't think we have a lot of records beyond that.
There would have been a detailed drainage report prepared by the licensed engineer and stamped by the engineer at the time.
And that would have been attached to the plat?
Yes, just like all other plats.
And the landowner would have signed off on that as well, I assume, because that's pond is on their land, it's their pond.
Yes, they're correct. They knew when they were buying that parcel that they had a large drainage detention basin and an easement there. If I may, Councilor, I want to clarify too that my comment earlier about not owning detention basins, we expect, if this project goes forward, that that owner will continue to own that property in fee title, and the HOA will continue to maintain it. We don't want to maintain this basin or any of the other 350 detention basins in Norman. We just don't have the resources to do that. So this is a one-time capital improvement, working with the neighborhood to improve the drainage system. We think this will resolve the downstream flooding, and then the city walks away and they're right back to where they started with the ownership and maintenance responsibilities for that basin, just like Cambridge Edition and hundreds of other subdivisions.
When you walk away, who is going to be responsible for the maintenance of it at that point?
The HOA, just like yours and mine and others that throughout Norman that own those 350 detention basins, they all are responsible for the maintenance of that.
So is the HOA saying that if you put the upgrades into this pond, that we'll take it over at that point, but we're not doing it before?
That is in their covenants. It will not change, as I understand it. I'll look to Catherine, but that we're not proposing to change the maintenance responsibilities for this detention basin.
But they're saying they're not responsible for it.
I don't recall what the covenants say to be able to answer that offhand. It's certainly an unusual situation with the ownership.
Well, it seems like that is pretty much the crux of it, is who, and according to the covenants, that's why I was asking if there was any governing documents, who is responsible for it today.
I don't have the covenants with me, and it's probably been about 4 years since I've looked at them, so I don't recall what they say.
Well, on the Summit Lakes example that you brought up earlier, it was my understanding that the Summit Lakes homeowners were actually willing to drain the pond.
They have been for about 3 years as a mandate of the Oklahoma Water Resources Board to reduce the level of the water and to reduce the possible failure of the dam. So they've been doing that for, goodness, 3 or 4 years that I can recall.
I meant entirely.
That would have been an option for them. I think they didn't want to do that because they like the upstream lakes and the aesthetics that brings to their subdivision. So I think the homeowner group and the association said, no, eliminating the 6 or 7 lakes is not something we want to do as a solution. And they opted instead to gather the funding to repair the dam, the private dam.
So the city did give them that option, though, to drain it entirely.
Wasn't something, again, not our responsibility. This is a state mandate, not a city mandate, but I know we had conversations. I've been talking with those folks since 2009 when the first mandate came down from OWRB. So I know we have tried to assist them like we do all subdivisions and give them some ideas. That might have been one that we discussed.
Did we give them money?
No. Well, the city has paid for some drainage or some design of that system and to help them through the process with OWRB, yes. And that's part of the agreement the council has approved, I think, that going forward that we would assist them with the construction of the dam in terms of managing that project and making sure it's certified and built appropriately.
Do you know what the total cost per rooftop in Summit Lakes was to pay for the pond being
I know the
remediated?
number that has been bounced around for all these years has been about $700,000 for the total project, and there's about 600 rooftops there. So if they
that's
did it,
quite a bit that's attached to these, inequity. If they sell their home, it's getting cashed out and going back to the city of Norman because we gave the upfront money because the HOA couldn't get a loan, correct?
no, they assess themselves as a result of not being able to get the loan. I think that was their option.
Right, but we didn't give them the option of we'll pay for it as the city of Norman.
Right, it's a privately owned dam. No
Privately
no
owned
drainage easements, no
pond.
public drainage easements. Very different than Vineyard. Very different.
But it was a privately owned pond and a privately owned pond.
Privately owned dam, no public drainage easements. Very different in our minds.
Very different in your mind, but probably not to those homeowners. It's probably not all that different. They didn't have anything to do with signing off on the plat and whatever. Now all of a sudden they have a $5,000 loss in equity for every single rooftop within that neighborhood.
We're talking about the Vineyard right now. I appreciate your efforts with comparisons, but they're clearly different, and we have 5 other council members who have questions.
I appreciate that you appreciate, and I'm not finished. Okay, so there's going to be other people, I'm sure, that want to speak tonight in the audience as well for this, because as you all know, in your professional capacities, you understand that there are people all across this city who have serious chronic flooding issues that are happening. And we have never, in the city of Norman's history, picked up, citizen taxpayer dollars to pay for a private neighborhood's, like, they're not going to be out any money at all. There's no private-public partnership at all. This is just publicly paid for. And so it's hard to understand how this isn't going to be a precedent going forward, which if it is, great. But I would really like it to just be said on the record, like, hey, we're good from here on out. We're starting with Vineyard. Get in line, and you can submit your application right over here at City Hall. If you've got some stormwater problems on your private property, let us know, because that's how it comes across. So I'm just letting you know that that is how it comes across.
And Councilmember, I think the difference here is that this area is a repetitive loss area, right? This is something that we as the city are required to mitigate, to meet our requirements through FEMA, through the National Flood Insurance Program. So if there are others out there that are in repetitive loss areas that need a solution, then we'll be working on those, just like we're working on it with Cambridge Place, because that's something that we as the city need to address.
So by the way, Cambridge Place, when it was first built, did have a detention pond, and some developers wanted to develop those lots where the detention pond was, and they were allowed to drain it and resell those lots, and all it did was make the flooding there worse. And obviously the homeowners there didn't have an HOA at the time.
Not quite, Councilor. That's close. What actually happened was an initial plat was presented to council with a proposed detention basin on 3 parcels. The developer hired a different engineer, as I understand, to reevaluate that. They came back and found a way to design that drainage system without the detention basin, converting those 3 spaces to homes, and council approved that based upon that engineer's submittal. So I don't think the basin was ever built. It was proposed, but never built. What was built was a separate drainage system that was certified by a licensed engineer working for that developer. That was also in 2000.
Well, maybe we can get the answer to that by residents, if there's any here tonight. Okay, so I think for the moment I'm going to leave it as is, but I will be circling back.
Okay. There's a couple of things that I just want to continue to clarify, because I think we started this conversation a week ago, and I know I personally feel like I muddied the water a little bit, so I'm trying to seek clarification as well. But the first thing I want to do is follow up on a comment that was made by Councilmember Holman and the way that this is funded. So we have, it's, let's see, I don't know what the exact number is, but $700,000+ that will sit on our books, and we pay that, but then we get back all of it. I mean, we get refunded back so that our investment is 25%, which is about $133,000.
188, I think,
Okay,
Councilmember, and then the 565 is the federal number. Those are the two.
Okay.
Yep.
So the other thing I wanted to really clarify on those numbers, because this was mentioned last week, that you know, if this project is approved, if we don't get the grant, we are not funding this project. Is that correct? Okay.
That's the way we see it. Yes, that's the way it's proposed in your budget.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear. So if we, and I know you're feeling fairly optimistic based on, you know, where we are in the process, but we don't know yet, and so there is a possibility that we will not get the grant, and at that point, we're done talking about this for this year.
Yeah, that's correct, Councilmember. And if I may, the council must receive the grant formally, like we do many grants here at the dais. So we will, if we are fortunate enough to secure that grant from FEMA, there'll be a formal grant dedication document that council will approve, and in that will be very clear language on who's paying for what and how and all that sort of thing, like we do on many of our grants.
I appreciate the history of the project that you went through, and we're literally talking 20 years worth of having this on our radar screen one way or the other. And I know that our last stormwater master plan was approved in 2009. So when was this detention drainage project added to the stormwater master plan? When did that happen?
I think it was after the 2015 flooding event, and really, I recall it was part of our development of the proposal in 2016 for the first stormwater utility fee proposal, and then we did a second one in 2019. It was in that period where we were beginning to add projects or problems and solutions that did not exist in the 2009 stormwater master plan that neighborhoods were coming to us with subsequently. Dr. Evenson joined the staff in 2016, so she was part of that as well.
Okay. So how do you go about deciding when a project qualifies to be added to the master plan?
So with that, in the master plan, there's a prioritization schedule, and pardon me, it's been a little bit since I've looked at it, but it ranks, it gives you scoring criteria for different aspects to stormwater infrastructure improvement projects. And public health and safety is one of the top criteria that we look at. So if there's danger to people, they can't access their home, fire trucks can't access the neighborhood because the roads are flooded, things like that. Those are all things that go into that calculation to determine where it's at on the priority list.
So is it a combination of objective and subjective data to add something to the stormwater plan, or is it weighted more, or is there a weighting system and that's how you add it?
There's a weighting system. I actually, I'm a scientist, engineer, nerd, and there's actually a spreadsheet with the calculations that we do for the projects that are added.
Yeah. So this is a hazard mitigation grant, I think is how you described it. And so this is a new avenue to us, or have we applied for this type of grant in the past?
I don't know that we've applied in the past for this kind of thing. I know that we have applied for property acquisition funds. That happened along Main Street in a Bishop Trib to address repetitive loss flooding as well. So it's going to be one of the few where we've actually been able to get that type of funding.
So did you write any other grants this year for this type of FEMA grant or the BRIC grant that you described for Cambridge Place?
Yes, ma'am. So I submitted 2 additional applications for funding through BRIC. That one was the Cambridge Place project that I talked about, and the other is for a flood warning system. Right now, if our roads are flooded, we have to basically hear from the police that the road is flooded and they need somebody to come out and barricade it. And our traffic control group, they come out and barricade the roads, and then we have to go out and inspect the roads once the water level comes down to make sure that they're safe for the traveling public. So that's an all manual process that puts city staff close to or in floodwaters occasionally. The flood warning system would be more automatic and have sensors basically to give us the indication when water is coming over the roadway. It could be included in the Emergency Operations Center or the Traffic Management Center, and they could watch it and monitor it when we're having those rain events and know exactly when to get out there and put the barricades up and then come back out and remove the barricades once the water is down.
So would it be accurate to say that all 3 of these projects check off the box of a hazard mitigation? These all fall under the general category of hazard mitigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so just to clarify for the public, so why is the Vineyard project, why is it included this year, even though we've written these other grants and they're still in the pipeline? Okay.
Yeah.
But those have not been rejected. They're still we still have the possibility of those being funded.
That's correct.
So why is this one in this fiscal year, but these other two were not included, even though they're in your pipeline as far as seeking funding?
Right, so we're a little less certain as far as actually being awarded those projects. The other thing is we had design work already done for the Vineyard project, and so when the opportunity to apply for hazard mitigation funds presented itself, that was a shovel-ready project that could be funded. And with the BCA calculation as high as it is, it makes it extremely competitive. Not all projects that we will encounter and do will have a BCA that high. And so it makes them a little less competitive when we're looking both statewide and nationally in these programs.
Mm-hmm. So all three of these projects surpassed meeting the minimum requirements to apply for this grant, and that's why we have a good chance of getting all three of them funded potentially.
Right. The Cambridge Place and the flood warning system, they don't require benefit cost analysis. It's really only when you get to construction that you have to show that your construction costs, you're going to have more benefits from the construction of the project than you would what it would cost to build.
So would it be accurate to say that the analysis of this particular grant that's being put forward, that there is a level past what the city normally does? There's another level of objectivity looking at if this really qualifies for this grant. So it's getting another look by another entity.
Yes, absolutely. It has to go through OEM for review first to see if it even fits through what their priorities are for funding a project, and then it goes through FEMA. And FEMA's review is really intensive. I mean, we submitted this application in October, and we were still addressing comments from FEMA reviewers in April. So they thoroughly look at these projects to assure they meet all of the necessary requirements for the hazard mitigation program.
Okay. And then I think, some of the continued source of confusion is just the role of the HOAs in general and the role of the HOAs in these two particular projects. And another thing I wanted to clarify, when you refer to the Midway grant, is that Cambridge Place or is that a larger or smaller entity?
It's Cambridge Place. It's actually a street
Okay.
in Cambridge Place,
Okay.
and that's where most of the flooding occurs. So it's my shorthand for referencing projects.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure, because I got, last week, I was interchanging Cambridge Place and Cambridge, which I understand are two completely different animals. And so I just, for clarity, wanted to make sure that we all understand when we're referring to Midway, that is Cambridge Place. So they both have HOAs.
Yes.
I guess I'm trying to understand the role of the HOA. So has the Cambridge Place HOA, have they been asked to contribute to anything that we've done so far?
No, again, because the work that's been done to date has been in public drainage easements.
Okay.
So the HOA has not been asked to contribute.
Okay. Let's see. So I think you mentioned this in your slide. When were the flooding issues in Cambridge Place first identified?
From what I remember, around 2007 when we had the flooding incident.
So very similar timeline.
August 19th, if you want to be exact, Councilmember. With my first flood here, a major consequence. We lost 6 bridges, had multiple flooding properties throughout Norman, and the worst hit areas were southwest part of the city, although it was everywhere. It was what people refer to as the 100% storm or 1% storm, 100-year storm.
And so the Cambridge Place grant, what's the amount of that one?
So the Cambridge Place grant application is a project scoping. Okay. So it's to do the work, the research behind it to figure out what is really causing the flooding. It is, I applied for $150,000, again, 75-25 local match.
Okay. Is it unusual for us to apply for outside funding to do scoping work?
I will say I haven't done it before, but really that's because through BRIC, there's an opportunity to do project scoping now. That is one of the things that FEMA took feedback from the entities that it serves, and one of the things that they were saying is we really need help funding just even the beginning stages of figuring out what this problem is and then help designing the solution before we even get to the construction side of things. So that, my understanding is that is a new addition with the BRIC program.
Okay, so just,
If I may, Councilor, what is unusual is applying for stormwater grants at all.
Yeah.
They just haven't been there. We're starting to see grant programs being born out of our state and federal partners. And frankly, when we hired Dr. Evenson, we upped our game, and now we've got someone who is really a great project manager and a grant writer. So there have not been any stormwater grants to apply for until recent years, frankly.
and so that was a perfect setup for, we have tried twice now to get across to our residents in Norman of the need for a stormwater utility. And in fact, we spend a considerable amount of money from our general fund to just meet the basic minimum needs of what needs to be happening in Norman. And so you did mention that, you know, one of the things that we were hoping with the capital piece of the bond proposal was to set up a public-private partnership with the city and HOAs so that in the future there could be some additional assistance on the part of the city. So, so back to the Vineyard. So this is a private pond. You mentioned that we have 350 detention basins in Norman are they privately owned, publicly owned? Are they considered part of the stormwater system?
Yes, ma'am. They are all part of the stormwater system. Most, if not all, are privately owned in fee title by the HOA. This one in Vineyard is unusual, as we've talked about, being owned by one single parcel owner, but they're all privately owned. Many of them have public drainage easements, which make them part of that public drainage system.
Okay, so because this is a hazard mitigation grant, is it really only providing remedy for repetitive losses, or is it also contributing to the infrastructure of our stormwater system?
Right, so it does multiple things, and that's the good thing about this project is it addresses the repetitive loss area. It provides additional retention so that, or detention so that we're not seeing that massive spike in the hydrograph and sending all that water to the trib of Woodcrest Creek at one time. The project as it's designed right now is designed to manage a 100-year storm event, which is really good. We don't often have the ability to put those types of fixes in, but we can in this particular one. And so being able to manage that water there protects everyone who's downstream of that detention pond.
So is that beyond the Vineyard neighborhood or just contained within the Vineyard neighborhood?
So Woodcrest Creek, when it joins up, it flows north to Little River. So it's everywhere in between that detention pond and Little River.
So this contributes to the watershed ultimately?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And it's in the Thunderbird watershed too.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we have lots of creeks that are considered part of our watershed that ultimately, you know, support drinking water for everybody who lives here. Okay, final question. So I think, you know, what is at issue here is the role of the HOA. And so it's a private detention pond, it has a public drainage easement, it's owned by one person. It's not governed by the HOA, yet we said that the HOA would be responsible for maintaining the pond after it's done. If they have no role in it now, how would they have responsibility for maintaining the pond later? I don't get that.
I'm like Heather, I wish I had a copy of those covenants, but I thought that the covenants in the Vineyard Edition called for the maintenance of the private detention basin by the HOA.
Okay, because I think, you know, that I think continues to be part of the confusion because there are so many things that are just idiosyncratic about this project. And I'm wondering, I'm just curious, if this came across your desk today, would you treat this project the same way that it was treated in 2000 as far as the engineering and, you know, all of those kinds of things, and that, you know, this is unique, it's not like anything else? I don't know. I mean, I'm just curious.
I think we do. Again, our current engineering design criteria, which includes the stormwater design criteria for a detention basin, was adopted in 1996, and it's still in place. We're updating it this year. So we would be using the same EDC, the same design criteria. The civil engineers hired to do that would be using the same standards, and our reviews would be the same. As I mentioned, we think, not certain, I'm always a little reluctant to call out another fellow licensed engineer, but we think there was a slight error in their calculations, and that may have been where this system got off and hasn't provided the protection that we wished it had.
And the city didn't catch it at the time for whatever reason.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, as our city engineer reminds folks, we don't design them, we don't approve them, we just review them, because that's what those of us who carry that license to practice engineers, we're carrying a lot of responsibility when we put our stamp on something. It's not my license that's on that pound, it's the private engineer who did that work.
So, you know, maybe there's representatives from the neighborhood, because you really may not know the answer to that, but I would really like to understand the clarification of they don't have any role now because they are not, this pond is privately owned and not part of the HOA, yet at the completion of the project, somehow they do have some responsibility? I don't know.
And I think probably there, a key thing to note is maintenance versus reconstruction.
Okay.
This is redesign and reconstruction of this detention pond to make it large enough to handle the 100-year storm. In addition to that, we're upsizing the pipe downstream of it as well. So that's infrastructure changes as opposed to mowing or trimming trees or removing sediment, which is often what maintenance really means when we're talking about these neighborhood detention ponds.
Okay, my final question is, so this is just a project, and can you just speak briefly to all of the other stormwater mitigation issues that are being addressed this year, and are they in one part of town, are they cross town? How do you evaluate and prioritize that?
Sure, so we have projects all across town. Like I was saying, we've got pipe relining projects going on right now. We have smaller projects that are in core Norman that address drainage through the smaller neighborhoods. Really, it runs the gamut, and it's across the city. We put some numbers together and looked at what we're doing this year and what we're going to be doing next year, and it covers all awards. We try to respond as much as possible, and these are just capital dollars. Remember, these are the bigger infrastructure dollars. We do regular maintenance work and reconstruction of boxes and flumes and repairing pipes every day with our maintenance staff. So we're spending those dollars in materials every day across the city as well. Right now, I'll tell you, because of all the rain, we've got a board full of sinkholes and boxes and curb hoods that need to be repaired. It will keep my maintenance crew busy for the next year at least.
Well, if we don't accomplish anything else this evening, I hope that everybody has sort of a peek behind the scenes of the intensive work that goes on day in and day out to address all of the mitigation that needs to be happening with stormwater that we're really doing without being properly funded. And I just want to give a shout out to you, Dr. Evenson, for your creativity and all that you have done to really do as much as you possibly can with a very small piece of the pie, and that we all understand that this is a high priority for the city of Norman, and that we need to be investing many, many, many more dollars into our stormwater maintenance system, and I appreciate everything that you do. Thank you.
Councilmember Peacock?
My questions have been addressed. Thank you.
Councilmember Studley?
What guarantee that is it that this is approved, or were you saying that you've already submitted everything to FEMA and it was all approved? So
Yes, ma'am. It's gone through the final. What we're really waiting on is a letter, final letter from OEM saying that the grant has been awarded and you're ready to start. So with FEMA and OEM, you never want to count your chickens before you get the letter. So we are waiting on that, but everything has been positive through the discussion.
Do you have an ETA for that?
I don't, because again, with FEMA and OEM, they don't give us those. They get it to us when they get it to us.
Okay. Ms. Walker, I thought that we had discussed, or Mr. Pyle, that we were going to add to this amendment, that if the bond, or if the grant was approved.
I think that did come up at the prior meeting. I will say that council will have to weigh in both on accepting the grant and awarding the project. So we would not be able to award that project without it coming to council. And if we haven't gotten the grant and you all don't want to spend that money on it, you don't approve the project at that time.
So it couldn't be added to this specifically?
Sure, I think you could add that contingency to this if you wanted to, yes.
Because that was my understanding Tuesday, that was going to be added to this.
Okay.
I'm torn on this one because I appreciate what you're doing. Like, Ms. Hall said, you do a lot of hard work, and this is something that we really, really need in our city. But at the same time, we do have other neighborhoods who have kind of been forced to pay for things. And I know that, this isn't Summit Lakes, but I am the council member for Ward 1, and I do understand, and I have been to those homes and talked to those people in that community. And the dam issue over there, if it were to flood, would that actually affect Summit Lake?
That's a good question. If it were to flood, yes. If it held water, if you're assuming that the dam did not break, right, backs up water, that would affect all of the Summit Lakes additions upstream of that particular dam.
But the city helped to pay for funding for re-engineering of the dam. Isn't that right?
And we have money budgeted for construction inspections and material testing once the construction begins. And we're assisting with the, just basically getting the project going and getting it constructed.
So it's my understanding, though, that if that dam did break, it would flood into the Royal Oaks addition?
We're talking about the Vineyard right now, just a
Yes,
quick
I
reminder of
understand
that
I
one.
completely understand that. I'm trying to make a point. And so if we are saying that Ward 1 residents have to pay for this dam that could flood for this other neighborhood, then why are we not doing the same thing in this instant? Because it appears, and maybe I'm wrong, that the Highland development is upstream and it's currently flooding down into that area, correct?
It's contributing stormwater runoff to that particular detention pond. But I'll say, again, we just remember that this is a system. And so if there's a broken piece to your system, your whole system doesn't work as effectively. So we've got to work on all of that. Now, we may not be funding the entire project for Summit Lakes, but the city is contributing to getting that done. And once it's completed, then the city is going to be responsible for maintenance. And as a high hazard dam, there are specific state requirements to get it inspected annually by a professional engineer and other things that the city will be taking on once that dam is completed.
So I guess if we're having engineers that are saying this is not going to flood, this is going to work, how do we hold them accountable for their guarantee that this is what's going to happen?
So I'll say that engineers never say that it will never flood. What they say is this system is designed to handle runoff from a certain size storm event. And that storm event changes, right, over time. It changes based on climate changes, where we see more intense rains in shorter periods of time. And what was a 100-year storm 40 years ago, 20 years ago, is not the same 100-year storm today. And so that's part of why we update our engineering design criteria, is because we need to take into account those changes in climate, so that when we give the standards to the engineers to design, we're designing to what the 100-year storm is today, or if we can project farther out, that they're designing it for the future. But it's a balancing act there. You'll never be able to stop flooding 100% through these. You just want to manage as much as you can.
Right. So when that plat was originally made, was there homes upstream from that area already?
Which plat? Is the Vineyard plat?
Yes, for the Vineyard.
Okay.
Sorry.
I don't think so. I don't think there was anything upstream of them.
So when new development takes place in Norman, are we looking at what's downstream? So the new developer's going to say, okay, if we make all of these houses, it has the potential of then flooding this neighborhood that's downstream from us. Are we looking at that?
So what our requirements right now are, how they're based, is that the post-development runoff rate is no higher than the pre-development runoff rate. So it might flow for longer, but that it flows no faster than it currently does. So that's how we're managing it currently.
So when did the Highland development, or the development that's above Vineyard, start? When did that start?
If I may, Councilmember, each engineer, when they are designing for a detention basin, in this case, or a pipeline, whatever it is downstream, they must assume the fully developed condition upstream. So the designer for Vineyard Edition was assuming a fully developed single-family home subdivision like Highland Village Edition. I recall that Highland Village began development in around 2006, 2007. I remember meeting with the neighborhood after that first major flooding event. I remember it like it was yesterday in a church building there with a room full of folks like this who were pretty frustrated about what had just happened. So, but at that point, Highland Village was just beginning to develop, and the runoff was really very minimal at that point. Today, Highland Village, I think, is fully developed, and the runoff volumes have increased quite a bit from the greenfield that was there. That's the way it works. Whenever you put buildings on property, you increase the volume of runoff, but we require them to maintain that rate, that inches per hour or cubic feet per second is the same as it was pre-development and post-development.
So when was the first flooding? Can you I know you said it once. When was the first flooding for that Vineyard development?
The first one that we are aware of, again, Vineyard developed in 2000. The flooding of the homes, the first time we knew of it was the August 19th, 2007 flood.
2007, so after the Highland development started.
Right at the beginning of the Highland development, within the same year that they were beginning to develop the first section of Highland Village.
Okay, and so just to clarify what you just said, you're telling me that the Vineyard development that was developed back in 2000 is responsible for the retention pond for anything that's going to be built upstream in the future. That's what you just said?
Not sure I said that, but yes, the detention basin that we're talking about here is located directly downstream from Highland Village, and that detention basin receives runoff from the Highland Village Edition, yes.
So when the original plat was made for the Vineyard, you're saying, I can't, I'm sorry.
Come on, guys.
So you're saying that whenever the original, I'm trying to understand this. So when the original Vineyard plat was made, they had to account for, in the plat,
yes,
and that retention pond, they're accounting for future development upstream.
That's correct.
And was that future development as many houses that are currently there?
Yes.
So again, whoever the engineer was that signed off on that, how can we hold that engineer accountable for this? Because
Great.
This seems to be a common occurrence across our city.
Wouldn't say it's common, Councilmember. In fact, it's really uncommon. We've got 350 detention basins working really well. This is the only one I'm aware of that has this kind of problem. But there is a licensure board at the state of Oklahoma that holds licensed engineers and doctors and lawyers and cosmetologists responsible for their license. That's not something that we do here at the city.
Well, I'm not saying to like take their license. I'm asking to hold them accountable for the, and whenever I say flooding, or stormwater, I'm talking about, we have flooding all over our city, all over the city of Norman. Maybe not necessarily in retention ponds. Quite a few I can think of we do, but we do have flooding all over our city. So my concern is if we're not holding developers accountable for this flooding, but we're asking our taxpayers to pay for this, I see that as a problem. But again, like I said, I feel like we're in a predicament because this is a grant that she's applied for that's gonna pay for 3/4 of this work. So yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Foreman.
Okay, I appreciate everyone's patience. I know you're all here for a particular amendment, but this is what we do normally in city council meetings, so I know it's not very fun. But you'll be happy to know I have one very short, quick question for Mr. Francisco. You don't need to grab your stuff, just a quick little question. So would we approve this tonight and we don't get the grant approved, and the money, does the money just stay allocated for that amount and we reallocate it, or does it go right back into the capital funds?
No, ma'am. Remember that the proposed budget includes this project.
Right.
The proposed amendment is to take it out.
Right.
So if you don't approve the amendment, then the funds remain allocated. You just wouldn't spend it if you didn't get the grant.
So we can reallocate it at a later time?
You would, if you approve the amendment
Right,
to
if we approve
take
it
out
and we
the
don't-
allocation, then yes, you would, if you got the grant, you would then have to reallocate funds to match the grant. The proposed budget includes the funds to match the grant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schuler.
Thank you. Sorry, again, thanks for bearing with us and thank you for taking all of our questions. I know that this one's a really complicated one, which is why we're really trying to navigate all of this. So I just had a question about the HOA and maintenance, and I know that you tried to clarify about what is considered maintenance versus detention pond reconstruction, and you're saying that this is the only situation in Norman that you know of that is specifically like this,
You want to know?
with a detention pond on private land with a public easement.
No, ma'am. Let me clarify. This is the only case, I've seen this before. Catherine indicated she had not. I've seen it before in another city. This is the only case we know of in Norman where the public drainage easement and the detention basin is on one fee title parcel of land, one lot. Most of the others are on common area that is owned by the HOA, commonly owned by all HOA members.
Okay. So that brings me to the HOA and, maintenance and what's actually in the covenants. I think that it's really important for us to understand who actually is responsible for that currently. So it's like, who is responsible
Ms.
for
Walker?
detention reconstruction?
During this discussion, I've been able to pull up the covenants, and the plat, and a maintenance agreement that was filed separately, and that's why this is a little unique, because it wasn't labeled as common area on the plat. It's not covered by the covenants for maintenance. However, the HOA did enter into a maintenance agreement with that underlying property owner in December of 2003 to provide landscape maintenance, which this is a dry detention pond typically, to do the mowing, to mow the jogging trails, those kind of things, and maintain that area for the property owner on behalf of the neighborhood. And so it's a separate agreement.
So just those specific instances?
Yes, and that's all you would typically see in any detention pond maintenance is mowing and things like that, because they're not typically full of water. All right.
Okay. And then I think Councilmember Hall brought up the problem of not having a stormwater utility fee. And so currently, as it stands, we have to do these projects one by one, and they come to us one by one, and we have to address them in that manner, correct?
Yes, that's correct. So it comes from the Stormwater Master Plan list, which was developed back in 2009, and I tackle those based on priority. Imhoff Creek is one of those master plan projects that you've seen recently that we're working on design for. And then they come up based on information from citizens, complaints, concerns from citizens saying, I'm seeing this flooding. City, can you help me? And then we look at where is the public infrastructure in that particular instance. I tell a lot of people, unfortunately, it's a private property matter and there's not anything the city can do in certain instances. But I do go out and provide technical assistance in those areas when it's warranted.
Okay. And then my final question is just about this instance being a precedent center for not having HOAs pitch in. And so what we're saying here is that the HOA has no liability, has no reason to put any money towards this project. And that we're not setting a precedent for that in the future whenever something happens with stormwater on something that an HOA is owning a detention pond, right? That in the future we will enter into agreements with HOAs to pay their portion.
Well,
yes or no?
I'll defer to the city attorney on that one.
Since this neighborhood was platted, we have adopted an HOA ordinance, I think that was in 2005, 2006 maybe, that does require that every neighborhood have covenants that cover the maintenance of the common areas. This one is unique in that it's not a common area, and so this separate agreement would not authorize or create a responsibility on the part of the HOA necessarily to dig a new detention pond, dig it deeper, resize it, whatever needs to be done. They do have the responsibility to maintain it once it's done.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think this project kind of dances dangerously close to spending public money on private property. These kinds of projects should be grouped together and put up to a vote from the people. I got one question. So the wording on here is kind of trying to wrap my mind around it. Vote yes on this amendment is a no to the project, correct? Thank you.
So much for answering those questions. I know we're not supposed to clap, but I'm holding it back right now. Wow. And you all have some very unique Norman trivia. Okay, all right. Come on, guys. But now you're going to be sad because we still have to do public comment. So, who's next?
Okay, I just want to make sure. I don't know that people signed up correctly because this is unusual. So there is enough time for everybody probably to speak but the last two, so I'm just gonna go in order of the signed up. So do 30 minutes. Stephen Ellis is not here. Alan Hatcher, Timothy Willis, Bill Scanlon.
He's here.
Michael Blanc, Caleb Creed, Cynthia Rogers, Amanda Franklin, Jessica Gwinner, if you guys could kind of start coming forward.
Bill Scanlon. I live sometimes underwater in Ward 6. August the 19th of 2007, I rolled out of bed at 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 inches of water in my house. It's happened two more times, as has been articulated. But I will tell you that every time it rains, particularly at night, I'm out watching it. And so far, except for those 3 incidents, I've only lost sleep, but it's only a matter of time. This particular year, we've had water within a foot of the house, but it happens all the time. I've heard about HOA contributions and their role in maintenance, and as I think you heard from Catherine, the legal obligation of the HOA is simply to mow the lawn and they do. In terms of contributing to this, I understand that itch, that they ought to have a stake, somebody ought to have a stake. With this particular circumstance, this particular proposal, the HOA has not been formally approached. I approached them. Was told that the HOA has about $20,000 in the bank, holding it back for contingencies such as ice storms or whatever, and that there would be reluctance to commit that in terms of taking a special assessment, which is what it would take to provide any additional money. That requires a 60% vote of the population of the subdivision, and that's not easily attained just in terms of time. There's not been time to approach the membership. And there's, again, that reluctance. It's private property. The HOA doesn't have a stake. What kind of legal precedent is it for people to contribute? I'll make the offer that if Anthony will accept my credit card, I'll contribute $5,000 to this. And I'm not kidding. After insurance, I have lost $41,000 out of pocket because of these flooding events. And there's probably more to come unless and until something is done. And that's not to mention the angst of those storms that I mentioned, or after the 2015 storm, my wife and I living upstairs in our house for 4 months while the place was repaired. And unless and until something's done, my property and others are unsaleable. I'm stuck. I don't like that. And I'd really like somebody to step up and help me, but I'll contribute $5,000 to this pot. Again, I'd like to see something happen. I'd like to see problems in Norman be solved one at a time. This is one. There will be others. Any ward that has a problem with flooding, and I'm aware of quite a few, having served on the Citizen Stormwater Committee, any place that has a flooding problem, we should address it by whatever means. And the FEMA grant is one of those means. But however we do it, we should be doing it. But we should not write off the Vineyard just because we don't have 6 other projects ready to approve. It's one at a time, one at a time. I thank you all for.
Who's next?
Michael Blanc.
Hello, Michael Blanc from Ward 2. I'd like to thank city staff for that long and very in-depth presentation and the discussion afterwards. I think that was very enlightening. I would like to say further, though, that I think it's important that moving forward we consider having either some kind of fee associated with development to make sure that our developers start planning further ahead for future damage that could be caused by having too many impenetrable surfaces, right? We have to remember as a community, every time we build a development like this and don't put in proper drainage or proper green zones that could absorb that water, we increase the risk of this exact problem and having this discussion. And that goes not just for individual developments like the one we're talking about tonight, but also anytime we have a surface lot. It's just inside city limits, there's only a certain amount of space for those kind of impenetrable surfaces. So I know this is an ongoing conversation. I appreciate that we're still having it. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Caleb Creed.
Hi, folks. I'm Caleb Creed. I'm from Ward 5. I'm not confident that after that long presentation, a lot of which I couldn't hear, I'm not confident that I know the exact details of this. I will say this, that this money's coming from sales tax money, which means it's coming from everybody in the entire city, right? And including poor people who don't got a lot of money and who do a lot of buying in comparison to their income, meaning, there's a lot of poor people putting money into the fund that's going to fund this. And as long as we're I think it's awesome to have such excellent advocacy for this. There was advocates for here today saying, what a problem it is. But there are a lot of people, as you know, in the sort of small enclaves of poverty across Norman that don't have similar kinds of advocacy. And what I'm asking for, because I don't have the technical expertise to know what was just presented, I think it sounded like people did, but what I'm advocating for is that you commit to using that expertise to equitably solving water problems. And that's about as much as I can say.
Thank you.
Cynthia Rogers.
Hi, Cynthia Rogers, Ward 4. So great discussion. I think I have more questions now than when I researched this question, this issue. I always feel like we're not really ready to have it on the agenda if there are so many questions about the project, and I'm not really sure where you can go from here, but a few comments. One, it's absolutely astounding that there can be no recourse for engineering problems. Can we not have some kind of a surety bond so that people can be held responsible, HOAs or whatever? That seems like something we absolutely knew. Second, I was astounded by Mr. Scanlon's statement that the HOA has not been approached, because I thought I heard that they refused to contribute. So I don't know what the fact of the matter is there. Third, I really think we should hesitate about using public money to correct infrastructure or put in infrastructure on privately owned property. I think there's a serious breach and serious concern about how that could go. Now, setting that aside, a public-private match would be a good thing, and I truly appreciate Mr. Scanlon's offer to contribute. I personally would be satisfied if the private homeowners were contributing something, or the HOA. And the final thing, I have 1 minute and 24 seconds left. The final thing is that this is really new territory for the city. And I feel like if we're going to start new territory, that we should have a broader discussion about the rules, the regulations, which projects get picked, which project staff spends time writing up grants for. And then finally, yay for staff for finding a way to leverage a 75-25% grant. So we get federal money, 75% of this project. But I do feel like private owners need to contribute. So thank you, Mr. Scanlon, for the offer. Maybe we can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda Franklin. Is Amanda coming? No? Jessica Gwinner? Mary Frances, you've already spoke. You've already spoken. You've already spoken, and you can only speak one time. No, I'm sorry, Amanda Franklin, and she's not here, so Jessica Gwinner.
Hello all, good evening. Jessica Gwinner from Ward 3. Some of these are echoed in questions that may have already been asked. However, I think it's very pertinent that we reflect on those same questions, but then also get clarification. I don't know about you all, but some of the answers didn't seem to actually clarify. It provided more questions. So, first of all, which neighborhood project stormwater has actually been completed and that was actually successful? It sounds like that we have helped Cambridge Place and Cambridge, but the city may have failed in actually getting the job done because they're still having issues. Or is it the engineers that have failed in that completed project? We're still talking about it many years.
We're talking about the Vineyard right now.
Yes. So, okay, then what has been the consequences for the engineer that made the very expensive miscalculation? That was found recently, or it's been several years, and there's not an answer thus far other than he could lose his license. I'm not sure what actual consequences have come about that. What guarantees not having to deal with that miscalculation again? We need to have assurance that our city officials have learned the lesson and ensure that our tax dollars are invested in the very best engineers. This is one homeowner. We understand HOA may not take part in needing to fund part of this problem. However, since it is on one person's land, it is private property. Is that not something that has been approached as well? Flood insurance does exist, but also that water floods. If you're near any water and there's more water, it floods. So not sure why that hasn't necessarily been talked about. How often has each neighborhood actually flooded due to stormwater issues? So taking that amount and seeing what we can do with that. And have any of the homeowners added flood insurance to be able to try to help protect their home in the near future and not just say, city can foot the bill. So those are all of my questions and some things for you guys to consider when trying to help Vineyard, or really be looking at other projects that have also needed to be done for a long time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Turner. Are you here? Laura Turner. Jessica Underwood. Hasn't been here at previous. Philip Sipe.
Greetings. Philip Sipe, Ward 7. Similarly to Mr. Creed earlier, I don't feel like I have the technical expertise to make a specific comment on what may or may not be wrong here. I share a similar concern to him and to Dr. Rogers, so I don't want to reiterate and waste everyone's time when we have a full and robust discussion ahead of us. So I don't really have anything added to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robbie Wan. She was on the list.
Hello, my name is Robbie Wanning, and I live in Cambridge Place. And I have to tell you, my heart goes out to Mr. Scanlon and the people in his area. But I'm here for a purely selfish reason, I guess. In Cambridge Place, we flood pretty much every time it rains. So I have to echo Mr. Scanlon's propensity for being afraid every time you hear that there's rain in the forecast. So I would really like that project looked at. And as far as the issues with Mr. Scanlon's area, I do buy flood insurance. I shouldn't have to. I don't live in a floodplain, don't live near water, shouldn't have to. So I appreciate you all giving me the time to come here. And so I think I speak on behalf of some of the other people who flood, who are underwater every time pretty much it rains. We've flooded since April 28th of 2021, and it's not fun to have to go clean that filth out of your garage or see your neighbors with all their furniture out in the yard trying to dry it out. So anything that you all can do to help, I'd appreciate it. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Are there any comments from council regarding this item? Councilor Patron.
Okay. So I guess this is where I'm at with it, is I don't feel like this is, I think all the questions that have been raised, even by the public, and this is their dollars, it's not ready. We need to have some sort of understanding up here if this is the new normal and nobody seems to be willing to commit to that, and I don't understand why. If we're gonna do it from here on out, then say that, just like Ms. Juan just asked for us to do. She's saying, okay, well, I don't live in the Vineyard, but we're having to dry out our furniture every single time it rains. This isn't something that we can just do for one and not do for the rest. And it just sounds to me like no one's willing to make that commitment. And then the second part of that is, if this does pass, HOAs, you might want to listen up, because apparently the loophole is that the pond isn't a quote-unquote common area of the HOA. So if it's not that, then it's not going to fall under the magic words of common area, and then perhaps the city can pick up the bill. I guess that's the way around the ordinance. Did I say that out loud? And so that's all I would say, is that we probably need to have something new like the surety bond or the impact fees, like what our residents have said tonight. And I would like to see us further discuss this at a later time. I would like to see, I'm not saying no, I mean, and I don't think we should as a body say, no, we're not doing that. In fact, I think we should say, yes, we're doing it for everyone. But we shouldn't be picking and choosing. That's where I'm at with it. So I will not be supporting this tonight, but I will be supporting the amendment to remove it. But it doesn't mean that if the grant is approved on the application, council can still, and I won't be here, it'll be the new council member. Council can at that point in time, you know, authorize the $785,000 or whatever. But to me, it's an equity issue, and there are people in my ward just like there are people in Ward 6 and every other ward up here that are flooding. So I think we need to treat people equally.
Thank you. Councilman?
Yeah, go ahead.
I agree with Allison on this. I'm not willing to support this on the budget this year unless we do get the funding for it. Then I think it can come back up for council, like we said, and be re-voted on and decided at that time. We have neighborhoods all over this city that are flooding. We have, and my heart does go out to you. I feel really bad that your home is flooding and that you have to live in that kind of junk. But we have to start holding our developers accountable in this city. And we have an entire 400-acre Potts farm that sits at the edge of our city that is being ruined because of these types of issues. So I think that we need to look at this differently as a city. And I don't think that using tax dollars to 100%, well, to 25% fund this is acceptable. I feel like if we are going to hold other wards and other neighborhoods accountable for flooding issues, then these people in this neighborhood should also be willing to help support and pay for some of these issues. I'm also shocked, as Cynthia Rogers said, that Mr. Scanlon stated that nobody had been approached by the HOA, and we were told Tuesday that in fact they had been. So once again, some misrepresentation had happened previously. So at this time, I'm going to support that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Holman?
Thank you. I definitely appreciate all the comments and questions from my colleagues and from the public, and especially our staff taking the time to clarify and answer all of our questions. These are very complicated matters that the council has to deal with sometimes. This is not a very attractive issue to most people. It's not very exciting. Some might even think it's boring, but it is part of the everyday operations of a city. And from my perspective on this particular issue, I am viewing it as a piece of our entire stormwater system is having a problem. I don't really necessarily, where it's at is not the issue to me. It could be anywhere in the city if there's a stormwater issue. I've long said that stormwater was the city's #1 physical structural problem. And we don't have a dedicated funding source to address it. We're one of the only cities in the state that does not have a dedicated funding source for this type of thing. I think this particular situation is pretty unique, as we've seen with the private property piece, the public easement piece, and the opportunity that hasn't existed before to receive grant money to address this. This particular grant, unlike some others we've considered in the past, is not one that requires us to dedicate funding next year and the year after and the year after. So we've turned down some grants this past year that required the city to obligate future budgets increasingly year by year to meet that grant. This one is not that. This one is a one-time grant that could help us fix one of the big issues that we're dealing with. It may not be a big issue to certain folks if you don't live in that neighborhood, if it doesn't impact you, but that's kind of the attitude that we've seen in regard to stormwater in general in this city is my street doesn't flood or my neighborhood doesn't flood, so why should I deal with any other part of the city that's having a problem? And I feel like if we viewed all of the problems in the city that way, then nobody's issues would ever get addressed. We would all only care about ourselves and our own street and our own piece of property on that street. But to me, part of living in a city is that we're a community and our collective resources help to take care of the collective infrastructure that we all use. So maybe you don't live on Main Street downtown, but maybe you go eat at a restaurant down there sometimes, or maybe the school where your kid goes has flooding issues. You know, those types of things can impact you in so many different ways. And from my perspective, I really do appreciate the concerns. And based on the fact that staff mentioned that if we get approved for the grant, this still would have to come back to council to accept. If we don't get approved for it, then the council would have to then decide, do we want to allocate this full amount of funding to address those problems? And the consensus I've kind of gathered is that we may not want to do that. If we don't get a grant for this, the city council and the public may not have the appetite to spend $745,000 to address this one problem. But I'm willing to support, I'm not going to support this amendment because I am willing to go forward and see if we can get this grant or not. And then we'll be back here, whether we get it or not, to make another decision about this particular project. And maybe during that time, the HOA can have a discussion about this grant opportunity, that this is an opportunity to address this problem for the lowest cost that we'll ever see. My big concern is that if we don't do anything, because we've got other projects everywhere else, so we don't do this one, what happens? It just doesn't get done, and it just becomes worse and more expensive to fix at a later date. So those are the concerns and the thoughts that I've had about this particular issue. I don't live in the Vineyard. I live on the complete opposite side of the city, actually. But there's flooding problems in my part of town that I've mentioned before that I hope the rest of the city is going to be willing to help address at some point. Many people see the intersection of Lindsay and Elm Street on the TV, on the news, whenever it rains in Norman, or when it rains in the metro. They always use that footage of people canoeing through the intersection as an example. And I'm hoping that at some point, Norman residents will collectively help my part of town fix that problem. So I know a lot of people drive on Lindsay Street. So I think the concerns raised by my colleagues are extremely valid. They are valid reasons to not support this project. But my evaluation of it has led me to a different conclusion, and I'm not going to support the amendment, and I do hope we're able to address and fix this particular problem and then move on to the next one after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Peacock.
I just want to quickly second Councilmember Holman's thoughts. I share the exact same.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hall.
I just want to briefly say that, this is the business that we deal with day in and day out. And we do have to, unfortunately, treat each project as it comes to us because we do not have a comprehensive stormwater utility in place. So I also will be not supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember. I will briefly say, if you remember in that presentation, that my name was listed there as Councilmember Clark because this was the first HOA meeting that I had. So I assure you, the HOA was well aware about this. So sorry, former Councilmember Scanlon, but that was, again, my first issue. And I don't want those residents, and again, all of Norman, because we have a chance, as you said, to fix this project, to be punished because I worked really hard to get that $30,000 to fund that project. And now Cambridge Place is in the exact same place. They just said they're working on other neighborhoods. So it isn't a one-time thing. It is a grant opportunity, and we'd be crazy not to take it. So I would urge all of my colleagues to please vote no on this amendment. The motion on the floor is to amend the budget to decrease capital fund allocations by $753,600 for Vineyard Addition Flood Control Project. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been. The motion fails by a vote of 3 to 6. Voting in favor, Councilmember Studley, Councilmember Nash, Councilmember Patron.
Thank you. And with that, we are going to take a 10-minute break.
Hello? Guys? If I can have your attention for just a minute. Before we get started again, really hurts my ears. Sorry. Before we get started again, I was just going to kind of read. We're going to start with those that are opposing the next amendment. So I'm going to read down like the first 10 names. If you guys will kind of get ready. Jeff Casillas, Stacy Clement, Mike Charbonneau, sorry if I messed that up, Chad Vincent, Denise Sober, Gary Hopkins, Vicki Smith, Alyssa Edmondson, John Barber, Daniel Munson. I'll stop right there for now. Are we on 13? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Well, let me start over. I'm on the wrong item. So we are on Amendment 10.
I didn't know when to jump in on that one, Brenda.
Could have just like whacked. Okay, so for this one, it will be Denise Sober, John Barber, Rashard Torello, Nicole Kish, Alexander Torvey, Kelly Lynn, Sasan Magadam, Robert McGee, Teresa Borum, and I'll stop right there, and that's for those not supporting the amendment, and we'll go on from there if time allows.
All right, I know that we had two more.
I don't know why I turned to that. I think that was, is that my water?
All right, thank you for your continued attention and following of the decorum rules. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Foreman for amendment number 10.
I move to increase general fund allocations to the City Council Department budget by $1 million for a pilot participatory budgeting program.
Second.
Are there any public comments regarding the amendment? And that was the list we just kind of started. So
We'll start with those opposed. Denise, you're first.
Denise Sober, Ward 7. Thank you, Mr. Holman. For the last several years, you guys have all sat on the dais and explained the shortcomings of the general fund. You've made extremely hard decisions and priorities about how to allocate your constituents' tax dollars. You spend time discussing it with community members, your constituents, and our key players in our city government. You were voted in, and you were entrusted to represent us residents in Norman. I applaud your willingness to do this. It is a difficult job. Very little thank yous, and your money is incredible. But it's for this reason and a plethora of other reasons that I think this amendment is a terrible idea and honestly a joke. First, do we have $1 million to play with? I think that's a very real question we should ask. Do we have $1 million to play with? And if so, please remind me why we couldn't afford the grant for the SROs, or why we are going to discuss removing $500,000 from the police here in a couple of minutes. Just like I teach my teenagers, we can all have things we want, but we must prioritize. This amendment is simply a way to appease a small group of residents. What will be the process for this community to decide? How will you ensure that this isn't handed over to special interest groups? Before we fund something, we should have a process and procedure in place. It's not just a terrible idea, there's simply no plan to this. We hold our council members to a standard, and I believe that bare minimum would be to ask that we have a process and procedure in place before we throw $1 million out at a pilot initiative. Are you fiscally responsible with my tax dollars? This vote's going to let me know. Please vote no.
thank you.
Good evening, John Barber, Ward 8. I'd like to say the concept of the mission, this amendment is pretty neat, but I'm going to have to say I'm against it. The city has bills that they need to pay. For example, the citizens voted in for the senior citizen, the EOC, and all those things, and they still haven't been built yet. I think we need to take care of what we already got in plan before we start putting money in other places. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Hall, I yield my time.
Nicole Kish?
Hi, I'm Nicole Kish. I'm an optometrist here in the city of Norman, and I pay a lot of taxes to this city, and I would really like a say in how money is spent, and you are elected as our representatives. And I don't think just $1 million free-for-all is a good idea. I think it needs to be looked at, it needs to be voted on, it needs to be something that we have a plan for. That's a lot of money.
Thank you.
Alexander Torvey? Kelly Lynn, you follow, oh, there you are. You follow him.
Alexander Torvey from Ward 6. I am here this evening in opposition to this amendment. I am requesting that this amendment be tabled until Norman residents have had an ample opportunity to research and understand what participatory budgeting is and what its origins are. There was no proper public notice from Councilmember Foreman, a social media post with a quote, "We breathe life into them with cold hard cash, and this is a great social experiment." Councilmember Foreman did not present prepared documents detailing her findings and a detailed plan for implementation. For implementation, the only direction given was a statement, "Watch this video." Are we to assume this video from the New York City pilot program is Councilmember Foreman's detailed plan? I watched this video. It caused me to pause for a moment when I heard a quote from a constituent from New York City say, "We don't want rich people in our community." What does a statement like this have to do with budgeting and spending taxpayer revenues? After watching this video, I realized that participatory budgeting is just another way to say wealth redistribution. I took the liberty to print off the New York City Council rule book for this program, along with a little bit of research. One, participatory budgeting was developed in Brazil by a socialist government in 1989. Why would we even consider implementing a socialist program in Norman, Oklahoma? New York City Council rulebook also states districts should recruit delegates and facilitators who represent the district demographics. Does this mean they keep the community segregated? Norman is nothing like New York City. Also, delegates and facilitators can be as young as 11 years old or in the 6th grade and are eligible to vote on these proposals, as also are unregistered and non-U.S. citizens. It lists potential proposals these delegates can develop. They are as follows: transportation, public safety, and education, to name a few.
Three, Kelly Lynn, Ward 3. Good evening, council. I'll pick up where Mr. Torvey left off. He's saying a lot of things I want to say. We are nothing analogous to New York City. This came from a PBS video. If you watch this video, it shows that they're allowing illegal immigrants and felons to vote on this, to decide where this is. It's put together like a science project, a science fair, where they come by and say, hey, these are our ideas. There is nothing that has been put together for this. This is just arbitrary at this point to say, hey, this is a good idea. Let's throw $1 million at this. $1 million of our taxpayer money just coming out of thin air, I guess, while we have all these other things that we have on this agenda tonight. $500,000 from the police, the things that we've taken from the past. If we have this kind of money, why are we taking money away from these other programs? There's other money coming up here. There's millions of dollars that we will decide, and I'll be a part of that decision as well as Rashar. Coming up next month, when we start talking about the federal money coming in, you want to do something like this, put together a plan. Don't just throw an idea out and say, hey, this is a good idea. Put together some factual, statistical information and say, hey, this is what I propose and this is how we're going to do it. Just doing something off a PBS video from New York seems like insanity. We're not New York. We're not this place. We are Norman, Oklahoma. That's it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not yet. I got out of order. Robert McGee. He said take his name off.
I'm sorry. Here, did you say Chris?
Not yet. Sorry. Robert McGee and Teresa Borum.
I've thought about this and realized it's not right for 3 reasons. I think it'll be too easy for radical groups to use it for their personal agendas. Second, I don't know if this is correct. Correct me if I am wrong. I was told that the ARPA funding would be used in this in some way. And if it is going to be used, it's not what the purpose of that was for. It was designed to help citizens and businesses who have lost income and to help the city replace funding due to loss of tax revenue. It is not for starting new endeavors. And the third reason I have a problem with this is you say that you don't have the funding for the police. You had to take money away from them to fund other endeavors. And you're starting a brand new endeavor with ARP money that is designed to fund city services that have lost revenue because of taxes. If you're going to use ARP money, then you should refund the police, put the money back in, just like so many other cities have done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Lowry. Kathy, I see her. We may be able to get one more after Kathy, and that would be Cameron Smith. So if you're here, stand by.
Good evening. I'm Kat Lowry, Ward 3. Sorry, I have a very loud voice. I am asking that you vote against this amendment because of the sheer magnitude of the money. However, when I did some research, I noticed that what they did to compile the money was they took 4.2% of the general budget. Well, if we took 4.2% of the general budget and then divided it by 8 and gave 1/8 to Ward 6 for a pilot to try it out, see if it works like a real experiment, then maybe we could, kind of go forward and do something positive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Cameron Smith. I'm from Ward 5. Just like many of my other citizens have brought up, one of the things that I've noticed with this is I really haven't seen many of the proposals for a lot of these types of things, and maybe they're provided in other scenarios or other meetings and stuff like that. But I would think oftentimes we're going to allocate, $500,000, $1 million, $700,000. I noticed within the different items on the agenda, we had multiple attachments. I didn't see any attachment for what the actual plan was. I have to, brief stuff for a lot of other stuff for my job that I do on the civilian side. And, I've asked for $1 million, $500,000 for other things. A lot of times when we do that, or when I've done that, I've had to provide a slide deck, a proposal, a plan to say, hey, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do with $1 million. And if I thought that, you're going to provide that and you're going to ask for that for us to fund that, especially something new, I would like to be able to see that. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bruce Parker. Yeah. We may be able to squeeze one more. Danny Legg.
Bruce Parker, Ward 2. Just a couple of things observing this proposal. First of all, it's legitimizing a government slush fund. This is not money for buddies. This is, you guys are supposed to be professionally managing the city's finances. This is government at its worst.
Thank you.
Is Danny Legg here? Oh, there she is.
Hi, Danny Legg, Ward 5. From what I can tell, this is $1 million you're asking for. And it is, in all shapes and forms, a sludge fund. The entire nation is looking at Norman, the city of Norman, and what they do tonight. This is not a very good appropriation of this money at this time.
Thank you.
Gary Barksdale. Maybe one more, and that would be Linda Howard if she's here.
Hello, I'm Gary Barksdale, Ward 8. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come up here and share with you tonight. Participatory budgeting. As Mr. Torrey mentioned a moment ago, it originated in Brazil, a socialist country. Now, currently there are only 33 U.S. municipalities participating in this program. We already have a budget process in place to look at what we spend and how we spend it. My God, we just spent 2 hours talking about specific $740,000 for a specific project in the Vineyard. And yet you propose that we have $1 million just to have out there. Now, this is simply a method for a few vocal, radicalized groups to take that $1 million hostage. And I share those sentiments with my councilman, who also agrees that this is money that can simply be nothing but hijacked by radicalized groups in our town. The council is currently elected to represent the people in the budget. That's what you're elected to do. You're elected to represent us in the budget. And to allow money for just free-for-all grab at by radicalized groups in our town it's going to be a failed experiment. By way of experimentation, I'm really not happy about the fact that Norman has been expressed by certain members of the council as an experiment. We're not an experiment, we're people. And we deserve to be represented, and our views deserve to be represented. Stop experimenting on us. Boston, New York City, Cambridge, Los Angeles, Portland, Chicago, Phoenix, they've all implemented this program. Are we any of those cities? No, we're not. We're the people of Norman, and the people of Norman ask you to please shoot this down. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure there'll be lots of comments we're always excited about, so let's please keep the clapping to nothing.
Is Linda Howard here? One more time, Linda Howard. Norman Tooley. Oh, excuse me, Lee Greenleaf. I haven't seen Lee tonight. I don't.
Feels like the price is right.
Mr. Tooley.
Come on down. What is his name?
Madam Mayor, council members, citizens, good evening. I don't think I'm going to say anything that hasn't already been said or you don't know, but there have been several significant things in the recent past that are going to have very big impacts on not just Oklahoma, but everyone. One has been the tremendous spending that has occurred because of COVID-19. Trillions and trillions of dollars have been spent. They've been sort of vague about how that's going to affect taxes, but I expect that the taxes are going to go up. Secondly, from personal experience, I was recruited to come out here to work in the oil and gas industry. The bottom fell out of the oil and gas industry, and as far as I could tell, it has not really recovered here in Oklahoma. That affects Oklahoma more than most states because that one product funds thousands of jobs. In addition to that, the current administration has basically killed the pipeline and is very much antagonistic to oil and gas jobs, which is going to further impact revenue. So the economists right now are using a scary word, hyperinflation. We're expecting this is going to happen this year and probably for the years after. So I think that it behooves all of us to think fiscally conservatively at this point, to really look carefully at how money is spent, and then to make sure that we can make it through the year. Just in this last year, we had an ice storm, we had a hailstorm. I don't know how much that impacted the city budgets, but those are things that you need that money for a lot of things. Now, while it may be desirable to spend money on things like this program, I find it a little vague. There's no real way to pinpoint what the money's going to be spent on, especially when things may come up that are urgent and that because of a decreased tax revenue and other reduced income that comes in, you may need that money for other things. So I ask you to carefully think about that and vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. All the time is up for those in opposition. I will say there were an additional 7 people that signed up to speak in opposition to this that were not able to. And I'll try to give you that number on each one so you can kind of see exactly at least how they signed up. So now we're moving on to those in support of the amendment. We'll start with Amanda Franklin, and then Thomas McFarland, Jake Allen.
Hello, my name is Amanda Franklin. I live in Ward 4. Councilmember Foreman, thank you for proposing this. As you know, we had 2 public budget hearings before this, which none of these folks showed up to, or they would know that the public were asking for participatory budgeting, and you listened to us. And propose this amendment. So I thank you for doing that, and I support this. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Going forward, let's make sure that comments are directed to the council.
Good evening, Council. I'm Tom McFarland in Ward 5. I would also like to thank you for bringing up this amendment. As mentioned, this was something that came up in other meetings. And, and something I noticed early on into this, we were talking about I was hearing a lot of kind of waxing nostalgic from the council regarding the way that there used to not be very many people showing up to these meetings. And, I've lived in a lot of other small cities across the Midwest, and I can definitely attest that that is typically the case in city council meetings in the Midwest and in these kind of areas, and especially when things pertain to the budget. And you are very correct. The last issue, we had a whole lot of discussion on it, and that is the kind of work that these meetings are. That's why participatory budgeting is such a fantastic tool. It's a way of bringing the community into that fold so that you don't just have meetings with two people sitting in them and you're really not accomplishing much in so much as like a community discussion. So I think this is fantastic. I think it has a lot of capability of bringing folks into that fold every day, not just on some day when it's some kind of culture war issue that folks want to get riled up about. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jake. I recently moved from Ward 4 to Ward 7, but I just wanted to voice my support for this amendment because, like people have said before, participatory budgeting has been something that members of the community have been asking for when they attend the meetings. And I think it is a way to genuinely allow for the voters to have more a democratic way to be involved in the budget. I think, actually getting our voice is a great way to be, to voice what we want changed. If people want to send more money to the police, they could voice that in the participation, in the budgeting, and other members of the community can accurately voice what their needs are, and I think this is a great way to do that. I think $1 million is a wonderful amount to do that because there's a lot of problems in the community that need to be addressed in different ways. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes those in support. So now I'm going to move into those that registered as they were unsure of whether they supported it or opposed it. Daniel Munson, and then Crystal Wines will be after Mr. Munson. We have 12 minutes and 26 seconds left.
This one was a tough one for me. I like creative thinking. I just think the timing on this wasn't right for me. I think if we're in a situation where we had like a large budget surplus, and if we looked at maybe doing something like this where we really set some solid parameters around it, I think this could be a really neat thing for our community to do. So I'm not taking the point where I hate this, because I don't. I really like the creative thinking on that. So thanks for bringing that forward. There's two areas that I want this money to go to, though. And the first one is to fund a public safety study. So I think that's what the city of Norman is really missing. And so I did a little research, and the NFPA says we should have 1.51 firefighters per 1,000 people. And so that means that we should have 189 firefighters on staff. And the governing.com says a population with the city of 100,000 to 200,000 people should have 15.9 officers per 10,000 people. And so the city of Norman should have 199 sworn police officers. According to EMS World, we should have one ambulance for every 21,000 citizens. So the ambulance count in Norman, Oklahoma should be about 6. So all these statistics for public safety, they only include the population. They don't include the jurisdiction. They don't include services provided, and they don't include I lost my place here, I'm sorry, the response times. And so the city of Norman is the 4th largest jurisdiction in America for cities with a population of 125,000 to 150,000. And that's a lot of ground for us to cover. And so I'd like our public safety officials to be able to do that effectively with the right resources. The second thing I'd like for us to consider is to purchase 325 East Comanche Street. I looked for the assessor record on that, and I wasn't able to find it, but I think we could probably purchase that for $250,000, and that would help our homeless population. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Crystal Wines.
Hi, I'm Crystal Wines, Ward 3. I did sign up as unsure because, to be honest, I had no idea what this was. I just knew that I needed to at least sign up and say, and look into things, and if I wanted to speak on it, then I would. After looking into it, I had a lot of questions. There was not a plan, there weren't any details, like people have said before, so I'm not really against alternative programs or trying something different. But right now, we have just come out of a pandemic. Many people and businesses are still struggling. And from earlier discussions, there are obvious problems with errors in the budget. So whether it's extra money or missing money or whatever, that's a problem. So wondering when the last audit was, because we're obviously not in a financial position to be doing any experiments with lots of money. So I think allocating $1 million to an experimental program when our city is already in a financial crunch is completely irresponsible. We need to know where it's coming from, what the plan is, what the details are going to be. So I just ask you all to vote no on that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mary Francis? And after Mary is Michael Blanc, and then Jessica Underwood, who I don't think is here.
Yes, I'm Mary Francis from Ward 7, and I appreciate the council member Foreman for sending out the information on this and proposing this. The city budget created by city staff has historically not included input from the very citizens who pay the taxes to support this budget. Several other communities have done this, and they successfully worked with the citizens together to create a satisfactory budget. And so I do support this.
Thank you.
Michael Blanc? Is Alan Hatcher here? I believe I called his name last time and he wasn't here. Okay.
Hello, Michael Blanc, Ward 2. I put down unsure because I'm kind of lukewarm. In general, I love the idea of having more public input on the budget, and in general, I think that can only be a good thing. I think that, despite some of the concerns we've heard tonight, to me, that just sounds like giving people more control over how their taxpayers' dollars are spent is, in general, like on balance, is always going to be more democratic than not. And I think that's the way that we should lean towards in our city, making sure that people are able to participate at every turn. And I will say, as someone who's come to a lot of city council meetings and participated in multiple city council events, way back, even when we were talking about our definition for high density housing, right? Yeah, like I remember like having the round table discussions, and that's the kind of participation that we should have and should want to have, especially when it comes to the most, if we're being honest, most political thing that happens in our town, which is the budget, because budgets aren't just the way you allot dollars and cents, they're moral documents. And they show the priorities of a community, and they really are kind of the beating heart, especially of local government. So in general, I'd say that I like the approach. The reason I put unsure was because I had concerns over, for example, how that million would get cut up, right? If every ward gets the exact same amount to play with, and this is all capital funds from what I understand from the budget hearing study session last week, if I remember correctly, and I could be wrong on that. But if it's, I think that's a good idea because it's an equal way to cut that money up and divide it between wards. But then there's also the question of, when we talk about equity, there's also the question of the landscape of need is not necessarily the exact same in every single ward. So you might have some wards that could use more capital investment than others. And so For me, I love the idea of participatory budgeting. I think we should strive as a community to always try to be more democratic of the way we run things. But also tonight, on a practical note as well, you know, there are things that I also want to see funded in town, just like everybody else. And if it turns out at the end of the day we end up not voting for this particular model, while I would love us to still pursue participatory budgeting, and I am very grateful that it was brought to the floor, if it turns out that this doesn't pass this evening, there are other things that I would like to still see funded with some of those funds. And so, so again, I'm very glad we had this discussion. I think this is, in general, a good way for us to start moving in our community. But again, I also understand that, you know, especially considering the capital nature of some of these one-time investments, right? It's going to be, those are going to be hard things to course out. So once again, thank you for my comment. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes those that have signed up. You did have an additional, she's not here. You did have an additional 3 people sign up, or 4 people sign up as unsure, and 3 more people sign up as a no that did not speak.
Thank you. Are there any comments from council regarding the amendment? Councilmember Foreman.
Okay, so this, I think, is very misunderstood, and what you think you should do with that $1 million. You all want to say fund the police department. That is participatory budgeting. You've requested this. We don't have dedicated funding for that. It's never going to happen, sort of thing. So I'm on the receiving end of the public's emails. You all are not. And I have requests come all the time. I have a constituent who has medical health issues, and there is not a bus stop in sight. And all of his stuff is now at the Healthplex on the other side, and he has requested a bus stop. His doctors have sent me information about all his health illnesses and why he needs a bus stop, and it dies. We don't do it. I have people that say there's a high crime area, there's not enough lighting. Can you put lighting in? Do we do it? No. Because we don't have dedicated funding. So it has been a year of very frustrating things for me. And one thing that is very immovable is getting staff to do these things because we don't have dedicated funding. So this is my attempt at trying to get dedicated funding. In my mind, for Ward 6, a bus stop is $5,000. We don't have bus stops in Ward 6. We could put in a lot of bus stops for my constituents. I see mothers push strollers through mud where we have gaps in sidewalks. We have to wait until it gets developed. Well, I don't like that, and we are taxpayers, and we're having to wait for a developer to do something to put in a sidewalk. It's these types of things that don't get done that we can do with these funds. It's not redistribution of wealth. It's not a slush fund. What was some of the other stuff? I mean, you could call it radical sidewalks. I don't know if that's how you feel about it, but all it is putting in the hands of the voters and saying, what do you want to do? Because you'd come to us all the time with requests, and we can't do it for you. We cannot do a public safety study. We don't have dedicated funding for it. We can't do these things. So this is my attempt at trying to give to the public what it is that they want, what you all see in our community that we don't necessarily see as council members because you all live amongst it and come to us, and that's all I'm trying to do. I did not watch a PBS video and just come up with this on my own. I'm a graduate student. I'm getting a master's in public administration. In my own frustration with dealing with staff, and then in my public financial management class, we talked about this, and I thought, oh, this would be really good for the public. Everybody wants a say in the budget. Everybody wants to tell council what to do with the money, but we're not doing it. So this was just my way of trying to give that to the public. That's all. It's not nefarious, not anything like that. If council shoots it down, I hope that we revisit it in the future because I think this is very important for the public, but that is my whole intention behind it. Thank you.
Councilmember Hall.
I just wanted to thank Councilmember Foreman for bringing this forward. I know she's really looked into it. I know she's also responded to many residents here in Norman who have brought this up as a concept to explore with our budget hearings that we've just held. I myself think it's a very interesting concept. I think it's something that bears more investigation and research because we are lacking a process. I think we all understand that. And so for me personally, I would like to see us definitely continue to pursue this, do our due diligence, develop a process. I'm not sure we're ready to fund this tonight, but I definitely want to use the structures that we have in place on City Council to start really moving through this like we do other new ideas, new creative ideas that we bring forward. So I'm in full support of exploring the concept and getting it ready to, see how we actually want to do it. We had a pretty robust discussion last week about, is it something that we would want to divide up by ward? It would be a community project, but I think this is an opportunity for the increased interest that we're seeing and the energy that we're seeing about people wanting to have a voice in budgeting. And I am absolutely in favor of some kind of private pilot project to see what's it going to take to put this together, how is it going to be rolled out, how are we going to get everybody to participate. I know we've talked about, is it something that we bring to the vote of the people? Is it something more organic in neighborhoods, within wards? I think there's just a lot of details to be worked out, but I'm committed to getting it ready to see how we want to fund it.
Thank you. Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. I also appreciate Councilmember Foreman bringing this forward. We have heard in multiple budget hearings, people ask about this particular thing. I think the idea of having a dedicated budget, specifically, we've talked about this for years actually, councils have, about having dedicated budgets for their wards to address certain issues like a missing sidewalk or something at the park. Those types of things, small issues generally, that wouldn't have to go through the entire legislative process to get approved, but through the ward, through the council member, through the public, through some public meetings like that. The regular budget hearings are a different format. They're set up in a way where the public can come and speak, but we can't respond to you and answer your questions right there because it's not on the agenda. And it's frustrating when people ask questions and we just have to stare at them, we can't answer. So the idea of being able to have different types of meetings where we invite the public, maybe it's individual wards together around a round table, so we're not sitting up here looking at you and you looking at us, where we're on the same level, and we talk about, I've got this X amount of dollars dedicated for Ward 7 issues. And that's not the way this is planned out. That's kind of what my idea of it would be, was that I could go to Ward 7 and say, I've got X amount of dollars that's dedicated just for Ward 7 stuff. We don't have to go through the other council members and these other issues that are going on in other wards. What type of issues in Ward 7 could we address with this funding and get those ideas back, and then one small piece at a time try to address them? That sounds really good to me, to have a system like that. Instead of coming to you and saying, I've got all these projects the city's got going on and I need your support at the ballot, going to the public and saying, hey, I've got X amount of dollars, what do you want to do with it? Sounds really good, and I've heard a lot of really good comments tonight for this and against it. At least I think the concerns raised are very valid about the lack of a plan or process. That we have heard people ask about, that we include this, but we haven't had a discussion really about what this would look like, how we would go about allocating these funds, how we would go about having these types of meetings. And so I do think those are very valid concerns. I would be very interested in potentially using, getting public feedback and then using the ARP funds to potentially fund this type of pilot program. I think one of the positives about it too is that to me it appears as an additional opportunity for the public to be involved. And I do agree with one of the statements from the public that any opportunity to get the public more involved is generally a good thing. And I see that as this being an additional opportunity for people to be involved. And like I said about the budget hearings. So In the end, I appreciate all the comments that have been presented about this particular issue. I do think it is a very good idea that the council does need to explore. I do not know if I will support this amendment as it is tonight, but I am interested in pursuing this type of a process through public feedback and potentially allocating funds to it in some way. So that's my position on it at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Studley.
I just want to say thank you, Foreman, for putting this up for vote. I think it is something that the community has been crying out for. And as a matter of fact, there have been several people in this community that have, outside of council, just gone to talk about the budget and what that looks like. So if we actually had some funds for them to make a difference for themselves, I think that that would be really beneficial for our community, for morale. And it's not just for radical groups, it's for everyone in this community to be a part in and to participate in. So thank you. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash.
Yes, there's a lot of opinions on, opposing opinions on this concept. People don't like that it's from New York City. Think it's a redistribution of wealth. Think it's coming from ARP money. They don't like that it's from Brazil and socialist. It's going to a slush fund, so on PBS, and hyperinflation is coming. Some of these fears I can't really put a lot of weight behind, but there were two concerns that stood out, and that's the lack of a plan and that we can't afford it. And I heard that on both sides of the the opinions here. I like this concept. I think it is a good opportunity to get more of the public involved, to give people that otherwise wouldn't have much of a voice in choosing how some of their taxpayer money is spent. It's not quite ready for prime time. I think a plan, perhaps one that's constructed during the retreat coming up, and it should be reproposed a little bit more thoroughly, and I think a lot of people could get behind it. But as it is, I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Schuler.
Hi, I'm going to echo some of the things that my fellow council members have said about this, but I want to thank Councilmember Foreman for putting this forward, for starting the conversation, kind of getting it on our radar, and listening to her constituents and listening to the public on what they're crying out for. And I think it is to be part of the budget and the conversation. I think that's why you all are here tonight. It's why we've had people show up to budget hearings the last several times that we've had them. And so I think that, I'm for this concept. I think that it's really can be very innovative. I think it's something that could be really great for involvement, as was said from my constituent about democracy and people being a part of this process. I think that's what we all want. Every single one of us sitting up here wants citizens to be more involved in what's going on and shaping what is happening with our city government and for our community. But I think for me, what it comes down to, like several of my fellow council members have said, is that as it stands tonight, we don't have a process. I think it's just too new. We're not there quite yet. I also would like to have us talk about this at the retreat. I'm interested in seeing what ARP funds might look like for this, and having those conversations. And developing a plan for the future. So I don't want this conversation to die tonight. I want this to continue, and I think that many of us feel the same way. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Patron.
Testing 1, 2. Thank you, Councilmember Foreman, for this idea and bringing it forward. I think that what she's trying to do is represent her ward. And when you're getting polar opposite opinions that are seemingly split on both sides, it gets difficult. And she was trying to put it back to you, to give the power to the ballot box. And I think that it's a brilliant idea. I don't think it's ready, but the fact we're talking about it is the biggest part of this. I mean, we're talking about it, and you all are talking about it, and that's the most important part, because there's just a few of us up here going to the ballot box and having a menu of ideas for your ward, and each ward is different. I mean, the issues that Ward 4 has, being, you know, the oldest infrastructure in the city, versus Ward 8 and having, you know, brand new development and, you know, in a large area of floodplain, it's just different. So it commonly feels like that your ward is the one that, I mean, I think it's human nature to feel like your ward is the one that's not getting the attention that it needs. And so I really do think that this has a great deal of validity to it, and I do hope that the council will discuss this in a very robust manner at the retreat, because you all really have an opportunity here to really reach out to your individual wards with some money to be able to answer those individual issues. I will tell you, my concern immediately with it was not the, I hadn't heard the Brazil socialism thing, but it was more, or the radicalized, or what, all of those different words. My concern with it being on this side of the dais has been that it feels like every time there is a heartfelt, genuine issue that comes to us individually, you know, they don't want to come down necessarily to the podium and pour their heart out about something that's intimate issue in their lives, that's a city issue. Those needs don't get met. It's the well-connected. Those needs get met. And it would be very nice for the council to be able to discuss those, you know, those menus of choices that you all have that are like kind in nature by sheer respect of living near one another and having the same types of issues. So I don't think that tonight will be the right time for me to support this, but again, I think that they'll be able to have some really great conversation at the retreat and really flesh out how that program would work. And I will be proposing an amendment later to try to answer some of those bus shelters, like the you know, punch list of things. Trash cans in the city parks. We do need to be budgeting some, like, even though that just came up in the last couple of days, it's not in the budget, but we can fund it. And so maybe this $1 million here in a little bit, we can, you know, do the benches and bus shelters and trash cans at the city parks, and the Wi-Fi seed money that we learned from COVID, and all the things that you all have come to us with, to start having that discussion later in an amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll be brief. I share the exact same concerns as Councilmember Nash. I think it needs a plan. It's worth exploring. But the resident that mentioned all the storms, you left out the windstorm and the snowstorm, the almost $100,000 in exotic animal. I mean, yeah, so I don't think we're in a place to go that big with no plan, but I'm very interested in pursuing it at the retreat. And I know we have committees that are literally designed to help address these things. So I look forward to seeing that discussion continue. The motion on the floor is to amend the budget to increase general fund allocations to the City Council Department budget by $1 million for a pilot participatory budgeting program. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been. Motion fails by a vote of 2 to 7. Voting in favor, Councilmember Studley and Councilmember Foreman.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to Councilmember Nash for amendment number 11.
I move to increase the general fund allocations to the police department by $6,000 for the acquisition of data analysis software.
Second.
Are there any public comments regarding the amendment?
Okay, we're going to start off with those in support of the amendment. I'll read down through a list so you can be prepared. John Barber, Daniel Munson, Teresa Boren, Cameron Smith, Gary Barksdale, Mary Francis, Katie Monroe. John's yielding. Okay, Daniel Munson.
Someone told me they'd give me 25 cents every time I spoke tonight, so gonna make about as much money as you guys are. Being able to measure data accurately is important for almost any profession. I work for a manufacturing company, and we use tools like this to reduce safety incidents and improve our production rates. I'm wondering if the data we collect could be shared with other cities for the purposes of identifying trends similar to the Benchmark Cities program. One trend that I'm interested in monitoring is the number of armed robberies happening at medical marijuana dispensaries. From the research that I've done, I've counted 8 armed robberies in the last 6 months in Oklahoma, which are slightly more than the number of bank robberies. Since the medical marijuana bill was passed in Oklahoma in 2018, Norman's went from 0 licensed medical marijuana businesses to 224. 67 of those are dispensaries. So I believe if we can start collecting and sharing this information with other cities, we might be able to start seeing trends in what days of the month armed robberies occur and what time of the day they occur. This information would be helpful to dispensary owners because they might consider increasing security during those times and days, and it might be helpful to the Norman Police Department so they can increase their patrols around those businesses during high-risk times. So thanks for bringing that forward.
Thank you.
Teresa Boren.
Maybe I can speak this time without stuttering. On October 13th, 2020, this council turned down a grant for $26,226 that would have provided this software as well as crowd management equipment and training for free. And you voted it down. You showed your complete lack of support for our officers and your complete lack of faith that they would only use the equipment if only necessary. Your refusal to provide equipment that could help save our officers and citizens if a dangerous situation ever arose astounds me. I want our police force to be prepared. I want them to have this software. This grant is still available. If you truly value, care, and support our police officers, you will reconsider this grant and get this program for free instead.
Thank you.
Cameron Smith. Gary Barksdale, you will follow Cameron.
Hello again. I have similar comments to this one as I did last time. I actually do IT work for a living. I purchase software all the time. I think I just spent $300,000 for some software for some stuff that I did on the civilian side. But one of the things that, and I'm not sure if this was put out separately, and I know that there were some comments that some of the other council members have put stuff out over Facebook, kind of like what these are, but I don't know if it's typical for that's what's considered like the official means of communication, right? As opposed to like if we're going to put something on a budget and we're going to vote on it and expect to have a, know what it is, and specifically like how did you get this $6,000? Was it requested from MPD? What was the budgeting process? Is this like an initial licensing cost? Is there a recurring cost? How is this licensed? Is it like per user, per desk? Like, we don't even know what the application is. I'm not saying that I would absolutely support doing this, but I think it would be helpful for the public to kind of think about, what is the way that we officially communicate to the public? And I don't know if Facebook's appropriate, right? But maybe try to put some of these proposals and attachments so that we have better insight to what these are actually doing. But thank you.
Thank you.
Gary? Mary Frances, you will follow him.
Hello again, Council, Mayor. Gary Barstow, Ward 8 again. I agree with this funding from Councilman Nash. It's interesting that this council shot down $26K that would have provided federal money free of strings that would have included this software in that package. That federal money is still available if we want to apply for it, provided that the fear-mongers aren't bringing up this riot gear and militarization of the police scare tactics. So the city of Norman rejected $26K, yet this $6,000 is coming from our general budget. Where is the accountability for this money when we're going to be taking $6K out of our general fund and rejecting $26K from the federal government in a grant? Okay? That makes no sense at all. Hence my first statement on Amendment 5 originally, that this city council budget needs to be audited by the state. A forensic budget needs to be put in place, because this is absolute insanity. $6,000 from the general fund when we're turning away $26,000 from the federal government. Okay, the naysayers threw the fear that threw the fear tactic at us that, oh my gosh, they're going to have riot gear, they're going to have militarization of police. I would much rather our police have riot gear and not need it than need it and not have it, which is one of the reasons why I practice my Second Amendment proudly. Back to blue.
Thank you.
Katie Monroe, you will follow Mary Frances.
Excuse me.
Quiet down, please.
Okay. I support this amendment because data and data analysis are the lifeblood of intelligent decision-making. That's simple. We need data, and especially the ability to analyze the data. Like our first speaker said, the trends. You need to find out a lot of things, and it requires the data. I support this amendment.
Thank you.
Katie Monroe?
I just love her, by the way. So I didn't really write down anything on this amendment. Didn't have a lot to say, but I will say that I support it because I believe that transparency was the thing that was in question that more or less brought all of us into this current situation. If we want to give funds to our data software, it's just going to increase the public's knowledge on what we're doing at the department. One of my supervisors put it best a few minutes ago, it will make it more digestible to the general public. So if you want to know what's going on, this is going to help that. If you're not for that, then I honestly don't know what else we can do for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're moving to those that are not supportive of the amendment. We'll start with Alan Hatcher. I feel like he hasn't responded. Okay. Michael Blanc, and then Amanda Franklin, Thomas McFarland, Jake Allen.
Hello again. Michael Blanc, Ward 2. So a couple things real fast. I do want to say that I think, yeah, it is important that we definitely upgrade our data processing. I mean, that's not a bad thing, right? Being able to have condensed data is not a negative issue for the town, right? But I think, but just like I kind of did before, I actually originally was one of the people who spoke out against our original grant way back when this was first floated. And the reason I did it that time was because I didn't like how many strings were attached to just getting our software upgraded. And as Councilmember Nash alluded to back during our study session from last week, there were a lot of strings attached. You know, I mean, federal dollars always come with some kind of stipulation. It's very seldom, unless it's a community development block grant, and even then, we had to be very careful how we ask for those things, right? $6,000 for software. I feel there, like we've said several times already tonight, there are lots of other things on our docket that deserve more funding. And when it comes to having digestible information, transparency is important, but I don't believe we're helpless as a city to make sure that we can read our own data. I feel like if we devote more time to making that data clearer to the public, surely we can do so. I mean, you can make digestible data even using Excel spreadsheets, you know? So now, obviously, better technology is better. I totally agree with that, but I also believe in our intrepid city staff to be able to find other incredible grants from other sources to fund such an upgrade. You know, we've seen tonight that our staff are dedicated to parsing out the best way of dealing with water runoff, where we're able to find a 75-25% match. That's incredible. If our staff can do that for such a specific FEMA-based project, I'm sure that they as well can put their talents and time towards finding $6,000 for software without it coming out from the general fund. So I deeply appreciate you guys. I look forward to the rest of the evening. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda?
Hello, my name is Amanda Franklin. I live in Ward 4. I do not support spending $6,000 on of general fund money on data analysis software for the police department. I do think that there are better things that we can spend money on. I'm not sure what the data analysis the current software looks like, but I know as citizens we don't get a lot of, you know, the police department hasn't been that forthcoming with data for us. So I don't know, I've seen some pretty basic analysis done by, you know, in Excel spreadsheets by citizens in the community. I know many of you have also seen the data I'm talking about. So I don't know, I do think that maybe we can do a better job with what we have currently and not spend $6,000 on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's Jessica Underwood is not here. Oh, Jake Allen, I'm sorry. Or Thomas McFarland, then Jake Allen. I'm getting tired.
Hello. Yeah, so I would like to echo a lot of the things that Mike mentioned about this amendment. I think he has a bit of a clearer understanding than I do. I also think a lot of folks were echoing that same list of concerns previously, and you yourself, Michael Nash, have done an excellent job of analyzing this data, providing a lot of this type of data to us. I mean, it's, as everyone else has mentioned, we have an enormous capacity for analyzing data among the city, and I can't conceptualize the idea of spending $6,000 on software. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, Jake Allen, Ward 7. I just wanted to say that my hesitation for this amendment is in putting the money directly to the police department. I think maybe there are ways, and I may not fully understand exactly what the data for analysis is, but I wonder if there are ways that other departments could do the analysis that might provide less of a bias or use the data gathered to justify certain things, or yeah. I think there has been, I'm gonna stop talking because I don't want to get jeered at. You guys, I'll be up again later, so have a nice night.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all this.
Do we have them? Sure. Sure. Okay. All right, stay with us. We're only on number 11. All right, are there any comments from council regarding this item? Councilmember Nash?
Yes, back in October, there's the grant that everybody's familiar with that was rejected by the council for data analysis software and riot gear and training. That grant had a lot of strings attached to it. Some parts of it made some people uncomfortable. Ultimately, it got rejected. The data analysis software, though, yes, the data is already made available in raw format, but in that raw format, the only people that can make use of it are people that are accustomed to analyzing data, taking those files and importing them into Excel. Not everybody knows how to use Excel. This software will make that information more available to everyone so that we don't have to rely on individuals in the community to tell us what's going on. Because we can't always trust those individuals in the community to tell us what's going on. But with this, we don't have to. Everybody can see what's going on, and we can clear up a lot of the uncertainty on outcomes that makes a lot of people uncomfortable. And there's a lot of some of the hesitation that people have had are that it's going to the police department, that it's coming from the general, $6,000 is coming from the general fund. Yeah, it would have been better to accept a grant and not have to pay it back. But this is a little effort to claw back some of what got rejected in the past for the police department. And in a way that everybody can get on board. I mean, there's, on both sides of the equation, people are in support of making this information more available to the community. And so that's the basic thought process behind it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. Is Chief Foster or a representative that might want to speak about this particular software and if 6,000 is enough for it?
Yeah, Kevin Foster, Chief of Police. The 6,000, it would be for the Tableau, I believe is what it is, software that is public facing. It's for the public to manipulate the data that we already put out there better, so they can see what it is without needing somebody else to look at the data. They can put it in pie charts or graphs or however they want to see it. Just makes it easily digestible by the public, and it's just raw data otherwise.
That's, thank you, Chief, I appreciate that. I also agree that any type of more information and helping people understand that information better and making it more user-friendly, I should say, is definitely a good thing. I like to base my opinions and decisions on data, and my problem with the grant was the crowd control gear. There's never been a riot in Norman that I'm aware of. There were not any after the election in November. And that was the main reason cited, was the FBI was anticipating there would be riots across the country. There were not in Norman. It was a peaceful transition in Norman from my observation. And so I did not agree with that aspect of the grant, and I still do not. And but I do agree with this aspect of it, and making this amendment guarantees that it is allocated specifically for this purpose. So it's not $6,000 that the police department can spend on anything they want. It's specifically for this purpose that I think will help the public better understand the data generated by our police department. So I do support this amendment, and I appreciate the comments that were presented tonight, both in favor and against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Studley.
I'm just going to say that the need for is to update software. I used to train software, and we would have to update every 2 to 5 years, depending. I'm not sure how old this software is, but I definitely think any money that we can invest that will get the numbers out to the public that are more easily digestible is always a good thing. So I appreciate you bringing this to the table, Nash.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Patron.
I also support this. I wanted to ask Chief Foster, sorry, just by chance, would this help MPD also with the backlog on FOIA requests? Backlog might not be the right word. I know you get get inundated with people wanting FOIA requests. Is it public facing in that respect as well?
Yes. The hope was that they would pull their data themselves because they'd be able to interpret with this stuff a lot easier.
Thank you.
Chief, I got a question for you. How often are we going to need to update this or replace it?
To update this software, I imagine that it would have a maintenance every year.
Okay.
There'd be maintenance to the software. I'm not sure what it would be. The cost of software, $6,000. So.
Thank you. I was just curious about the ongoing maintenance and how often we'd need to update it. Thank you. The motion on the floor is to amend the budget to increase general fund allocations to the police department by $6,000 for the acquisition of data analysis software. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion is approved unanimously.
I'd now like to recognize Councilmember Hall for amendment number 12.
I move to increase the general fund allocations to the Planning and Community Development Department by $80,000 for services to individuals experiencing homelessness.
We have a second. Are there any public, I gotta quit asking that.
Okay, just a second.
Just gonna turn it over to Madam Clerk.
Okay, we'll start with those in opposition of the amendment. Rashard Tortorello, Jennifer Lambert, Teresa Borum, Gary Barksdale. Where's Rashard?
Rashar. My apologies, Councilmember-elect.
You know what? That mobile app confused me last week, so I didn't mean to select the option to talk about this tonight, so I give my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer?
Jennifer Borum?
No, Jennifer Lambert.
Just kidding. Try and help.
I know she was here earlier.
Standing right there, she can't hear you.
Jennifer?
Yeah. She's waving.
No? Okay. Teresa Borum.
I was just making names
I do not agree with further funds going to the warming shelter. The citizens of Norman voted against a bond to fund homeless shelters, and this is where this is heading. You're wanting a permanent homeless shelter, and but by opening one and putting it in the budget right now, you're circumventing the will of the people. I think if you want to have city-run shelters, you should put it to a vote. I also believe that you are misappropriating the ARP funding again. I read that that's what you're wanting to use to fund it. Its purpose is to help citizens and businesses who have lost income or help the city replace funding due to loss of tax revenue. It is not for starting new endeavors like a homeless shelter. The chronically homeless did not lose income due to COVID, and the city has, last I was told, 200 unused housing vouchers for individuals who lost their homes. Those individuals do not need a shelter, they need a home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Borman. I'll clarify, this was specifically for the general fund. Just wanted to clarify that in case anybody, we have not allocated any ARP funds at this time.
Gary?
Gary Barksdale, Ward 8. I did want to mention that in his response to me, my council member, thank you again for your response, stated that this money is used to operate the city's emergency shelter and that we're already paying rent and insurance on this property for the remainder of the year. Is that correct? Okay. That this would simply allow us to staff and operate the facility for the rest of the year instead of having an empty shell sitting there that we're paying for. I share the sentiments of our previous speaker. And in order to let you know the source of my concern, for 6 months after I was discharged from the United States Marine Corps, I was homeless in Norman for 6 months. All right, by the grace of God and the assistance of others who share my Malay, by the grace of God, 17 years clean and sober. And I've also learned through my faith upbringing that I should strive to adhere to our Lord in his direction, that we not seek individual attention when performing acts of mercy for others. So I've never trumpeted what I've done, and I appreciate the laughter outside. But I've never trumpeted what I've done, but tonight I'm going to do so briefly. I work with the St. Vincent de Paul Society with 2 different parishes here in town to help people who have gone through unfortunate times and homelessness, to help them pay their bills, to help them pay utilities, move furniture for them. I've been called upon by the Knights of Columbus, that I'm a member of, to help people who have had problems getting homes by moving furniture for them that was donated by people. I've served meals at the Salvation Army quite a bit. Years ago, I cooperated with the backpacker program and filling backpacks for children on Friday afternoons so that they could have food for the weekend. At that time, whenever I served as PTA president of Adams Elementary School, I was also provided 500 backpacks for children with school supplies that couldn't afford it. Now, I don't mention that for any recognition. I don't take pictures of 4 styrofoam boxes of food and claim that I'm going out feeding all the homeless. I only do that tonight to let you people know that in my work with them, I also opened up a place, well, my spouse and I opened up a place called the Kitchen Project to help homeless mothers secure identification, jobs, and housing. When we were doing that, I recognized that there was roughly 90% of the people that we dealt with are not from Norman. That the vast majority of the homeless population in Norman are not.
Okay, before we move to the supporting, we have some that are unsure. So I'm going to use the remainder of this time for those people because there won't be any on the other side. Daniel Munson and Katie Monroe.
Thanks again for hearing me tonight on this issue. So what I believe is, I think any person in here could end up homeless. I think you could have a car accident. I think you could lose your job. You could have some kind of medical issue. And so I think homelessness could happen to anyone. I like that our unsheltered population have a place to go in Norman. However, I'm struggling with the $20,000 per month cost for the security services. In November of 2020, we signed a contract with Elite Protection Services, and the estimated cost for security in the contract that we signed was $14,781 a month. And I'm curious how we have such an increase in our cost for security services. We're also spending $66,000 annually for the lease at 325 East Comanche, and so that's like $5,500 a month. I think it's $1 per square foot is what it comes out to be. And so if you total up the security costs and you total up the lease that we have, and we're averaging approximately 15 people a night at the shelter, and and so when I'm saying that figure, I'm saying from the time that it opened to now. So we're averaging about 15 people. And so the cost comes out to be $56 per stay. I don't know if anyone's ever done the math on that. $56 a day. And so if you times that by 30, that's $1,680 a month. I don't know about you guys in here, but I don't spend $1,680 a month on my mortgage. And so I want to see us look for more affordable ways to deliver security services, or to maybe do a hotel voucher program. I think that might land a little bit more economically for us. And so I thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Katie?
Hello again. So I put unsure. Honestly, I put unsure because I thought if I put no, I might not get to speak. But anyways, I'm also kind of on the fence. I deal with homeless individuals every day. I know quite a few of them personally. They are homeless, and they are also individuals, okay? So I'm all for helping them out. We're out on the street every day trying to help them out, trying to help them make good decisions, trying to get them whatever they need. And Norman, luckily for them, luckily for anybody else wanting to come to Norman, is a valuable spot for homeless people to get resources. I go and I talk to them, much to my coworkers' kind of confusion, because they're normally out trying to find drug dealers or find stolen vehicles when we have time, which isn't a lot lately because we're shorthanded. But I like to go talk to them. I like to get their stories. I like to find out why they're in Norman. Some of them grew up here and they just stayed here. Unfortunately, they got caught up in drug abuse, and they stayed in it. But yesterday I went down to the river, our camp down at the river, if some of you guys aren't familiar with it. I imagine several of y'all haven't been down there and visit. I'll tell you I was talking to them about safety, and they told me what their definition of what they thought safety was. One said, to go through life without threats, be able to live your life in peace, okay? The other one said, it's being able to have a risk assessment. I'm not sure if he really understood what I was trying to ask him, but anyways, my point is that homeless people need safety too, okay? They need somebody to call, and right now we don't have time to even go reach out to them. Now, the police are not a tool to support homelessness, but unfortunately, we do deal with them a lot. The public calls us because they want us to check on one that's sleeping over here and they think that they may need help, or we need to give them options for resources, which again, Norman has a lot of resources. A lot of the people that I talk to, they say, I came to Norman on a Greyhound, or I see them walking up, or they don't want to leave Norman because we have so many resources. And then our population continues to grow. But you ask them, you ask several of them, if you will actually go talk to them, they don't want to get out of the lifestyle, even though we have these resources, because they're used to it, they're comfortable, right? That's what they know. And then good luck getting a job, because it's hard enough trying to get an identification.
Okay. We'll now move to those supporting the amendment. Mary Frances, you will go first. I don't believe Alan Hatcher is here. Michael Blunt will follow Mary Frances, Caleb Creed, Cynthia Rogers, Amanda Franklin, Marguerite Larson, Thomas McFarland, and Jake Allen, in that order.
What?
Do what? Oh, okay, good. I don't think he answered on the other ones. Okay.
I'm sure that most people in Norman are concerned about the homeless problem, and most of the people that I know are very sympathetic to trying to help these people. They need lots of different kinds of services, and so I personally know some of the homeless, and there are those that are addicted and have alcohol problems, and then people who smoke, which I don't and don't approve of, but that's their comfort because they have nothing else. They have no water when they want it. They have no way to take a bath. They have no shelter, no place that's warm like I do. And so I recognize that that's their comfort, their alcohol and their smoking. And my response is kindness. I am in favor of increasing the amount that we are using of city dollars to help the homeless. And I believe that the city planning and community development department will do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan Hatcher?
Hello, Alan Hatcher, Ward 8. Just want to say I strongly support this amendment. Want to thank Lee Hall for introducing it. One of the main things I think that we need to consider is what's been pointed out, that the temperature outside does not correlate with the occupancy number that's been in the shelter. So it doesn't need to just be a winter warming shelter. It needs to be an extended emergency shelter. The need is there. There's people there every night. I think we've heard 15 on average every single night that would have no other place to go if the warming shelter wasn't open. Other places that have been staying have been destroyed by the city, and so I hope that we can mobilize to extend this shelter in the same way that we mobilized to destroy the shelters that were being used. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Blanc? Michael?
Ward 2, Michael Blanc. So I think for us, especially considering that we went ahead and didn't pass some of those funds earlier, I think it's not a hard ask to get 80 grand to keep the shelter open. I think it's become very clear that our unhoused friends need to have a place that they can feel safe, that we can consistently leave open to them. And as we've seen multiple times through data presented by Councilmember Hall, there is no correlation between the season for this need. It's a year-round need that should be addressed year-round. So I think I definitely would say the 80 grand especially, that's such a, compared to what we're talking about, I mean, 80 grand for an individual is nothing to sneeze at, but for the city, that's such a paltry sum. You know, that's something that we can easily put forward to take care of our friends and our neighbors. So I just appreciate you guys focusing on that. I appreciate making this an issue we continue to put time into. Because I'll be honest, something was brought up earlier, I don't know about hyperinflation per se, but I will say this. I just got done working in Oklahoma City for the last several years, and it's true that this state goes in economic waves because of our reliance on resource extraction. And the reality is that between that and cost of living in other parts of the country, you know, the reality is that as much as we'd like things to get easier in the world's going to get harder. And that's why we as a community need to be ready to support each other when that happens, right? You know, I'm glad that I have a supportive family and I have people, friends who can help me out, but I've also been in those situations where I've been real close to not having rent a couple times, you know, during a year, right? I've been close to having those situations, you know? I'm very intimate with government peanut butter and how that tastes, right? So it's one of those things where having these resources, especially when it's something that we've already been establishing, I think can only just go further. So thank you so much. Thank you for your time. I deeply appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caleb?
Hey folks, Caleb Creed, Ward 5 again. Yeah, I remember at the beginning of the pandemic when we all promised to look out after each other and that we'd all get through this together, and we kind of had all this high-minded talk about the way that we would all take care of each other and all this kind of thing. Well, now that time has come, right? The pandemic did remove a lot of people from their apartments. I talk to them regularly. It did put a lot of people in a really scarce position. It has increased the number of homeless people we have, and now we have the opportunity. We have an American Rescue Plan intended for rescue of people who were hurt by the pandemic, and we should notice that people are hurt differently and in different amounts, and these people were hurt a lot. So here's a very good opportunity for us to see that the landscape of need isn't equivalent, right? Not everybody needs the exact same amount, and we have people who need a lot, and so we can give them a little. We can give them at least a little, you know. People talk about the homeless, and they talk about problems with the homeless as if there were no homeless people, or as if they'll say like, oh, you know, I saw a person using the bathroom outside. I saw a couple having sex. Someone said once. The thing is, we all do those things. We just do them in our homes, and they're homeless, right? That's the whole problem. So like putting this problem on them, as if this was some choice they had, as if they could just hold it for a year or something, right? No, if you want a solution, the solutions are homes, right? They're homeless, they need homes. Let's just fund it. Let's fund this, and let's fund a whole bunch more stuff like it, and let's get these people homes. If they're coming from out of here, let's give them tickets back home. If they want tickets back home, let's give them to them. You know, let's pay for it. And if you know what, if the whole state needs to pay for it, okay, I'll march on state with anybody here and ask for those funds. I'll ask them to take care of it on that level. And I mean that. I'd be down to help. If anyone wants to march with me to ask for funds on the state level so it's not all in Norman, yeah, by all means, let's do that too. But yeah, please pass this. I think it is a reasonable way to solve this problem. It is a humane thing to do, and it's something we can easily do. So please do it. Thank you so much, y'all.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hall.
Cynthia? Cindy Rogers?
Sorry, the reporter had me. We were chatting. So I support this. The reason I support this is I want to echo Mary Francis's statement. What kind of community are we? Do we care about each other or not? Are we compassionate or not? I will remind you that item 19 on the consent docket was $95,774 for exotic animals. Item 13 was $324,000 for parking at Ruby Grant. We're talking about people that are struggling. I don't think we should write people off, whatever reason they are that are homeless. I thank the Lord for my good luck that I've never been in that situation, but it could happen to anybody. I mean, I live a clean life. I don't drink that much. I don't smoke. I don't do any of the things that would lead me to fall into that situation. But I don't think I want to judge, and I don't think we should judge, and I think we have a moral obligation to do what we can to support and help people in our community. They are our neighbors. I am still heartbroken over what happened to the Mattoon camp and the people that were displaced from there. They were my neighbors. I mean, I didn't personally know them. They're still in our community, and they're still homeless. So please, let's be compassionate. It's not a lot of money at the end of the day, and it's the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Amanda? Amanda? Larla Turner will follow Amanda if you're here.
Amanda Franklin, Ward 4. Lee, thank you for introducing this. I support spending this money to keep the warming shelter open for the rest of the year. We already have the lease. I do agree with Cindy, we have a moral responsibility to keep the shelter open and to provide services to homeless residents in Norman, especially after the city tore down the Carter camp, displaced those residents who have been, struggling in this in all over town, really, after being displaced from their home. So I definitely think it's important to fund the shelter and continue to have conversations about, what to do to help residents who are struggling with homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Larla here?
Here she comes. Wait, hold on, Marguerite. It's for Larla first.
You're next, though, Marguerite, so don't go far.
Hi, I'm Larla Turner, Ward 1. I'd like to reiterate a lot of what the speakers ahead of me have said about compassion. I really cannot believe that we are citizens of this town who have seen what is going on, and still there is a debate. Like it has been said before, this is a small amount of money. And if the building is going to sit there, who are we to not, set this money aside for it? I just don't understand. And even though I don't understand the people who have no compassion, I also hear the things that they say, and it mainly seems to be that they don't want homeless people as neighbors, that they don't want to see them on the streets, that they don't like the way it makes their town look. So even if your motivation is not compassion, I feel like the end goal is the same, because if we help these people, then they won't be on the street. And I really want to thank the woman who spoke, basically saying that she did not approve of this, but also mentioned that the homeless don't need shelters, they need homes. That was a wonderful idea, and we'll be working on that next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marguerite? Thomas McFarland will be next.
Marguerite Larson, Ward 6. I am in total support of this. I feel like we need to bring some compassion and some humanity. These people are homeless for whatever reason. We have a shelter. We're paying rent on it. Why not allow them to stay? Why not give them a place to house? Why not make them feel like a human beings that they are? And this just lends itself to give them just a little bit of respect, just a little respect from the community and a little respect for themselves. So if you can bolster somebody's feeling like that, why is this even a discussion? It should not even come into play. This should be done and over with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McFarland, there are 2 minutes and 46 seconds left on the clock.
Hello. Yeah, I want to echo an earlier remark that, it is important to have winter shelters, but also in Oklahoma, if I'm not mistaken, last year was the first year that we've not had a full week of 100-degree weather in a summer. It's hot in Oklahoma summers. The heat is just as dangerous as the cold when we're talking about exposure for folks. It's important to have emergency shelters. It's important for these shelters to be open during the summer, and it seems very odd to me that it's not. Secondly, I want to remark that there's a lot of reasons why folks often turn down things like housing vouchers and things like these shelters, and we really have to keep those in mind in compassion and understanding with these folks. I mean, often, in order to get access to these shelters and in order to get access to housing vouchers, you have to do things like give up your pets. You have to do things like promise not to drink and not to bring alcohol into your home and residence or, the shelter or whatever it may be. And I think we can all understand a feeling of tonight, we want to go home and have a beer. That's not a luxury that you were afforded when you were homeless. Being able to have enjoyment in your own bedroom is not a luxury that you were afforded when you were homeless and you do not have a bedroom and you do not have a way to drink that is not in public. So all of that needs to come together when we talk about compassion and understanding why folks sometimes turn down these programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
All right. For council comments, we'll start with Councilmember Studley.
So I have a lot to say about this. First of all, I personally go out into encampments twice a week. I was doing it 5 nights a week, and fortunately we have some really amazing people in this community who also help. So when I'm out there talking to these individuals, a lot of them are from Norman. A lot of them I went to school with. A lot of them you probably went to school with if you are from Norman. There are some people that are out there because of COVID, because they lost their job, they lost their car. Some are sleeping in cars because that's all that they have left due to COVID. I've even had Unite Norman people call me and ask for help with paying their bills or for food. And I don't care who it is because I understand what that need is. We have a very unique opportunity here to help these people until we get a permanent shelter, which hopefully we can do that with the ARP money, but we'll talk about that at the retreat. Hotel vouchers are a great idea, but as we saw during the winter storm, and I want to thank Unite Norman for donating some money to help us get people into hotels during the winter storm, but that's not a permanent solution. The difference that the homeless shelter or the warming shelter provides, and I'm sure Lisa can attest to this, she's worked really hard at getting case managers in this shelter that help these people every single night. We've had over 250 unique individuals come through the warming shelter, and it's probably more at this point. But they're doing a lot of really good work there to try to help. And I want you guys to understand where these people are coming from. We shut down the homeless camps at Sutton Wilderness. Great. Guess where they all went? The Mattoon camp. Then we shut down the Mattoon camp. Some of them are in other camps now. I see them. but a lot of them are at the warming shelter. And if we close this shelter at the end of this month, they're going to be where? Because there's no more camps to go. They're going to be on your front steps, on your business steps that you're complaining about. So if we have a place for people to go, which again, in the future with the ARP funding, if we can have more of a all-day shelter instead of just releasing people at 6 and 7 in the morning and saying, here, you can't come back till 7 o'clock in the evening. And we've torn down all of their places that they had to hide, so you didn't have to look at them, right? Now they don't have that. So we have to be able to continue to fund this and have a little bit of compassion, people. Just have some compassion. Katie, I don't know her last name, the officer that was in here. I've met her a couple times out while I'm feeding people, and we've had some conversations, and I appreciate that she goes out there and checks on these people. They were scared because I went out there yesterday after she was out there, and they were, why was she out here? What's going on? Who are they looking for? And it's obvious. She's just trying to help and figure out what's going on and who's new to the area and who might need a case manager. I heard that there was a lot of housing vouchers that were passed out. Yeah, we did have housing vouchers, but guess what? We don't have houses to put them in. There aren't people that are accepting these housing vouchers. We have a lot of empty homes here. A lot of you probably own empty homes that are rental homes here, but you won't take the housing vouchers because you're afraid of what's going to come with it. And I get it. I understand that. Not everybody who is homeless is going to rehabilitate and be perfect. And, there are chronically homeless people, and addiction is a real thing. We have disabled vets out here in the streets, disabled vets that served for our country. But we're talking about not funding $80,000 so that this one particular vet that I know of can have a place to lay his head at night? Have some compassion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hall.
So I think I want to start with just correcting a few things that have been said. So the $20,000 a month, we're leaving out half of the workforce. We do have security guards that are on site every night, but we also have several case managers, which is really a key piece to all this. So that accounts for the $20,000. So it's just important to understand that. And we do have a very robust hotel voucher program. Councilmember Studley is correct. Sometimes we have challenges with available housing, but we do have a housing voucher program. I see Miss Lisa Craig here, who is the grant writer extraordinaire for the Community Development Block Grant Program. And we have been very fortunate this year to be able to fund our warming shelter, which opened in December and was intended to close at the end of March. But because of the need that we continually identify, we were able to take advantage of some grant funds to keep the shelter open through June. So the other thing is that the lease is actually up on October 26, 2021. So this is to fund through the end of our lease agreement on that building. And you are correct that $5,500 a month is what we are paying in rent, and we are obligated to pay that rent whether the building is empty or not. So one more reason why this makes a lot of sense to continue to find these supplemental funds since the building is available to us. So I just think that's important to understand. This is the second year that the city of Norman has opened a warming shelter that we now are transitioning to calling an emergency. Both years in a row, the most interesting data point has been the lack of correlation with temperature to occupancy. And we saw a continued increase in occupancy and the need to have a shelter no matter how cold it was or how warm it was. So we have seen over 236 people so far, and the beauty of all this is we do have case managers available every single night at a time of day when those kind of services really aren't available anyplace else. So the other piece of this is just a temporary fix. We need to keep the shelter open while we await the results of a home-based study that we are undergoing right now. And, you know, we would like to see the data to support what a more permanent option looks like and where that location might be. So I'm hesitant at the moment to move ahead on permanent solutions until we have a better understanding of what is revealed in the home-based study. So this gets us through the end of October, and by that time we'll have some other funding sources available to us. We'll have the results of the study, hopefully. We'll have a better understanding of where our ARP funding can go. So this is a temporary fix. We have the demonstrated need, and I really appreciate all of the work that the city staff has put in so far to keep this emergency shelter up and running for this period of time, and this will just get us through to the end of the year when we can make some other decisions about how we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. I was going to ask maybe Lisa Craig might come to the podium. I can't think of anybody in our city staff that would be more knowledgeable about this specific topic. Also a resident of Ward 7, very proud of that. But how long have you worked for the city, Lisa?
How long have I have?
Yeah.
37 years.
37
Yep.
So, yes, thank you very much, Lisa. You've, I don't know if you've worked in this particular area the entire 37 years, but so the issue of the unhoused and homelessness has been an issue in Norman for my whole life that I know of. Through various presidential administrations, through different parties in control of the state government, doesn't seem to have really mattered along those types of lines. We've had these issues in Norman, and since I was a kid, I can recall seeing various individuals around town that I would recognize that were clearly unhoused, and it seemed like having a facility like Central State Hospital in Norman for almost as long as the city has existed. We've had services to help people that are dealing with addiction, that are dealing with mental health problems. That's kind of what Norman's been known for almost the entire time our city's existed. Would you agree with that? I wanted just to, we've had a couple councilors clarify, but just clarifying for the public what this specific proposal is for, that it's for a continuation of our existing shelter.
As you mentioned, we signed a lease with a company to rent the location. It was a year lease. And through various grant funding, we were able to provide the funding for that year. The original intent was to operate the shelter through the end of March. That's normally the time frame a warming shelter is open. As we came towards late winter, the decision by the council to accept the property, the Mattoon camp, and begin working to clean that up necessitated us wanting to keep the shelter open, to provide that opportunity to work with the case managers to work towards housing placement. I can report that the 21 people that were at the Mattoon camp, 19 are in a housing plan. And so that, having the availability of the shelter, having the staff at the shelter, as well as Michelle Evans, the homeless coordinator, that she's the one that really does the day-to-day of this. That team working together was able to facilitate that positive outcome. There's still 2 people that are being worked with. You said the housing vouchers that are available. As far as Section 8 waiting list, the Section 811 mainstream vouchers, the new emergency vouchers that have been allocated are wonderful. The resources right now for housing assistance is greater than it's ever been in my tenure here. Like we talked about, there's a shortage of housing that can go for. The Housing Authority is wonderful to work with. They're our main partner in this journey. As the administrations have come and gone, the funding has ebbed and flowed, which makes it very, very hard to work towards a sustainable solution. And so we have that housing, the homeless strategic plan underway right now. We're about halfway through that. The company that's doing it has had multiple surveys and conversations with those with lived experiences, as well as different agencies and focus groups, and are working towards a plan that will give us kind of the strategy for the next several years on how to align the different funding that is coming about so that we can effectively address this problem. You know, the actual numbers of persons that are experiencing homelessness is very cyclical. You may go out on a point in time and identify a whole bunch of people. You may go out the very next day and you can't find any of them. That's why Michelle Evans has worked very hard to have what we call a robust, accurate by name list. A point in time is simply just a number. The last Thursday in January, we go out and count. That number on the last Thursday in January is not the same number as the last Friday in January. But the by name list is actually a list of people within this Cleveland County. Our catchment area is Cleveland County. And they actually are on this list by a name. They have been assessed using a standard assessment tool that is used across the country, and are assessed as to their vulnerability. The higher their score, the more likely they are to die on the street. And so that is the tool we use to do this assessment. But there's many moving pieces. There's the identification, there's the assessment, there is, you know, being able to get housing resources, which a lot of times requires an ID, birth certificate, state ID of some sort. And a lot of the people we are working with, particularly the chronic homeless, have a mental health issue, a substance abuse issue, and have been housed many, many times. And so going to a landlord with a list of evictions this long is rather difficult. But with the case management that is provided with this, working with the landlord, it's not just ABC Rentals renting to Bob Smith, it's ABC Rentals renting to Bob Smith with this whole team of support behind them. So if there is an issue, then that landlord can reach out to the case managers to help to address that issue before it results in eviction. As I said, the Housing Authority are amazing partners. The case managers bend over backwards. You know, the majority of the people that are being housed have no income. And so working with the Housing Authority and the different case managers and, you know, organizations like St. Vincent de Paul, Food and Shelter, Salvation Army, they're able to piece this together. You know, a lot of the majority of the people that are going through this process, you know, get housed. Furnishings are gathered, case management is provided, and because we are what's called a housing first community, there are no preconditions of sobriety, employment, being on your mental health meds. It is, if you want housing, we're going to do everything we can to get you housed. And after that, if you would like to address some of these issues, we're all for it, but it is not a requirement. So,
thank you for that, Lisa. In your career experience, would you agree that people that are homeless are probably more likely to be victims of crime than they are to commit it?
true, that is what we have found. You know, that's not that, you know, every person that is homeless is innocent. But what we see is that the persons that are homeless, particularly those that have a severe mental illness, are more likely to become a victim of crime than the actual perpetrator of the crime.
Okay. And if I recall, a couple of years, I mean, before COVID, and like you said about yearly counts and the point in time, it can be hard to gauge year to year like that. But I recall that we were looking at our population was actually declining over a couple of years. And I recall a couple years ago, maybe 3 or 4, there was a whole story about how the city of Norman had effectively eliminated veteran homelessness.
Yes.
It's that there was no veteran on the streets of Norman that had.
Well, we reached
offered-
functional zero.
Right,
Meaning
functional
that,
zero,
that
zero,
the veterans that were on the street, we could rehouse them within 30 days.
Okay.
So,
And just the last one was, we used the library, the old library as a warming shelter last year, which is a bigger facility than the Comanche Street and is not a commercially zoned
right.
retail space, basically in the middle of the central business district. It's a big building on the city municipal complex.
Right.
It's kind of a different dynamic than what we're doing over there.
Right. The library was a great facility. The timing of it was perfect. Actually, the capacity of the two are very similar. The layout on Comanche Street is a little bit different, which necessitates 2 security officers because of the way the configuration of the walls and things are, whereas at the library, we only needed 1 during that time.
Thank you, Lisa. I don't have any further questions for you.
Okay.
I've just got a couple comments. As was mentioned, we're not using any federal funds for this as it's proposed. We haven't decided to allocate any of the federal funds yet because we haven't had a chance to go to a retreat and talk about it. The things like cost of services, the cost of living, rent, all those things have continued to go up. They've been going up for years. Some would say, we can't raise the minimum wage because it'll cause the cost of everything to go up. But the last time the minimum wage was raised was in 2007, and my rent is definitely higher today than it was then. And everything that you buy at the store is more expensive today than it was in 2007. Tipped minimum wage hasn't been raised since 1991. And so what we've seen is that all these factors, and then COVID comes along, and I think it's absolutely a valid point to say there are people that are homeless right now because of COVID-19.
Certainly.
They have lost their job, they've lost maybe everything, and that's happening all over the country. We've identified that the demand does not really matter as far as the seasons. And of all the social and voluntary services in Norman that help address these, the city of Norman funds a certain amount, but it's not an entirely large amount. And
Yeah.
I would say a lot of the services in Norman are provided by nonprofit organizations.
Nonprofit organizations and governmental organizations such as Griffin and COCMHC and Norman Police Department.
So the city of Norman's not the only entity
Oh,
that's
no,
supporting
no.
all these services that
No.
attract people.
No, the city of Norman and, Michelle's position is primarily helping to coordinate all these different entities that are providing these services and to work collaboratively towards accessing funding for the services, whether it's through the state of Oklahoma or through HUD. The shelter this year was operated by Michelle wrote an emergency solutions grant for the city of Norman. The city of Norman has never received one before. And so there was the opportunity through CARES money that we were able to access some funding for the shelter. And so $148,000 was applied for and received. And she administers that grant to make sure that the overall coordination of the shelter, the scheduling of the case managers, making sure the security, there's a cleaning service that comes in and fogs the building for COVID, making sure that the blankets are ordered and things like that. It's a very large, piece of work to do on top of the other things that are going on. But the benefits that we have seen from this have been amazing. There's been 246 original unduplicated people that have come. Some people for one night, some people are there every night. And almost 50 of them are either in a housing plan or have been housed. Like I said, the housing authority is working great. The case managers are engaging every night with the people at the shelter. And so that is the key to this shelter, whereas, I mean, Salvation Army does an amazing job, but they're a high barrier shelter. You have to have ID, you have to be sober. This is a housing-focused, low-barrier emergency shelter, and we're getting amazing results from it.
Thank you, Lisa. I just have a few closing comments here about this particular item. And many of you know, I've told the story before, that I have dealt with homelessness in my life directly. My dad was homeless when I got elected to this position. He was living in Oklahoma City, and I went to pick him up and brought him here so that he could see me take the oath of office. My dad dealt with things like alcohol, and that caused problems with him when it came to employment. My dad's doing great now, but that is an experience that I've dealt with and seen my family directly deal with. And so it is personal to me. And having grown up in Norman and living here my entire life, like I said, I've seen individuals in town, some of which I've been seeing since I was a kid. There's a guy that walks all around Norman. I've seen him in every corner of this city over the years. And, you know, the store that I manage, we moved to Porter Avenue almost 4 years ago. We wanted to be in that location. We knew exactly what that location was like, what that area of town was like. This was after the council had approved the new food and shelter for Friends, and it was built, but we wanted to move the business there. I've been a door guy at a bar on Campus Corner for 11 years. So yes, I have 3 jobs, and this is the least paying of the 3. So, but my experience working at that dive bar, I've dealt with a lot of people that can get a little bit unruly, but the homeless folks around Campus Corner have never caused a problem for me at that bar in the 11 years that I've worked there. I've never had to call the police to get somebody out, not anybody that was homeless anyway. So, and I think in 11 years that I might have had to bring them out one time, the police, but pretty tame bar. But I have not had negative experiences with this population in both Campus Corner and Porter. I understand that others have different experiences and may have had negative interactions, or maybe they are negatively impacting your business. And I understand that can be problematic and make you feel a certain way. But I agree that we have got to continue to try to help these folks in our community. They live here. They're part of our community. And keeping this facility open while we're continuing to pay the lease is a very sensible, short-term solution to this issue that we're dealing with, while, as Councilmember Hall said, we continue to work and develop a longer-range plan that will help future councils better use the resources to address
Certainly.
this. So that's all I got on this one. Thank you so much, Lisa, for providing some background about that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Patron.
Ms. Creer, I have a question real quick, too. Lisa? Nice try. So I saw quite a bit of discussion on Facebook, the Facebooks, about a Norman Transcript article that I believe the somebody with the city, maybe it was Annalise, I'm not sure, but anyway, there was a number quoted that from the Mattoon property that there was 70 tons of human feces removed from the property.
There were 70 tons of debris that included
That
trash,
sounds more.
human feces, and things
So
like
that was
Yes.
one element of what was removed, but was trees
Yes.
removed?
Yeah,
needed
it was
to
from-
be, and
from the-
trash and all kinds of stuff,
Yeah.
but it wasn't all just.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you that question. The rest of it, I think a lot of times the discussion, we tend to forget that, yes, it is true that we have chronically homeless people in this city, as does every city. And by chronic, that means that you've been homeless for more than 12 months.
Right.
Consecutive, right?
12 months consecutively, or 4 times over 3 years that add up to a year, and you have a disabling condition.
Right, okay, so, when I was doing point in time, which by the way, I have been down to the river, those are my residents. When I went down for point in time, I went with, I can't remember his name, but he worked for the VA homelessness initiative.
Oh, yes, Mike Primo.
Okay,
From
he was
SSBF.
incredibly knowledgeable about the veteran situation, but also just homelessness in general. And he spoke to that it turns out that 12-month marker is extremely critical. That reaching people and getting them into services, their chances of reintegrating from their emergency situation back into society the way that we understand it to be in our house situations, is of the utmost importance, getting them into services. And so I agree that the hotel vouchers is a great idea in theory, but unfortunately the hotels don't have those caseworkers and social services right there on site, like you all have done an outstanding job of trying to facilitate. And then the last part of that is I think we also have a tendency to forget that there are kids that are a part of this. This isn't, up until you reach that chronic point of the 12-month, this is a lot of times moms fleeing domestic violence situations with their children. And if you don't believe me, ask any NPS public school teacher, elementary teacher, high school, like they're living in cars. And anyway, this is a small amount to try to give people a fighting chance, keep these kids in school. And I'm very supportive and I'm appreciative of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. The motion on the floor is to amend the budget to increase general fund allocations to the Planning and Community Development Department by $80,000 for services to individuals experiencing homelessness. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast and the motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. I know we've had a break requested. When we come back, we'll do the hokey pokey so everyone's awake. Yeah. No, break requested, 10 minutes. All right, everyone settled, had a chance to stretch their legs. I would now like to recognize Councilmember Studley for Amendment 13.
So before I state this amendment, I want to say that there was some clarification that was made this evening that several of us on council were unclear about. And that was with the addition of the money that was double budgeted for the fire department coming back into our general fund, I would like to amend my amendment. I move to allocate $500,000 from our general fund to increase the city manager's department allocations by $500,000 for the implementation of an unarmed and non-police mobile crisis response program.
We have a second. Are there any public comments regarding the amendment?
Okay.
Does it change now that?
It does. So just so everyone's clear, in case you missed that, the motion that is on your paper is now changed a little bit. So her motion was to, instead of decreasing the police department budget, her motion is to decrease the general fund by $500,000, the general fund balance, to increase the city manager's department allocations for $500,000 for the implementation of an unarmed and non-police mobile crisis response program. So if that may change your mind about whether or not you want to speak when your name is called. 13. So if you don't want to speak anymore when your name is called, just wave your hand and we'll move on. Huh? No, I'll just, when they call, they can wave their hand. Okay, we're gonna start with those that signed up in support of the amendment, because that's a much fewer number, and then we'll move to the opposition. They will be in this order: Mary Francis, Stephen Ellis, Alan Hatcher, Michael Blanc, Caleb Creed, Alex Lamphere, Cindy Rogers, Darla Turner, and if we get that far, Marguerite Larson, Kaylin Carter, Sierra Osborne, Erica Barker, Philip Sipe, and Thomas McFarland, Hannah Grillot, and Jake Allen. I doubt we make it to the end of that. This item will have 30 minutes in support, 30 minutes in opposition, for a total of 1 hour. Still 3 minutes limited.
Thank you. I appreciate the amendment. I think that brings the temperature down a bit, I hope. I would like to address the question of what the Eugene, Oregon situation is. They have a mental crisis team, and what they do is they have professionals in the area of mental illness, or people who help with the mentally ill, and they send out teams of 2 persons. They are sometimes medics also with these teams, and they respond to the non-emergency calls involving people in behavioral health crisis. In many communities, in most communities actually, those calls are directed to the police, who go out with guns and tasers, which the people in mental crisis, that exacerbates the problem for them sometimes. They units that are sent out are equipped to deliver crisis intervention because they're professionals. They have counseling and mediation in information and referral, transportation to social services. They do first aid and basic level emergency medical care. That's totally different from sending out police. And the services are all voluntary. If the situation has a crime in process, then you naturally want the police to be there, and they call for the police. I mean, that determination is sometimes made prior to sending anybody out. This type of program reduces unnecessary police contact, and it allows the police then to spend more time on what.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary Frances.
No, she didn't make the amendment to the amendment. She just changed the wording. The other one never was on the floor.
Hi, my name is Steve Ellis, 633 Reed Avenue, Ward 4 in Norman. The most important priority for this evening, it seems to me, is funding a compassionate response alternative to armed police responses when it comes to mental health crises. And there's really only one main reason for that, and it's better care for Norman residents who are experiencing this crisis. I just spent the evening with my sister, who is in the ICU at Integris Baptist Hospital, and she's experiencing encephalopathy. I cannot say that word right, but it means cognitive dysfunction due to high levels of ammonia in her blood because she has some liver issues. Tonight, she got sent to the ICU from the place where she was before, sort of trying to recover from that because she was just completely incoherent and she sounded like she was making up words. But when this last happened, which was over Memorial Day weekend, she was very agitated and confused, and she thought she was being held hostage, and she fought the doctors and nurses who were helping her, and she even scratched me and tried to hit me when I was helping them change her bedding. So I am very glad that my sister is a middle-aged, middle-class white woman with good insurance, and that she has lots of family support in the area. So she was living with my parents to help take care of them. They're elderly, but they've been helping her a lot. But I know that there are a lot of people who don't have that advantage, and that they can be in really bad circumstances, and under many of those circumstances, they would be coded as aggressive and belligerent rather than as someone who needs help. And I think we can all see that when it's come to police issues in Norman, there's a lot of sort of us versus them mentality. And I want you to listen closely to the kind of comments we've been hearing are going to be said tonight about this kind of issue, and then ask yourself whether or not you think that's the appropriate attitude for people who are going to be going in to take care of a healthcare crisis should really be having. So I think it's super important that Norman get a compassionate care response alternative on to the books, so people who are really suffering crises, be it through physical means or maybe they're drug-addled or however it worked, but we see them as people who are in need of care and not as people who are being disrespectful or disobedient or any of those kinds of things which might,
Thank you.
Alan Hatcher.
Metro Ward 8, can I read a letter on behalf of someone who couldn't make it here? Someone else? Is that allowed?
No, you can't.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we can't seed time, but you can definitely, I mean, we all have email, so that's always an option if they're unable to attend.
I think, well, they sent the email already, but then they asked that the statement be read at the meeting, if that's possible.
Then,
Not possible?
no, yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
So I just want to say, yes, I strongly support this passing. I've worked as a professional canvasser before for State Question 802, State Question 805, Matthew Shepard Hate Crime Bill back in Chicago, and so I did some volunteer canvassing the last few days over around like 12th and Alameda, and then Lindsay and 12th. Just passing out the flyers for Norman Crew that has the QR code with more information about it. Talking to every business around there, like the Dollar Tree, the Walgreens pharmacist, everybody around there, just giving them the flyers and telling them a little bit about, that we're trying to work with the city to fund a unarmed crisis response team. And people just are showing enthusiasm I've never seen for a policy, a city policy, a new, anything really that I've seen in all my days of canvassing for all sorts of, healthcare policies, whatever. People are really excited about it. They're in these positions often where there's somebody will spend most of their day outside of where they work, and they get along with them and they're friends. But sometimes they'll have a really bad mental health day, and so the customers will become uneasy, and so they're put in that position where they don't feel comfortable calling the police because they don't want something bad to happen to this person that they care about just because they're having a mental health episode. So when they hear that there's, this other option that we might be able to do, they were so enthusiastic about it, thrilled at the idea, giddy even, that they were excited to tell their coworkers about it. It blew my mind and warmed my heart. And I think that, we really have to make this happen. There's, the Victor Hugo quote of, there's nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come. And that idea as time has come here in Norman. So please support this amendment and pass this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Blanc. Caleb Creed, you will follow Michael.
Good evening. I'm Michael Blanc from Ward 2. One, I'd like to start by saying I'm excited to see that there is funding for the projects that we're hoping to see funded this evening. I'm glad to see that that's available so that we can move forward with something that this town desperately needs without having to necessarily, cut off other services. I'm glad to see that. But I will say that the reason this is so important is because, and there will be people who have done this research who will be able to come in here and tell you the stats of what percentage of our law enforcement responds to, or what percentage of the calls our law enforcement responds to has to do with these kind of crises, right? They're gonna tell you it's about 10%, that we can even pick up about 20% of other issues if we include things like public intox, other issues that don't require armed law enforcement. But for me, this matters to me on a lot of levels. One of those was when I grew up here in Norman. I love Norman. But for a little while, for economic purposes to go to school, I ended up going and staying in Edmond for a few years. I lived there when I was going to UCL. And Edmond's a very different community from Norman. I know that for a long time, there are even bumper stickers, right? Yeah, I saw them. Don't Edmond my Norman, right? But one thing that kind of, despite that light note that kind of really rang true for me was when I was up in Edmond in that time, there was an unfortunate situation where a young man named Isaiah Lewis lost his life because mistakes were made during a call of the kind of nature that we've been describing. He was a young man. He was just about to graduate high school. I remember hearing it because me and my girlfriend at the time were in the area. We're still friends, but it pinged on her phone because my friend's black. And this young man was also a person of color. And we had other issues in Edmond, but it stuck with me. Because what had happened when this young man's girlfriend, knowing that she's supposed to be able to call 911, did to try to get him some help. And due to officer error or escalated stress or other issues, this young man who was having an episode unfortunately wound up dead instead of being taken to a local hospital. having this sort of team potentially could have prevented that situation. And I know there are local ones here as well that we can think of. But for me, this was one that happened in a place where I was living at the time, and it stuck with me. And I remember that it broke the heart of a community because this young man was going to go on to college and do great things. If we can keep that from happening in Norman, this is all the more reason to have this program. I think we have the funding, we should do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caleb Creed, well, Ward 5. So, I mean, a lot of this debate gets framed in terms of whether or not policemen are good or bad people individually, as if, like, we're deciding whether they should go to heaven or hell, whether we're wondering about their moral character. That's not it. That has nothing to do with it. You know, if I go into a masseuse's office and the masseuse has, you know, a gun belt, and, you know, it's a big dude, and he's got, you know, Molon Labe tattoos and stuff, and it's like, hey, this is the person who's going to do your massage here, I'll just be like, oh, yeah, no thanks. I'd check the sign. I'd be like, that doesn't seem right. This person isn't the kind of person who does this kind of thing. That's not what you know. And so a lot of our argument is essentially, if you're going to be a mental health professional, you need a different set of tools. You don't need a gun. You don't need handcuffs. You don't need, ultimately, cages. You don't need tasers. And if you do, you can call someone who has those things, right? But most people who have mental health problems, you can call the police, right? So like in this crew program that we're proposing, they're going to call the police if there's a person who has those things, right? But most of the cases, for example, where this is implemented in Eugene, Oregon, they didn't have to do that. It was very few of those cases, and that made a lot of those people a lot safer. So in that exact same way, you know, look, you know, there's a lot of macho posturing about it, but like, you know, today, we could get in an accident that leaves us permanently disabled mentally, permanently disabled cognitively, that leaves us with an opioid addiction. It could happen today to any one of us, and we are deciding right now what kind of response we're going to get when we go out of this. Are we going to go through, in our new state, are we going to go through a gauntlet of guns and cages and are we going to go through those kind of things, or are we going to be met with a compassionate response? And it doesn't matter how good the person is. If that's the tools they have, those are the inappropriate tools to respond to that situation. So I think what we're asking for is for mental health workers to respond to mental health problems, which I just feel like is a no-brainer. And, you know, 10%, as 10% of the calls, according to MPD data, that they respond to are mental health cases. So, and 6% something are vagrancy, like it's, if you add up vagrancy, drunkenness, a bunch of it, it's 20%. Most of those you don't need a gun for. And I mean, this is true. I mean, we can look at, so I mean, like, that's what we're asking for, right? And that's what this amendment is about. It's not about whether or not police are good or bad, whether or not individual policemen are good or bad people. That's not the issue. The issue is, are we allocating funds in a way that will solve the problems that we have? And yeah, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I know you guys are getting really tired and it's hot. I have someone on the way to fix the air conditioner, but you've been really good all night and now you're kind of getting rumbly out there. So if you would just respect those that are talking so that everybody can hear. Alex Lampier.
Mayor, Clark, and Council, my name is Alex Lanphier, and I'm from Ward 2. I'm speaking here tonight to show my support of a yes vote on Amendment 13. Over the past year, I've seen how police officers, time after time, have become all-purpose social workers for any miscellaneous domestic issue that occurs in Norman. This misuse of personnel has shown time and time again to be an institutional defect, creating a disproportionate number of incarcerated black residents, unnecessary marks on criminal records, preventing upward economic mobility, and sadly, in some instances, unnecessary deaths. One reason for many of these police interventions are mental health emergencies. Right here in Norman, we have seen this with the video released last year of former council member Alex Scott's encounter with Norman Police Department. It is clear the officer handling the situation was unequipped with the compassion, empathy, and motivation to deal with the crisis. This is also clear in the death of Marcania Kessie These are just a few examples I personally know of, but what is clear to me is that these issues have always happened, and there are probably countless other similar incidents that were either ignored by the public or covered up. It is not illegal to have a mental health emergency, and Norman citizens of all colors and income levels have them. So why is it necessary to send an armed law enforcement for the response? Put yourself in that situation and think of the person you would want assisting you. I know there are many folks here tonight that scoff at this idea and call it nonsense, but this is spoken by people who have had little to no interaction with the blunt end of law enforcement and the lasting effects of these encounters. By funding a mobile crisis response program, we could do more than show just lip service, and that we listen and care for the most vulnerable members of our community, more likely to have these confrontations. And while a change to a new type of solution may be uncomfortable for some in the short term, it's changes like these that make us realize our old bad institutional practices in hindsight. I've lived in Norman for 22 years, went to high school and university here, and I care deeply for this community. I want all of my Norman neighbors to thrive, and I believe one way of doing that is taking their mental health seriously and providing the appropriate resources for crisis intervention. Tonight, Council has the ability to take a step in the right direction. Vote yes on Amendment 13 and reallocate some of Norman PD's large budget to fund a mobile crisis response program. Thank you for your time.
Clarification, it's not accurate, they'll come out of the general fund.
Okay, Cynthia Rogers, followed by Larla Turner.
Good morning. And yay for everybody still being here. I'm here to support the amendment as amended. I was going to support the amendment before it was amended because I think this is an area that Norman can do better, and we deserve to serve all our residents, especially those suffering from mental health crises and other crises. If you look at the police data, the number one category of their reported crimes, so the crime reports, is peacekeeping mental health cases. That's their number one, 10%, the last data I looked at. So clearly we have situations where a lot of the activity that our police officers are handling has to do with mental health cases. And clearly, our police do the best job they can possibly do, and we give them CIT training, but that is not the same as being a trained mental health or behavioral health professional. People go get degrees to specialize in that. So I urge you to support this because we need to get the right people in the right situations, handling the right situations. We don't send the police to go fight a fire because they're not trained. They would do the best job possible. So we need to have people with the right training to handle these situations, and right now we just don't have that. So I encourage you to use this money from the general fund that, it's there right now, to put towards this program. Now I know people are gonna say, oh, we don't have it worked out yet, it's not enough, but you gotta start somewhere. And if you always say you can't do it until you have it all fully funded, it never happens. And we've been saying that for a long time. So get it started. We have some funds. Maybe we get some COVID money to add to it. But now is the time. This is the immediate crisis that we have in our community. And we can address that. We can help the police by taking off their plate something that they are not trained to handle. And we can get the right people handling these cases. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larla?
Hello, I'm here again, Ward 1. There's not a lot to say about this that has not been said before, but I just really think that we need to, once again, vote with compassion. Does anyone ask to become mentally ill? No. People are born that way sometimes. Like, why on earth would we send armed officers who have proven their lack of ability to de-escalate situations in great numbers this past year? We need mental health care professionals. Our city, our state, our nation, and our society has already defunded mental health. It's not fair, it's not right, and we need this for the safety of our citizens, especially those with mental illness.
Thank you.
Marguerite Larson and Kaylin Carter will follow Marguerite. Is Marguerite out there?
I am in total support of this amendment. I was in total support of this amendment prior to the amended being amended. So the situation is the same situation that we have been discussing for the last 2 years. We need mental health workers to assist with the mental crisis. We don't need somebody scaring people. They're already in a trauma situation. You have someone come up, meaningful, meaningless, it doesn't matter, as long as if someone is in a crisis and they see an officer in uniform with guns, it's going to freak them out, whether the intention is bad or not. That's not the issue here. The issue is they freak out. It would be so much easier to have mental health workers in this situation, unarmed workers. How many times, and I don't have the statistics, I wish I had thought about this before I started this conversation in my head. So I'm just kind of curious what the statistics are with people who have been having problems. Maybe they are having a diabetic coma that has been confused with outrageous behavior and have been contained. People who are having seizures, who have been misconception as crazy people or people that need to be detained. If a mental health worker was there to assess the issue and to look at the problem, it may not have escalated either in a worse condition or someone died because of lack of care. So I think Norman has the responsibility and the opportunity to have this wonderful program where we do have unarmed people coming in who are professionally trained and can assess the situation accordingly. So I hope that you support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kaylin Carter. Sierra Osborne will follow Kaylin.
Hi, I'm Kaylin Carter. I'm from Ward 1. I'd like to show my support for using this $500,000 for the proposed non-police program crew, compassionate response emergency workers. This is what we've been asking for, an unarmed mobile response group trained to de-escalate certain situations in which our police officers currently are not sufficiently trained for still. In a crisis, we could call someone else more suited to help us, if only there were someone else to call. And emergency dispatch could be more impartial if it weren't nested under the police department. I know we've all grown up our whole lives knowing a community with police officers, but just because that's all we know doesn't mean it shouldn't change. Norman's police department just isn't sufficient on its own, so we need to fix that. People have been hurt by our own police. You've heard some of their personal stories, and now we need time to heal, and part of that healing will include a better, safer police alternative. And taking COVID into consideration, it's taking a toll on our businesses and families. So the money proposed in this amendment should be helping our community members with their current needs, which the services of crew and other community resources could help address. This big divide in the city between those who want to support or defund the police is really just a divide between people who have the privilege of feeling safe around police and those who don't. So please just use empathy and Christ-like compassion, just that Christ-like compassion that we always talk about, and listen to the townspeople who don't feel that their businesses or their health or their children are safe with our officers. And we could benefit from some unarmed response units and other community resources like mental health professionals, homeless programs, even mutual aid and other things like that. So I think this would be a really good way to spend the $500,000, which is a relatively small amount compared to the police budget of about $32 million. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Sierra Osborne, Ward 6, home of the, Radical Sidewalks, hopefully in the future. I got some notes here, but it is way past my bedtime, so I might ramble a little, sorry. I have spoken to the City Council multiple times over the past year. I've told you of my experiences with the NPD as well as those of my immediate family members. If you rewatched the videos of past meetings, like I suggested at the last meeting, then you know the details of those experiences and of many of our neighbors. Let's see here. Last time, many of you agreed that change has to happen. However, the FOP said, should have been here sooner. We've been here, we are here, and it's time to do this. Also, Anthony deserves a raise.
Thank you.
Erica Barker. Philip Sipe will follow Erica.
Hi, I'm Erica Barker from Ward 4. Statistics show that people experiencing mental health challenges are far more likely to be harmed than to harm others, especially when the police are involved. Trained emergency workers are exactly what we need to help diffuse situations involving mental health crises. As community members, we shouldn't have to make calls about how best to handle someone having a crisis, but we also shouldn't have to be afraid that our only option for addressing the situation currently, calling the police, will actually get someone we're concerned for killed or imprisoned. We should be able to call trained professionals who can safely diffuse the situation and provide further outreach services. For this reason, I urge you to vote yes on the amendment to establish the mobile response unit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi again. Philip Sipe, Ward 7. This meeting makes me reflect on a particular word. That word is courage. It takes courage for people to come in here, stand up in front of you guys, and say what they think and say what they think we should do and put themselves out there. And I admire the courage of you guys up there. You know, taking action, for example, last year and dealing with the resulting backlash. But to the point, there's an immense courage in responding to an emergency situation. As the son of a firefighter, I have seen the courage of emergency responders firsthand. I take great comfort in knowing that those that put their lives on the line have the appropriate tools for the job. Unfortunately, this is not the case for our police who respond to mental health situations. Common sense and data both show that when dealing with unstable people, the presence of tools of violence leads to escalation and harm. This is why we need a team of experts trained in the compassionate techniques and equipped with the nonviolent tools needed to approach these situations with care and precision. I urge the council to vote to pass this amendment and establish a nonviolent emergency response team here in Norman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas McFarland. Thomas, there are 2 minutes and 27 seconds left on the clock.
Cool, that works. I want to address a kind of common criticism and response that typically comes up with this program, and that I think I have heard in the past about this program, both from council and from others, and that is a difficulty in staffing the program with folks who are willing to do this job while unarmed. And my background is in behavioral sciences and in psychology. This is the thing that we train for in school. This is the thing that, I grew up early in my life having to deal with these issues and helping folks through these issues. The reason I went to school for this, the reason everybody who went to school for this and sought out this training was because they wanted to do this kind of work. And because they wanted to do this kind of work in a situation that helped folks, and they had no concern whether or not they needed a sidearm on them in order to do this work. The employees are out there. The folks who want to do this are out there. The folks who have the education and the interest and the willingness to step up to the plate and do this work, we're out here. My resume is right here, and I will put it forward as soon as this program is passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Hannah Gerlot. Hannah, there's 1 minute and 16 seconds left on the clock.
All right, I'll race the clock. Good evening. My name is Hannah Gerlot, and I grew up in Norman. I went to college here, and I own a business now in Ward 4. I run Equity Brewing Company and Just Books, and part of our mission is to ensure the mental and physical safety of our staff and our patrons, that comes with not calling the cops in any situation. We hope. But because Norman doesn't have the infrastructure to have a mental health crisis response team, we may have to engage with the police in our space, which will put the people at risk. I don't want to have to make the decision to prioritize the safety of my staff and my patrons above the safety of another community member who is in crisis, risking their life, their freedom, and their mental and physical safety. I really don't think that I will be able to live with that decision very well. And so I ask you to please vote yes on this amendment. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
If Jake Allen is here, there's 12 seconds left. Is he out there? Jake Allen? Might take him longer than that to walk in here.
I know. He's running.
It's fast.
Sorry, guys.
12 seconds.
I got 12 seconds? Okay, I was going to do anecdotes, but I don't think I got time. I support this. I think we've been working for it for a year and longer. I think members of the community really support it, and if they don't, they probably aren't trying to understand it in good faith. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. That concludes all the supporters for the motion. And then we will now go through those in opposition to the motion. I'm going to read the next several in order so you guys can kind of get geared up. Jeff Casillas, Stacy Clement, Mike Charbonneau. Huh? Jeff and Kate, then after Mark will be Chad Vincent, Denise Sober, Gary Hopkins, Vicki Smith, and we'll go from there.
Hello, my name is Stacy Clement. I'm a resident of Ward 7, and I'm a captain at the Norman Police Department. The amendment to the city budget to take $500,000 to form a mobile crisis unit is not well thought out and is set up for failure. Central Oklahoma Community Mental Health already has a 24/7 child mobile response unit and an adult mobile response unit that will be 24/7 this summer. This mobile response team includes welfare checks as well as outreach teams, and this is only a small part of what the state is developing and has been pushing out for several years across the state. This amendment submitted obviously did not involve conversations with community mental health or the police department. To be frank, this is a plan late in the game based on incorrect information to solve a problem already being worked on and addressed at the state level in partnership with this police department. For decades, the Norman Police Department has partnered with community mental health, the courts, and multiple nonprofits to provide a multidisciplinary approach to individuals in mental health crisis. This partnership with mental health providers and those in need of mental health services has led to hundreds of safe encounters with the police, and it saves lives every day. Forming a mobile crisis unit without partnering with the police is not only ill-informed, it is unsafe, and it puts the lives of individuals in crisis at risk. It is dangerous. The Norman Police Department has an outstanding record of assisting individuals in crisis and safely bringing them to places for treatment. It has been said that Norman officers are trigger-happy, especially towards our vulnerable. This is just not factual. These baseless allegations exploit vulnerable populations and need to stop immediately. Our last officer-involved shooting occurred in 2018, involved a person that had murdered someone, and did not result in that person's death. Since 2013, we have had 7 officer-involved shootings that have resulted in one death. We average approximately 100,000 calls for service and average 55 uses of force per year. These numbers just do not match the misinformation being spread about our officers, and this is damaging to our community. It is also being said that the police department has a police-only response. This hasn't been the case in decades because we understand that a multidisciplinary response, including a partnership with the police, bridges the gap for our most vulnerable, and it saves lives. It is also being said that the police department relies on only 40 hours of CIT training and then claim to be equal to mental health professionals as a result. This is factually false and completely undermines the partnership and team effort used to take care of our mental health community. Statements like this reflect a complete lack of knowledge on how our community cares for those in crisis, as well as highlights the lack of communication with actual mental health professionals in our community, as well as the police department. Instead of brushing aside professional mental health workers who have done this hard work, leading the team with law enforcement for decades, I suggest inviting the team, including the police department, to your table and giving them a voice. There is already a professional, active, and invested team working in the community. This is a solution looking for a problem. It is reckless, and it will without.
Thank you, Captain.
Lost my place, sorry. Mike Charbonneau.
My name is Mike Charbonneau. I'm a current resident in Ward 5, and I'm a father, husband, and business owner in the city of Norman. I believe that one of the many priorities for this council is to ensure the public safety for the citizens in Norman. I am opposed to further budget reductions for the Norman Police Department so that you can create a social experiment in our city.
Sir, for everyone,
I know.
Okay.
And place its citizens, including my family, at risk for potential harm. If you would like to experiment with social order or reform, I would respectfully request that you perform the experiments in your personal life, on your personal property, or on the campus of the University of Oklahoma, and not in the city of Norman or its budget. What you are proposing is like a patient going into the physician's office for an annual checkup, and then when finding there's no chronic diseases, the physician insists on severing a limb in hopes that ambulation improves beyond its current performance. I would ask you that this, for tonight, be like a physician. First, do no harm. Several of you have not even been elected by the people. 2 of you are voted out of office, and at least 1 of you has filed bankruptcy twice. Do you not see how egregious this is? I would respectfully request that the budget as presented should not be changed, especially in regards to the NPD. Their budget is appropriate for a city our size and is currently running lean compared to Oklahoma City and Edmond. The budget as presented without these amendments may be a means to begin to heal our city and not further tear it apart or make it weaker and more vulnerable. First, do no harm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to make it clear, the money is coming from the general fund, not the police department's budget. Chad Vincent. Denise Sober, you will follow Chad.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chad Vincent. I'm a Ward 8 resident. I've been a Norman resident for almost 20 years, and I have the honor of serving as the major for our Operations Bureau at the Norman Police Department. And with that, I have a front row seat to watch the greatest police officers in the country serve a community that we love and care deeply about. First off, I want to thank council for making the adjustment tonight. I want to thank you for honoring the support that we received tonight from the community. I think the community has spoken that the police department is important to them, and that community service is important to them. Tonight we've heard a lot of talk about numbers and programs and challenges and budgets. My goal tonight is a bit different. In my position at the police department, I have the unique privilege of spending the last 2 decades working directly with the police officers that are serving in this community. I know what's in their hearts, and I know that down deep to their very core, their passion is to serve the people of Norman. This is what motivates them. My purpose tonight is to remind us as a group that in the midst of conflict and talks about budget, it is ultimately about the people that we serve. Let's not lose focus about what's important. It's our people and our community. And more specifically, when we talk about developing programs and initiatives on how to respond to citizens who are mental health crisis, it's important to know where the heart and where the mind and where the focus is of the Norman Police Department. While I appreciate the offer to remove police officers from this response, this simply isn't reasonable, and it would be dangerous for our mental health responders. We want to be there, we need to be there, and our hearts are with the community, and we want to help. And my biggest fear is that in the middle of all this crisis, discussions and money and budget, the people that are going to suffer are going to be our community. It's going to be our victims of crimes. It's going to be those that are in crisis, those who are being abused, those who are in danger, and those that simply want to talk. These are the people that are most vulnerable in our city, and these are the ones that are going to suffer. These are the ones that need us all the most. Again, I appreciate the adjustment tonight from the budget, but I'm going to ask that we stop every June coming back to the same point, to the same podium to talk about budget reductions in the police department. I ask that we continue to support the police department and continue to fully fund it, and I thank you for the adjustment tonight. My plea for tonight is we put our differences aside. I think that we can come together as a city. To my very core, I believe it's doable. Our community is counting on us, and I know that we're up to the challenge. I believe we can work together to develop unique solutions to serve our community, specifically those who are in mental health crisis. The police department is ready to collaborate, and we're ready to start right now. We have the talent, we have the experience, we have the partnerships, and most importantly, we have the passion to build a program that will set the standard for across the country. As city leaders, myself included, we each have been called to this very moment tonight, and I believe that we respond in a great way. We need to respond in a way that honors.
Thank you, Major.
Hello, Council. Denise Sober, Ward 7. I want to first start by acknowledging the law enforcement responsibility for transporting persons with mental health services. It is a state law that sheriffs and peace officers shall be responsible for transporting individuals to and from designated facilities for the purpose of examination, emergency detention, protective custody, and inpatient services. It is a state law that a municipal law enforcement agency will be responsible for the individuals if they're in the municipality's jurisdiction, and the county sheriff is responsible for anyone outside of that municipality jurisdiction. Our police are still responsible for aspects of these calls, and they will be needed to clear the scene and to support these CRT people and our firemen, if that's the direction you choose to go. This should be a joint program with our firemen, with our police, with our CRT, and our community service people. This should be something that they work in tandem together. This divisive talk, the good guys versus the cops, is outright disgusting. This is something we should be doing together if we want to unify the city instead of pulling each other apart. I find it appalling that you're going to broad brush our heroes in blue, that you can look at their faces as you walk by and put things that have happened in other states or many, many years ago onto their shoulders or onto their spouse's shoulders. I find it appalling. I was unfortunately in the position very recently to have someone very close to me escorted for mental health. The officer was extremely professional. He didn't intimidate. He de-escalated the situation, and he helped us both through an extremely hard process. I want you guys to look at the men and the women over here in the eye. You need to realize who you're villainizing. You can also acknowledge your spouses who have been just as hurt this past year. I would trust any Norman NPD officer to arrive at my house should this need ever arise again. I want to thank them for their professionalism and their empathy. I saw a lot of it. I also want to request that this amendment be funded from the Americans Recovery Act money and not from the general fund. This is a pilot program and one that is not fully fleshed out. I do not believe it deserves a home in our general fund. Our general fund is overtaxed, according to you all. Adding another big financial burden onto the general fund, I believe, is reckless and financially irresponsible. Furthermore, it is my understanding that there are already provisions to establish a critical response team, not only the one that spoke about earlier, but also within our fire department. They have the funds to allocate to this process without this amendment. I would like to request that this council begins to listen to their department heads, such as Foster and King, and not our council members or other people in our community who do not know how to run a city. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do not want to have to clear the chambers. We need to maintain decorum, and we appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Gary Hopkins. Followed by Vicki Smith and Alyssa Amundsen.
Good evening. My name is Gary Hopkins. I'm a Ward 5 member. I've been a member of the community for the past 16 years. I'm also an officer at the Norman Police Department for the same amount of time and currently work as a captain on patrol. Although the dynamics of this meeting has changed, I do feel what I have to say is definitely applicable. To be perfectly honest, I'm extremely disappointed in the City Council's actions over the past year. You have made my agency and the officers within it pay for the sins of other departments. The Norman Police Department does not have a history of corruption or unjust actions. Instead, we have stood as a beacon for all other agencies across the state and the region to emulate in regards to our transparency, community outreach, and progressive style of law enforcement. This can be attributed to the men and women who work within my agency, whose dedication and determination have rendered this place we call home to be one of the safest cities in the state. Whether participating in community-oriented policing activities, at neighborhood functions, or chasing down homicide suspects, these men and women of the department work tirelessly to ensure their families, friends, and complete strangers have a safe place to live. Much of why this level of determination and dedication exists is because of the culture that has materialized within the agency over many decades. A culture which seems you are willing to tear apart and throw away based upon your ideological beliefs that are not rooted in any sense of logical information. As you listen with great adulation to those who work within the academia silos as they twist and contort data about our interactions with the community, but you fail to extend the same courtesy to my department's administration. Additionally, you've listened to agenda-driven activists who do not even live in our city as they told stories about interactions they've had with law enforcement officers in other jurisdictions. These individuals you have elected to listen to have called on you to reduce the police department's budget in the past, just like they did tonight, and you obliged. Regardless of how you wish to frame it, this is simply defunding. Many who subscribe to this thought claim they want to reimagine the role of law enforcement in our community. However, if they are truthful, they tell you their true desire to abolish our agency, which would usher in disorder into our city. Because of your actions, the morale within the agency is at an all-time low. Our officers watched as previous council members colluded with activists to take funds away from an agency they devoted their lives to. All the hard work and dedication these officers poured into the department and community essentially meant nothing to those who voted for this agenda. If this agenda continues, morale within the agency will continue to plummet and officers will leave to go work in communities where they feel appreciated. Maybe this is part of the abolishment strategy, and if so, it will be our community that suffers the most. Contrary to many beliefs, there is not a protective bubble around Norman that repels crime. Same criminal activity goes on within our city as other comparable cities. Major reason why we don't see or experience an exuberant amount of serious crime is because of the effectiveness of our officers' actions and hard work. Thank you.
Vicki Smith? Is Vicki Smith here?
Is that Vicki Smith? Okay.
Okay, I turned the speakers up. Are you guys talking and stuff? Nothing at all. Okay.
Our mics are behaving strangely.
Go, hold on. Okay, we'll try to address that right quick. So, can we have Vicki Smith, Alyssa Munson, John Barber, Daniel Munson? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe that's why you couldn't hear me. So sorry.
Was Smith going?
Is Vicki here? No.
I'm Alyssa. I'm after Vicki.
Come on, Vicki. This isn't Vicki?
Okay, this is my first time to publicly speak like this, and I have lived in this town for 63 years.
Go ahead.
How's that? Okay, let me start over. This is my first time to publicly get up in front and talk to people like this. I've been in this town for 63 years. I've lived here my whole life, and the last year has been pure hell.
But, ma'am, before you, are you Vicki Smith?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. Apparently, there's another one out in the audience.
I wanted to know if, does the OU campus police, do they have police at OU? Okay, why? So they'll be safe, right? Why does the university need security? Do we have a security at football games? Why? So they'll be safe, right? If the answer is protecting citizens and preventing dangerous situations or even de-escalating situations, then why are you trying to take more money, which in turn we lose police either from retirement or being lured away by other towns like Moore, who appreciate and respect their police department. Defunding the Norman Police Department for 2 years in a row makes no sense to the majority of the citizens of Norman, but you don't listen because you all have your own agenda. None of you seem to have a heart or respect for any of these people that are standing up here and talking to you and watching over this town, these police officers. You think we're backward Okies? Go back to where you came from then. You know, take it back to Kansas or wherever you come from, but leave us the hell alone. Let's see. Crime has risen in Norman.
Please, just a reminder, please watch your language tonight.
Crime has risen in Norman. Larceny alone for 2019 was 2,040, and for 2020 it was 2,173. Doesn't seem like much, but remember, most of 2020 we were shut down because of the pandemic, and since then it has only gotten worse. Houses being broken into by teenagers. Police department cannot patrol anymore because they don't have enough people. Now they've started siphoning gas out of hardworking people's vehicles. Nothing like filling up your car at night and you wake up the next morning to a quarter of tank. That's unacceptable.
Ma'am,
What
we're
about
not discussing the police budget. This is out of the general fund.
Well, I'm Vicki Smith. You guys called my name and I'm talking.
Okay. I'll remind everyone, again, the motion was placed on the floor for it to come out of the general fund, not the police budget. That has changed from what was printed with the attachment on the agenda. Why did it change? She made her motion different.
It's on? Okay. My name is Alyssa Amundson. I'm from Ward 7. I do not support this amendment because I feel that the money could be better spent training and improving our current established and meritorious police officers. As our police chief has made clear, we are short officers and up in crime, regardless of how you skew the numbers. Why not use this money to hire more bodies to help mitigate our crime? In total, this is too much money to spend on an unproven experimental program. If we have this money to throw away on an experiment, we should spend it on a more meritorious experiment, like more training and more reliable gear and tools for our brothers and sisters in blue. The opposition continues to bring up fatalities by police, but fails to address the number of fallen officers we have. In 2021 alone, there has been 147 officer fatalities. I ask you to vote no on this amendment because the benefits of putting this funding in other places like officer safety and training greatly outweighs the cost of this experimental program. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Barber?
Sorry, I was going to sleep there. Thank you. I'm John Barber, Ward 8, by the way. Thank you for amending your amendments. Totally shot everything I was going to say. But I will say this. It was mentioned before about the law enforcement, the state law that says law enforcement is the only ones that can take people into custody, protected custody, and transport them and everything. If you have a question about that, it's Title 43, Oklahoma Statute 5-207. I encourage you to read that statute. It'll kind of help you out here. With that saying, the Cahoots program, everybody talks about the Cahoots program. I called up there and I talked to them just to understand what everybody was talking about. And their psychologists or their program people, they only work like 3 days a week. The rest of the time, the law enforcement takes care of it. And law enforcement is pretty much on every single one of their calls. I like the idea that you have about getting psychologists and everything in there to work. I don't know one police officer in Norman PD that doesn't agree with that. We're all about the community. We're all about helping people, okay? I will say this. You talk about our training being insufficient. I would like anybody up there to talk a man out of shooting himself with a gun, and he would only turn himself into me. I'd also like you to try to talk to another man in another jurisdiction that you're talking to on the phone to have him put his gun down because he has a gun to his head. And I want to see anybody in here that has to trample through the woods out there, find a woman that tried to OD, carry her out by yourself to initiate CPR until somebody gets there. You guys say we don't have the fortitude or the training or anything like that. I beg to differ. I worked at another agency before here, and I'm telling you, they are ill-equipped, okay? The reason why I chose Norman to come here to not only raise my family, but to work is because of the standard, the Norman standard. Everybody talks about the Norman standard. Well, we're going backwards on this Norman standard. Let's start moving forward in the Norman standard. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Daniel Munson? Rashard, you'll follow Daniel.
Thanks again for your time tonight. I hope that you can hear what I have to say. There's been focus groups established for mobile crisis response team in 2020, and I believe we even paid a firm $5,000 to moderate one of those groups. Chief Foster wasn't invited to that focus group. And regardless if you like the Norman Police Department or not, they've been on the front line of responding to mental health crisis for 102 years. And they will continue for years to come. Chief Foster's been with the Norman Police Department since 1989. He brings 32 years of corporate knowledge to the table, not including him and his management team. In this discussion was a missed opportunity for the city of Norman and for the clients it serves. If the overall objective is to provide better service for Normanites, then why wouldn't we include the largest department in the city that has the most direct contact with clients with mental health issues? The city has not communicated how the public how the mobile crisis unit would be measured. Will this team help reduce the number of emergency detentions? Will this team help reduce the number of overdoses and deaths? Will this team help reduce the unsheltered population? Will this team help reduce the number of trips to the hospital for unsheltered people? Will this team help reduce the crime for the Norman Police Department so they have more time to respond to calls? Will this reduce the response time for the Norman Police Department to improve because they can transfer the calls to a mobile crisis unit? How will the success or failures of this program be measured? How will they be reported to the public? I feel the citizens of Norman deserve a better explanation and more transparency about how our tax dollars are being spent. I also believe that we should be presented with a plan for how a new mobile crisis team would be implemented. Because of these reasons, I don't support the amendment.
Thank you.
These are all good points. Rashard Tortorella, Ward 5, and I see these officers every day, and I see what they do. They're like the military. We handle these type of crises. We go into the dormitories, we go into war zones, we see mental health crisis every day. So I feel a kinship with these officers, and they have been doing the job. I've seen them. I've seen them talk a man down 13 minutes into a mental health warrant, and they waited 13 minutes, and then they tased him. They had no choice. But watching these officers, 3 or 4 of them, gently take him down, ask him politely not to resist, this is what they're trained to do. And so I'm glad that the money's not taken from the police budget this time, and I know this happens every year. But I agree with these speakers before me that, you know, we have the best officers in the state of Oklahoma. Okay, you guys seen them work. They're our friends, they're our family, they're our neighbors, and they don't deserve this hostility every time before council and outside agitators. And I know you guys try to do your best to respect them, but from the ones I spoke to, they feel they're coming into a hostile work environment when their own bosses, which are all you guys, attempt to take away their funding. Not this time, but last time, to denigrate them. And it's a hostile work environment, and nobody deserves that at all. So, you know, as we go forward tomorrow and the next day and next year, I want you guys to realize that no one in our department deserves this. They make up 30% of our workforce, and they're only asking for 27% of the budgets. They are running lean. Norman is the 3rd largest city in Oklahoma, and they're paid number 7. I mean, if you want to put the money to good use, let's increase their salaries. Let's increase their pay and their benefits. They deserve it. It's not like they clock out after 8 hours. They're on duty 24 hours a day, okay? So they deserve the extra pay. The admiration that we see these guys and women on the streets, you know, I've watched it, and they talk people down. The hostility, sometimes I just don't understand where it comes from. And like I said, as council members and, you know, members of the staff here, they work for us, and I think they deserve our utmost respect. And they shouldn't have to come to work worrying about their jobs. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Lambert.
She said no.
Thank you. Your air conditioner is functioning now. Courtney Lower. Lower. Catherine Lowry will follow her. And that will probably be the end, depending on how much time they take.
Good evening, council member. My name is Courtney Lower. I'm a resident of Ward 5. I want to say thank you for the amendment. I do appreciate that. I still don't think that these funds are necessary because of the evidence that has been spoke about with previous speakers and my fellow constituents and residents of Norman. So I will finish there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Lowry.
Hello. Good evening. Catherine Lowry, Ward 3.
A couple of points that I just wanted to make. I am so thrilled that I feel like you guys made the right decision not defunding the police. I mean, honestly, that was a great moment. As far as $500,000 for the mobile crisis unit, it's going to be combined, apparently, with a mobile crisis unit for the total of $1,130,321. And I do feel like there should be some kind of give and take going on here. I looked at the statistics and discussed with Lieutenant, he's a supervisor of the COOT program in Eugene, Oregon, and they do work together with the police department. They do. There are specific calls that the CAHOOT or the Whitebird Clinic cannot go on. And they have to have a safe place established before they can go if it's considered dangerous. For example, if they have a dangerous or lethal weapon, domestic abuse, there's certain calls that they cannot go to until it's been established that they're safe. So there is a relationship that they must have with the police department. And I think that it's so important. So many people are kind of, that's overly general, so many, but there are quite a few people that are not looking at the fact that there is a connection there. And that's something that needs to be considered. And the police department really needs to be part of this decision as far as funding and how much they can work together. I know that Tulsa, they have a department, the police department, the fire department, and their social services as well as EMTs work together like 3 times a week, and it's something that's really starting to work really well for them. So I hope that before we put together a lot of money, we consider all of these different options, because we certainly have the talent right here in Norman. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nicole, Tish, there. I'm gonna yield my time. Okay, Ann Gallagher, you have 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Okay, so I don't have as much to say as I did before. Thank you for that. And I'm sure you guys are happy about it too. I kind of think we have a little bit of the cart before the horse. The next amendment is to use the money that was taken from the police department last year, $235,321. Did I get it? And some cents, maybe? No. Anyway, we haven't done anything with that money. We don't have a plan in place yet. So we're asking for $500,000 additional dollars, and to use the quote from the mayor that she said tonight, that big with no plan. Let's do the allocation that we already have on the books. Let's use that money, partnership with the willing police department, who is wants to be involved in this. And we need to think of the safety of all those people who are going to be the response givers. Do they have to show up in full, nobody over there is, in full uniform? No. Can they be in khakis and a polo shirt? Sure. It doesn't have to be a police uniform for them to be effective in these crises. We need to address it in that way. You blew a lot of my stuff out of the water, which was great. I'm really happy about that, and so are you. The biggest thing that I want everybody to remember is these men and women deserve more respect than they are given.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Jennifer Shattuck, are you still here? You have 1 minute.
You don't have to run. It doesn't start until you get here.
Okay, hi, I'm Jennifer Shattuck, Ward 6. And with my 58 minutes, I just wanted to say, I've been talking to several people out there, all sides, but I can tell you 3 things that they all agree on. They want safety for Norman, safety for our citizens of Norman. They want better life for our vulnerable. And I'm assuming, I've been listening, people talking out and in here, and they want our dollars spent wisely. We all want the same ground, all common ground. We want the same thing. So how does that happen? Multidisciplinary. Last time I checked, this city is not ran just by Mayor Clark. All of you are here, working together. And these department heads working together. And until you can work together, it's not gonna work. It can't work. And you have 124,000 people, not here at the moment, but
Thank you.
Okay. What time is now?
I'm gonna take Catherine off. I don't know how that got on there.
I'll just pass it.
Okay, Councilmember Studley.
I would just like to say that this mobile crisis response unit that I would like to see happen is not just about mental health calls. Our police officers handle a lot of calls that are non-emergency calls. And I mean, I don't know about you, but if I could get help in my job and make my job a little bit easier, I'd probably want that. If I know I've been working a lot of overtime hours and I'm really tired and my department is thin and we can't get to calls in a timely manner, as they stated, because they are short officers, why not have some help? Why not have somebody else that you can call that can help come out in your community and handle things that cops really don't need to, they don't have to be called for. Let's use our police officers to help solve all of these crimes that you all have mentioned that you see in our communities. I think that if we have all of these car vandals and gas siphons and whatever else I've heard this evening, wouldn't you like the police to be able to come out to respond to those in a timely manner? And if they had these certain calls taken off of their plate, then they could. So I understand that not every one of these calls for, and let me name them, we have mental health, we have homeless, we have people who are disabled that maybe fell out of their wheelchair while they're taking a shower. Guess who gets called? The fire department or the police department to come pick this person up. It's a good thing that they're doing that, but we could have people that don't cost as much to send out and that could save the police to go fight crime and the firefighters to go deal with fires. We also have people who are drug addicted or alcoholics, and they might be drunk in public. I mean, if you're homeless, sometimes that happens. You have no place to hide. They might be high in public. We currently do not have any type of alcohol or sobering type center here other than the drunk tank at the police station. And I don't think that criminalizing people who have mental health or addiction or disabilities or whatever the case may be, or who are homeless, is the right way to go. And our city and our community have been asking since 2016 for this. We have invited the police to the table. They've hosted many of the talks that we've had in the last 5 years. We've had this discussion for 5 years, and nobody's done anything to change it, to introduce a program, or anything. And I'm not coming to you with a blank slate. We have 30 years of proven history with the Cahoots program. There's a program down in Houston that Carl Pendleton even mentioned that he'd like to go check out. Our Chief Foster, who have been at the table that you're saying he hasn't been at, actually introduced the program from Austin, Texas to us in our discussions of what else we could do with a mental health crisis unit. So there have been many different alternatives that have been brought up, but we just haven't moved forward with a solution. And it's time to do that. It's time. It's been 5 years, guys. So I don't think that the ARP funding, our COVID relief money, is something that should go solely for this. This is a program that's going to have to be funded year after year, and that ARP money is a one-time money from our federal government that is here to help people who are suffering from the effects of COVID. So I urge everyone to please consider this, and it's time. We got to get this off the ground. We have something that people in our community have developed based off of the Cahoots program, and I know they've emailed it to you guys because they emailed it to me as well. It's all over social media. It's called Norman Crew. It follows the Cahoots model, and the Cahoots model is available 24/7, and they do go out without police officers. And if you look at the data, the actual factual data that are numbers, 1.7% of the calls that Cahoots go out on, they actually call a law enforcement officer to help them. So they are working in conjunction with law enforcement in some instances, but not all. And as I mentioned, I do understand that there's going to be time when people are in mental health crisis that need a cop because they are just too far. Maybe they've got a weapon or something along those lines. I understand that a homeless person may be so drunk or fall down and hurt themselves or whatever the case may be that they're going to require somebody other than a mental health crisis. I get all of these things, but let's try it. It's a proven thing that's happened in other cities. It's going to help our police department. We can work with our police department. As I said, they've had a seat at the table. We want to make this something that happens for our people so they have an alternative solution to call. And all of you may be fine with calling the police, but there are certain people in our community that don't feel that way. And it's not anything that any of these officers have personally done to them, but could you imagine walking out of your house being a person of color and worried about what's gonna happen and if you're gonna come home just because of the color of your skin? All right. So, all I'm saying is not everyone wants to call the police for certain instances, and if we can offer an alternative, I think it's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Foreman.
I'll keep this short and sweet because I know we're all tired and want to go home. I don't think it's a surprise to anyone in the city or on this dais that the original amendment I would not have voted for. I'm not for defunding the police or reducing the force any more than it already is without some kind of safety study or whatnot. But I'm grateful that we're able to find a workaround for this and to get it funded in a different way. I may be the minority on the dais working at a police department. I understand your job in a different way than other people do, so this is something that I would want the police working very much in tandem with this program. I watched the FOP conference, our press conference the other day. I'm very happy to hear that their openness and their willingness to want to come to the table and work with us on this. I've heard Chief Foster talk about it, Deputy Chief Jackson talk about it, and I hope that we can come together on this and do this symbiotically. So with the amendment to the amendments, I will be voting for this tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. I think what I've heard for the last year, and I have participated in an election, and I was put back in this seat by the people of my ward. What I've heard over the last year is that people in this community do want some sort of change. They don't think everything's okay. Some people may think everything's okay, and that you've never had a negative interaction with the police and that they're perfect. That may be your experience, but that is not everybody's experience. And what we're seeing in this community is people looking at each other and completely ignoring each other's experiences as though they don't exist. I've only had bad experience with the police, so there's no way you could have had a good one. I've only had good ones, so there's no way you could have had a bad one with them. But I think both are true. There are people that have never had a bad experience with the police and feel completely comfortable calling them for anything. And there are people in this community that don't feel safe calling the police department. I don't find doing nothing and letting the status quo just stay the same as it is to be a viable solution. I think trying to offer an alternative response so the police are not the only option. From my perspective, any type of response, crisis response, would have to work with local law enforcement. There's no other scenario that we have locally that I know of where the Norman Police Department would not be working with this team in some way. As it's been mentioned, the idea is to respond to calls that may not require a police officer initially. And if we can reduce that load on our officers so that they can focus on other crime issues, I think that's good for our community, that's good for our police department. We talk as though nothing has ever happened in Norman. There's never been an incident in this town, but there has been. There's been a few. The Marconi-Akesi case was not long ago in a galaxy far, far away. It was in this town, and it was just a couple years ago. And in my opinion, it's very possible that he would still be alive if he hadn't been taken to the county jail that night. If he had been given proper medical treatment and not been dragged across the parking lot of Norman Regional Hospital by 2 of our officers. One of those officers is not employed by this department anymore. From what I understand, he had multiple incidents that led to his termination. The body cam video from that incident is on the internet. The whole world saw it. We talk about embarrassing things that have happened in this community. I find that to be extremely embarrassing. Our officers dragged a man across the parking lot of a hospital, and then 2 hours later, he died in a jail cell. Those officers didn't kill him, but they showed a complete lack of compassion for that human life. And it's on video. You can listen to their comments. They talked to him like he was an animal. That happened in Norman. Not 10 years ago, not even 5 years ago. There have been other incidents that have led people to not trust the current police department. And I don't think it's right for this community to completely ignore and dismiss those comments and those concerns that have been raised. I've experienced it firsthand myself. I've gone to the Supreme Court of this state to hold this police department accountable, and I won. If you're not familiar with the Friendly Market case, I would encourage you to read about it. It was a pretty good example of how Norman Police Department uses their resources. It was extremely wasteful, in my opinion. But that particular incident was a couple years ago, and I've approved multiple budgets since then that have increased funding to the police department. I have advocated for a bond proposal to remodel the police department facility, to expand upon the Emergency Operations Center, which serves all of our emergency response personnel. There are many ways to support the police department in this town, and those are just a couple of those examples. This past year, the #1 cause of death for law enforcement officially was COVID-19, and it was more than all other causes combined. Currently this year, one of my constituents mentioned 147 officers have died in the line of duty. Well, 26 were from gunfire, and that's down 13% from last year. Right now, auto accidents are the current increasing cause, but the leading cause is still COVID-19. And so supporting, and that's not even to mention the suicide rate for law enforcement officers, is one of the highest. And we talk a lot about mental health, but one of the things that has been missing from these conversations, in my opinion, is the mental health of police officers and the burden that our society has continually placed on these departments to address every single problem in our whole society. They have to be the teacher, the counselor, the law enforcer. So what I've heard from the community and what my goal is to try to address some of those issues, again, to reduce the burden on our police department, to improve mental health for our officers and for our community, and to have an alternative so that the police are not the only option that we can turn to. And again, in my vision of this type of program, it would be working with the police department. One of the programs that I'm fond of is the Crisis Cops program in San Antonio. That particular program is part of the San Antonio Police Department, but it, as was mentioned, is polos and khakis. They don't drive marked patrol cars. They don't have their gun and badges visible, and they've had some pretty great results at addressing situations like that. So that is the goal that I have for this program. That's where I want to go. I am going to support this tonight, and I'm going to look forward to having continued discussions with the community about how we can develop this and how, again, we can work better together, as so many have mentioned tonight. So I would also mention one last thing, too. The Sobering Center is extremely important. I took a field trip to Tulsa with former Sheriff Todd Gibson 2 years ago. We toured the Sobering Center there and the county jail. And when he was still sheriff, one of his goals was to bring back a sobering center to Norman so that we aren't having to take people to the county jail and process them for those type of things. So those are my comments on this one. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there any other comments from council regarding this item? All right. Oh, sorry. Councilmember Nash.
Yeah, will we have enough money to carry out this experiment without this amendment?
I think it would depend on the plan that we come up with.
Absolutely.
If ARP funds wanted to be used,
Could be, absolutely.
but I don't know.
Well, I think this is a program that's got a lot of promise. I think we've already got money set aside to run the experiment to see how it plays out. I'd feel a lot more comfortable with that $500,000 still in the general fund, added buffer to whatever comes down the road, whatever the next disaster is. For that reason, I don't think I can support this tonight.
Councilmember Peacock.
Thank you. Yeah, just like Councilmember Nash, I mean, I do support the creation of a mobile crisis unit, but as a collaborative with first responders and not in place of them, as Councilmember Holman said, the goal would be to reduce the burden on our law enforcement. I have some heartburn regarding the unknown cost specifics of the program, so the impact on the general fund is something that really worries me. So I'm not going to be supporting this amendment, but I will be voting in favor of the following amendment.
Councilmember Patron.
Anthony, would you, it's been a minute since you went over those numbers. Will you remind me again, if my notes here were correct, it was 1.6 million was the general fund balance prior to Amendment 5, which replaced 841,486. Is that correct?
The numbers have changed fairly substantially since.
You too, huh? I'm like, my brain's a.
With the lack of passage of number 10, we are at a net increase to the general fund balance right now
That's what I thought after number 10 didn't pass.
of $845,595, depending on what happens with this next two. So I don't know if that answers your question, but basically, you would increase the projected, remember, these are projections.
Sure.
But you would increase the projected general fund balance from $4,090,000 to about $4.9 million. And that's the bottom line.
So,
and the increase above the minimum from 1.6 million to about 2.4.
2 point
right
what?
now. About 2.4 million,
Okay,
pending what happens on these next two proposed amendments.
sure, okay, but 10 didn't pass, and so this would be 500,000 coming off the 4.2 if it did. And then the next one is 630, so, thank you, Anthony.
For those of us that went to law school and not math school, what was that final number?
Which final number? The amount of fund balance in excess of the minimum required or the total?
In excess of the minimum required,
About 2.6 million.
and that's before. this
Before
one
these
and
two
next one.
proposed amendments, yes.
Okay. Any other comments from council regarding this item? I've got a few. So with the task force, Lieutenant Bryant was involved with it. I got to meet Officer Manus. We had OUPD involved, so we did have conversations with that. And it wasn't a cahoots model, but it was an option. Now we have Norman Crew, which is an option. And now we have the city manager's proposal of using resources we already have through the fire department as an option. So there are several plans out there. None are just solidified yet. And I agree, I'm not worried about adding options for care for our residents. That doesn't bother me at all. What bothers me is, again, the shell shock that we've had with disaster after disaster after disaster. And we, I believe, have got to protect the general fund as much as possible while still providing options to our residents. And we have an opportunity to do that. So I will be following the lead of some of my council members, and out of protecting the budget, I'm not going to support this one. And I've gone round and round and round and round on that. I fully intend to finish what we started last year and support the next amendment. The health of our community has many different layers. There's the physical health, the mental health, but there's the financial health as well. And that is something that I think we all need to be wise and consider. With the hellacious year that we just had, we were all hoping 2021 would be better. Not quite optimistic, which makes me quite nervous about 22. And so I want our community to be best positioned to roll with the punches as humanly possible while still providing these options. And we have a chance to do that tonight. So that is why I will not be supporting this specific amendment, but I will be moving forward with number 14. The motion on the floor is to amend the budget to decrease the general. What? Bridget? Okay. To amend the budget to decrease general fund allocations by $500,000 and to increase city manager department allocations by $500,000 for the implementation of an unarmed and non-police mobile crisis response program. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast by a vote of 5-4. Voting against, Councilmember Nash, Councilmember Schuler, Councilmember Peacock, Mayor Clark.
All right, on to item 14. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Studley for Amendment 14.
Oh, hang on, sorry.
Sorry. Excuse me. I move to increase general fund allocations to the city manager department by $630,321 for the implementation of an unarmed and non-police mobile crisis response program.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Okay. This time we're going to start with those that are in support of this amendment. That will begin with Scott Dixon, followed by Stephen Ellis, Alan Hatcher, Michael Blunt, Caleb Creed, Alex Lampier, Cynthia Rogers, and we'll see how far we get. You're good? Okay. So Cameron Smith. No, wait, sorry. You guys have no idea.
You're doing a good job.
Stephen Ellis. He's coming. Following Stephen will be Alan Hatcher, Michael Blunt, Caleb Creed, and Alex Lampier.
a second. Steve Ellis, 633 Reed Avenue. Sorry that took a second. I was kind of swimming upstream there. I think it's important that we keep going on this. As I mentioned before, it's an important issue. I mean, honestly, given that the council voted for this basically, what was it, last month or maybe 5 weeks ago, I was a little surprised that it wasn't included in the budget already, but let's just fix that and make sure that this money that you guys have already decided that should be spent for this emergency response system gets spent for the emergency response system. Thanks.
Thank you.
Alan Hatcher, are you still here? Going once, going twice. Michael?
Michael Blanc, Ward 2. Let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and be very, very brief because it's late. I'm saying we go ahead and vote again in favor of this amendment. Follow up what we started last year. This is money that has been earmarked twice for this purpose. Please make sure we follow through. I'm very proud of you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caleb Creed?
Yeah, I think this needs more money, so please fund it. So another 600,000. Another 600,000, that would be excellent. I have an aunt that actually works in Oregon. She doesn't work for Cahoots, but she works for a Cahoots-like program, and she's on call. So people have an idea how this works. She's on call like 8 hours every other couple days, and they've got people who make up some of the other hours. She'll get a call and she'll show up to the thing and she'll, address the problem that's there. This is a very, a program that is, there are programs like Cahoots that are done in Oregon, all over Oregon, that are, they happen without a hitch. I mean, people figured it out, and it's certainly a process that's understandable and comprehensible. I mean, it's been called radical a couple times, but you know what, it seems to me like a very just normal and sensible, logical kind of thing to do, and I hope that you'll do it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Alex Lampier?
I don't know if he's still here. I don't see him.
Cynthia Rogers? Amanda Franklin will follow Cynthia.
Good morning again. Yes, I support this. Thank you for the last one. Sometimes change is scary, but you don't know until you try. We have some examples in other communities to follow, so I applaud you, and it's a bold move. And I think our community needs this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda? Following Amanda will be Larla Turner.
Okay, I had Amanda Franklin, Ward 4. I had kind of prepared a statement for the last amendment, but I didn't get to say it, and you passed it. So I feel like the vibes changed, but I wrote this whole thing out, so I'm just going to say it anyway. It applies still, obviously, but. So I support this budget amendment. Police don't have adequate training to respond to emergencies related to mental health, substance abuse, and homelessness. When someone is experiencing a mental health crisis, an armed officer with 40 hours of CIT training or no training beyond the police academy responds to the call. These encounters can be deadly. People experiencing mental health issues are 16 times more likely to die during encounters with police than other civilians. A non-police crisis response unit is a safer and more appropriate option than armed, possibly aggressive, and poorly trained police officers. Other cities have successfully implemented non-police crisis response programs with positive results. In addition to providing crisis response services, the CAHOOTS program in Eugene, Oregon also trains law enforcement and community members in methods of crisis management and conflict resolution. CAHOOTS also provides additional services to the community, including conflict resolution, mediation, welfare checks, substance use counseling, transportation services, grief counseling, and they provide basic supplies to the community like socks and water. Austin, Texas has a similar non-police crisis response program. Austin 911 dispatchers are trained to ask whether the caller needs police, fire, or mental health services. Workers are also stationed at 911 call centers with iPads to take calls directly from dispatchers or first responders at the scene. During the program's first year, arrests of people with mental illnesses in Austin reduced by 30%. I urge you to approve this budget amendment to implement a non-police crisis response program to provide safer and more appropriate services to people in our community experiencing emergencies related to mental health, substance abuse, and homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura? Did she leave?
Yes.
Okay, Marguerite.
There's really not a whole lot to say about this bill. The money has been appropriated. It should have been used. I mean, it's there. It needs to be used. The last amendment was passed. It's apparent that we need this crisis center. We need the mobile crisis unit. We need something other than what we have. And so I'm just asking you to go ahead and pass the amendment that the funds have already been appropriated. I don't see why it shouldn't pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sierra Osborne, is she still here? Oh, there she is.
We're all super tired, so I'm just gonna say thank you for finding a way for this to work for everybody, that everybody can get on the same page. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Erica Barker? Erica Barker here? Philip Sipe?
Hi again. I also won't take up a bunch of time because it's late and we all have beds we want to get back to. I spoke last time about courage. I'm glad to see an example of that tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thomas McFarland? Did Thomas leave? Jake Allen?
I'll do another 12-second one. I'm really happy with what we just did, the last amendment that was passed, and I hope we can continue to do it to the next one. I'm really hopeful for the future of the town and the community that we can build with this program, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that completes all the yes supporters. I am going to go ahead and do the unsure because there's still some time left on this side, and I don't think there will be time left on the other. Danny Legg? Did she leave? Okay. She was earlier. Hang on. Mary Frances? And following Mary Frances will be Timothy Willis. I think that might be the first time I've called that name tonight.
Thank you. I'd like to correct a statement that was made earlier. Because as of January the 1st, 2017, the program is in Eugene, Oregon, has gone 24/7. It is not 3 days a week. You can look it up. And in 2 years ago, they reported that almost 20% of the emergency calls in Springfield and in Eugene were the emergency calls for the mental crisis people. Olympia, Washington has started this program as well. And in their first 2 months, the unit went on nearly 700 calls. And another 73 calls were referred by the police or the fire crews to the mental crisis people. So it's been a very popular program all across the country. Many cities have this program, and it's been proven. So I urge you to go ahead and complete the funding on this.
Thank you.
Timothy Willis. Katie Monroe. Is Katie still here? I was looking for her. I don't see her. Sarah Livingston. Justine Wilson. There she goes.
Hello, I'm Justine Wilson. I work in Ward 1 and live in Ward 3. I just wanted to clarify some things. On the Cahoots webpage, it says that they divert perhaps approximately 5 to 8% of calls. That means 92 to 95% of calls still require law enforcement. In terms of funding, that might be something to look at. I'm concerned about the wording of this amendment here. And then from the comments that were made by Councilman Holman, seems to be in direct conflict, and with Mayor Clark, seem to be in direct conflict with what is worded here. This says specifically, these must be non-police mobile crisis response. And both of you said that that's an option, that's a possibility. So if it's being funded to include the police and it specifically says it can't do that, I don't know how that's possible. So I would really like to hear some clarification on that. One of the reasons why it's called Cahoots was because it was initially designed to be an alternative to the police. And after it was run, it found it could not work outside the police. And so they were in cahoots with the police. That's what the name came from. And they defended that. In fact, they found that you could not run an alternative program without a simultaneous funding for the police. They go in tandem in order for them to be effective. And so if you are raising the money for this, I would submit you would also have to raise the funding for the police in an equal proportion in order for it to work out. If the amendment is worded to exclude that, then I don't really know what, you don't even have Cahoots. You don't actually have any program that has been talked about on this council. And I think the legal wording here, I would kind of defer to the attorney here. I don't know where you go with that. I would also, I'm not clear because of the previous amendment that it was going to be taken from the general fund. I'm assuming this is just another one that's taken from the general fund so that it would be in the amount of, 1.3 or $1.13 million. One of the things about implementation of these programs is they had tremendous difficulty, one, in just the upstart. Retraining the entire 911 program to be able to do that, it is time intensive.
Okay. Now we're moving to the opposition side. I know several people have left, so I'm going to read names quickly. And Mark Charbonneau, John Barber, Daniel Munson, Rashard Tortorello, Jennifer Lambert, Courtney Lauer, Nicole Kish. Go ahead, Mr. Munson.
So I've been here for, I don't know, like 8 hours or something like that. And the discussion that I'm really missing is stormwater. So could we revisit that today? We're in a new day, right? All right. So I'm not in favor of increasing the general fund allocations for the purposes of a mobile crisis program unless that program mirrors the mental health response team from Irvine, California, their police department, which has been listed as the safest city in America for 15 consecutive years, or the Naperville, Illinois Police Department Social Services team. So what's the difference between these? The difference is that these functions report directly to the police department, so they would roll right up to Chief Oster. They have sworn police officers that have all kinds of different mental health certifications, and so I think that is a better approach. So some of the certifications that they have is like chemical dependency professional, licensed clinical social worker, Center to Advance Palliative Care, licensed social worker, clinical trauma professionals. And this team develops strategies to address the unmet needs of the community, particularly those related to domestic violence, mental health illness, child and elder abuse, sexual abuse, substance abuse, and youth and family issues. They provide crisis intervention in situations requiring immediate assistance, short-term counseling, and referrals to assist with mental health assessments. They do court advocacy for orders of protection. They assist with death notifications and grief counseling. They provide victim and witness support. So having a mental health response team that directly reports to the police department is going to reduce the chain of command issues and the interagency bureaucracy. Additionally, since the city of Norman hasn't completed a public safety study, reducing any kind of a budget that could impact the police department like we did last year, that's not something that I would support. So I would want to keep the funds in place and then reallocate them back to the Norman Police Department. So thanks for your time.
Thank you.
I don't see Ann Gallagher, so I'm assuming she left. Jennifer Shattuck, are you still here? See, some of you guys that were really far down on the list might get to speak.
Jennifer Shattuck, Ward 6, and since I don't have like 58 seconds, I actually could say that. I definitely like what Dan was talking about, because unlike the Cahoots program, which again was started in partnership with the police department, it actually is a nonprofit agency called Whitebird Clinic, which if you look Google right now, it's closed. It's not open right now on Google. So I worry about somebody having a mental health crisis at 2 in the morning on Christmas Eve. That is my concern. Not having somebody there in 30 minutes if something happens. Because you've got DHS and you've got the health workers and they just can't be there in the amount of time, and there's not a program out there for that. I would like to hear more about his program because I think it would be great. I personally would like some of my family not to have to deal with something that was scary like that could harm them or have them harm someone else. So I just want to know that, that it's definitely going to be a partnership. Definitely, I like the word cahoots. I wasn't really sure exactly how it all got started until I did some research, but it is. It's a partnership. It's a partnership that involves the police and the health professionals, and they work together. Just like they work together on calls for wrecks. For the fire department comes, the ambulance, and the police. And it keeps everybody safe. The whole scene gets safe. So I just want you to know that the police department is an amazing department, and they are willing to be there for the city and for you if they're invited. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly Lynn.
Good morning, thank you. What we have here now, let's be honest about it, this is defunded money. This is where this source of money is coming from. We all know that. So if you're voting for this now, you're voting once again to defund the police. You're wanting to talk about this partnership with police while you're down police, 9 positions because they were defunded. And I would like to know, maybe the attorney will address this, how this Open Meetings Act again, how this just changed right here, this amendment changed from what was stated publicly, from the fund it came from. It should have been withdrawn and then put back on to come from the general public, as far as I can tell. But you want to send people out here for mental health stuff? How about Flower Mound, Texas, May 26th? 3 officers respond to a health and welfare check. 3 of them end up getting shot. Is that what you want? You want these people to respond to this? Because it can change in an instant. You never know what you're going into these calls. I assure you that the officers can tell you that too. When they might just be responding to somebody that might be drunk. And then it turns violent. They might have a sword. They might have to shoot them with rubber bullets. That might happen right here in Norman. Because that did, just recently. When they were responding to somebody intoxicated that was a homeless person. You're going to put people in danger with this. And if you're voting on this now, you are voting for defunding of police. Remember that. Some of you are going to come up for re-election. And I promise you that if you're voting this and you're using this money while you're not supporting our police with proper funding that you've reallocated, however you want to do it, it's defunded. It's been said by 2 courts of law that it was defunded money. And if that's the money that you're going to use for this, I tell you that we will work our tails off to remove you from office with everything that we can. I assure you, the community does not support you doing this. Find some other way. You have other money coming in that you could do something with. Why don't you put some money back? Get the police that can be used to support this program if you want to do it. Bring an actual plan for this program, not just snatch it up and say, yeah, we'll figure it out. Put something in place. You want to do this? Put the work into it. Put some effort into it. You're not even copying other programs. This is police-free, unarmed. That's not even the program that you're even using. You don't even know what you're doing. You're just saying, hey, this sounds like a great idea. Pulling it out of thin air. No effort put into this whatsoever. And this is a giant deal. Now you're going to put $1 million something into this that is just an idea. It just seems so ridiculous and irresponsible.
Thank you.
Catherine Lowry. Ron Collette. Phil Leave. I think Phil left. Crystal Wines. Barry Dunham. Robert McGee. Cameron Smith. Looks like Bruce Parker left. Gary Barksdale.
I'm going to echo what 2 previous speakers have said about the discussion before the vote was in cooperation and collaboration with the police, but yet both the Amendment 13 and 14 state non-police. Non-police mobile crisis response program. So that excludes the police. So This council just voted on this, that I'm right. Hope I'm right about that, because that's what I heard. Now, normal parliamentary procedure requires a vote on an amendment to an amendment. And if memory serves me correctly, you didn't vote on the amendment to the amendment and then vote on the actual amendment that was amended. So you violated parliamentary procedure in this vote. Maybe. I don't know. We'll find out with legal challenge. But we talk also about, several of you had stated that you were concerned about dipping $500,000 into the general fund, and yet when Mayor Clark read the Amendment 13, and you guys cast a vote on it, she read the amendment exactly as it's worded on the agenda. She did not read the amendment to the amendment. You didn't vote on the amendment to the amendment first and then vote on the amendment. That's parliamentary procedure. That's the way it's supposed to go. But whenever you voted on this, you approved of $500,000 to come from the general fund. And then several of you expressed concern about touching that general fund, and now you're going to vote on another $630,000 out of that general fund? You guys wonder why we don't trust you. Jeez.
Thank you.
Linda Howard. I don't think Lee Greenleaf is here. Norman Tooley. I thought I saw him. Lee Maples. Erica Barker. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. I was on the wrong side. Okay, that's everybody. That's everybody. We're done.
All the way around. Okay. Councilman Patron.
Okay, I'll be quick. I've been keeping a few notes, and so I'm gonna jot them all out here. One of our officers said that there was no protective bubble around Norman protecting them from crime. And the same crime exists here as it does outside of the, I'm paraphrasing, but outside of Norman city limits. And we actually agree with that. That is 100% accurate, and that's not what this is about. We do want our police officers answering calls for crime. Mental health crises is a health issue. These are patients. I think we should use a different word for what this is about. And even more than that, it's non-neurotypical. We talked about this in great detail a year ago, that, and you know, this isn't all adults, it's kids as well. Kids on the autism spectrum, some, and that is a large spectrum. Some are not able to verbalize what they're going through in that moment. There are professionals that really specialize in this, that understand these situations and what kinds of stressors can really set it off. We're trying to provide compassionate care. That's not to say that police are not compassionate. It's two completely different, unrelated entities. And yes, they can work together, because if there is, in a specific situation, like, you know, that there might be a threat of violence to a child or something like that, you know, who knows what the call is, that it would require both, then yes, they're gonna partner. I mean, it feels like this is really being painted in a divisive way when it shouldn't be. We don't all fit in the same mold. We have a lot of different situations in this city, and we've heard time and time again that police are overworked, that they have, you know, response times are issues, and please don't take money from the police budget. So that didn't happen. But $500,000 is what we passed the last one from general fund, not from the police budget, isn't gonna cut it. It's not enough. And you guys probably know that by now, because you've listened to hours upon hours of budget meetings at this point. It's not a knock against our officers. It's not saying they're incapable. It's saying that they do a different job. And we can alleviate a whole lot of their stress, and they can answer the calls and get the paperwork done and get home to their families. This isn't something that you're going to go after them. Oh, I'm going after you. Why? Because they want to help people in the community, Kelly? It's ridiculous. It's just that there's no reason to create a war. There's no reason to try to create a war for people who are crying out for help. They're scared. And it's not that they're scared of police. They're scared that whoever comes and answers isn't going to be able to help them in their time of need. You don't take an EMT to have a surgery done. No, they can help. They're going to save your life maybe in the moment, but you still need to have heart surgery later on down the road by a heart surgeon. We're trying to make it to where they go straight to the heart surgeon. That's all this is. And I really hope that we can dial down the temperature and understand that we truly don't all fit in the same mold. And there are different kinds of calls. That's really all it is. And yes, our officers are the best in the business when it comes to fighting crime. Even if it's a ninja on the other side of that door. I believe they're going to do a great job because they do a great job. It's not in any way of saying you're bad at fighting crime. They're the best at fighting crime. Let's let them fight crime. Brenda, I want you to know that we really appreciate your expertise. You are a highly decorated parliamentarian, and I appreciate you. And I think that will take care of me for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Studley.
So first of all, non-police, unarmed and non-police is what we want as an initial response, if that's what the person calling wants. Once a mental health person gets out there and assesses the situation, if they feel that there is a need for an EMT or an officer, then they can call for that at that time. But they're gonna go out and do the evaluation. So right there, that eliminates the need for a transport, because you're transporting as an officer to get the evaluation, to take them to the hospital, because you, as a police officer, don't know what exactly that mental crisis is, and you have to get an expert to handle that for you and evaluate that for you. So if we can have somebody that comes out, perhaps this person doesn't want to go to a hospital. I understand as a law enforcement agent, you have to take them. But if a mental health crisis worker goes out there and can talk them through it and offer them additional resources, that's great. That's great for that person. And they'll follow up. But like I said, if there's something that warrants the need for an officer, then we can call them. I'm just curious, and I'm asking honestly, when a fire call comes out, do the police join the fire department? Every call? Every call, the police joins you when you go out on a call?
Chief King?
Can I ask that?
Yeah, go ahead, Chief King.
On the majority of calls, police would be there on a fire call. We need traffic control many times, or scene safety in a situation like that, or crowd, blocking off an intersection. So I would say that many calls we go on, police would be there as well.
But are they helping you to actually fight the fire, or are they doing police work?
And there are situations where, say, a fire is threatening an exposure, and if we're low on personnel, they could help evacuate certain areas. So actually getting in and fighting fire, no, but they could help out in a scene like that.
Okay. So This is what I'm talking about. We can do all of these things as separate agencies, but still work together when we need to. So the wording in here about the unarmed non-police is just for the initial response. And not every call that comes into 911 is gonna go to that, guys. These are literally a small percentage of these calls that are gonna go to this. But it will help to alleviate some of those calls from our police officers. Another thing I wanted to point out is that Whiteberg Clinic is a clinic. They are a nonprofit agency, but they also host a clinic on top of what they do with Cahoots. And this clinic provides services to the community. So yeah, the clinic is closed right now because it's 2:30 in the morning here. This was not something that was just pulled out of the air. It has 30 years of proven track record. Our city, including our police force, have been researching alternatives for the last year. And there have been many options that have been presented to us. And so this is not something that is unplanned. We don't know what we're doing. We have several ideas of what we could do. We just have to decide on it. And then the last thing, Amendment 13, I never said the initial amendment and how it was written. I completely reworded it before I ever said it. And so I didn't change anything, and I didn't do an amendment to an amendment because my initial amendment that I presented to you all had nothing to do with the police budget. Thank you.
Councilmember Peacock.
That was from last time.
Councilmember Hall.
I'll keep this brief. Thank you to everybody who's hung in to the bitter end. I think all I really want to say at this point is just for the record, I was prepared to vote no if the $500,000 was going to be with the original wording of Councilmember Studley's amendment. The fact that she changed the wording of the amendment changed it for me because I was not interested in taking $500,000 from the police department. But this does provide us with an opportunity. I am acutely aware of how important it is to maintain a proper fund balance, but because of the other decisions that we made tonight, it allowed us to move in this direction. And I think if we've learned anything this year, we all have a different lived experience. I think we all understand the important role that our police department plays in our community, and that we all want to feel safe here, and that there are lots of different ways to feel safe. So I am grateful for our public servants, for our firefighters, for our police department, but I also think we have an opportunity to make a bold step forward, and I completely envision this as a collaboration between multiple stakeholders, our police department, our fire department, multiple agencies that we have in town, that we all support each other and support our community. So I am optimistic for what is coming in our future, and my hope is that we really can work together to find the best possible path forward with multiple options to meet the needs of a lot of different kind of people that live in our community.
Councilmember Schuler.
I'll keep my comments brief. I know we've all been here a long time, and I'll echo the comments that Councilmember Hall said. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for sticking it out, and for your passion tonight on both sides, and addressing us with your concerns. I think this is the only way that we get policy for the city that represents the people. And so are we going to get it perfect every single time? No, but that's why we continue to work at this. That's why government is a process. And when we get it wrong, we'll continue to update and change, and we will find ways to continue to move forward. I also wanted to state for the record why I was a no on the last amendment, kind of reiterating what
my other council members said about, being responsible with our general fund, as well as, not really just thinking about a path forward, but I will be a vote of yes on this one because this money has been in some ways allocated from last fiscal year and it's been sitting around, and so I will be a yes to move this one forward for that reason. And I will also state for the record that had 13 been presented as originally stated, I would have been a no to defund and move out money from the police department. So, thank you.
Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. I agree with a lot of the comments from my colleagues up here tonight. I agree about item number 13 as it was presented. I did not feel I would have been prepared to support that one tonight. There are minimum staffing levels that are voter approved that have to be maintained, and that would have been my major concern about approving that amendment as it was written. The current amendment, again, is a carryover, and as it stands, the council would basically be budgeting $500,000 a year for this program as it stands. And I think that's a good start to get this program going. Whether it is mixing the ideas we've heard from our city manager in regard to our fire department and using our fire stations and the CIT training there, I definitely can see this being a tandem of multiple organizations. And this funding could end up going to boost up the fire department if we decide that that's where we do want this to come from. I would think if we were going to ask the fire department to take that on, that would probably require some additional funding to them. And if we were making the decision that we don't want any other alternatives, we do only want the police to respond to this type of stuff, then we would have to consider increasing the police budget to address that. But what we're trying to do is not have the police be the only option. And again, like I said before, I think that results in good things for both our community and our police department in the long run. So I think this is common sense. I hate even using that word because it really is no such thing. Everybody has their own version of what makes sense, but but I think this is a good path forward. It's a reasonable amount, and I think our community will be better for it. Thank you.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to amend the budget to increase general fund allocations to the city manager department by $630,321 for the implementation of an unarmed and non-police mobile crisis response program. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast. The motion passes by a vote of 8-1. Voting against, Councilmember Peacock.
Now we are back to the main motion as amended. Are there any public comments regarding the budget as amended?
Okay, I think.
Ms. Walker?
Okay, so this is a new one that was not on the agenda. My understanding of the request is one, there was a trash issue at Griffin Park, is that right?
Correct.
Griffin. As a result of a tournament, I think, that was held over the weekend, and because of rain delays, moved over into Monday, when they did not have staff there to clean up the trash. So I'm not sure if the request is funding for more trash cans, more trash service. That was a service that should have been provided by the group that we contract with for operation of the softball fields. They operate the tournaments. So we've talked to them about that. We've been out there this morning and cleaned that up. I think that's probably a one-time thing. But if the ask is for more trash receptacles, I imagine that can be done within the current budget.
Okay, and same with bus shelters and the bus shelters at the library.
I'm sorry, let me turn your mic on.
Okay, residents were also asking for bus shelters at the libraries.
Mr. O'Leary did indicate that the bus shelter at the library is in the works as we speak.
Okay, and then what was the last thing for, you had said benches, or sidewalks is a recoupment thing, that's a whole different policy. Okay, that's it, thanks.
Back to the main motion as amended. Are there any public comments regarding the budget as amended?
Okay, I think most of the people on here probably have gone home. There are plenty of seats inside, so if you have signed up to speak on this and you're out in the lobby, if you come into the chambers, that would help us move this a little quicker. Mike Charbonneau, Chad Vincent, Denise Sober.
Okay, Chad's good.
Okay. Alyssa Munson.
I don't see Alyssa or Denise.
John Bobber is gone. Daniel Munson.
I want to make sure that I'm doing the procedure right, so can I talk about anything that was on the budget?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. So one of the things we've talked about is the mobile crisis unit. And, you know, we say, well, the police shouldn't be responding to those types of calls. They do every day. When there's a baby that drowns in a bathtub, sometimes the police are the first one on scene. And they might be the one that start chest compressions. And when fire or EMS show up, well, then the scene's theirs. But the job of the police department at that time is to comfort the family that is in this major crisis. And so there's all kinds of types of calls. Rape would be a call that would be a significant mental health crisis. And there's calls like car accidents. Sometimes people die in car accidents and some people don't. And if there's a person in a car accident, you know, that survives and the other one doesn't, that is a mental health crisis. And our police department responds to these mental health crises every single day. And one of the things that I really like that the Norman Police Department did in December, they said, you know what, we want 100% of our officers to be CIT trained. What we didn't talk about tonight is how do we help them do that? If we feel like they can be better police officers if they're 100% CIT trained, then we should have that discussion. I think that's a really important thing for us to talk about, is how we do that. And when you're in a staff shortage, it's really hard to do training. Because if you're pulling 10 people off the street and you're putting them in a classroom, someone has to backfill those 10 spots. And if you're short staffed, it's a really, really hard thing to do. And so I would like the council to explore how we can help the Norman Police Department get to 100% training for CIT. So thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Did Jennifer Lambert, is she gone? Okay, oh, there you go. Courtney Lauer. I'm good, thank you. Jennifer Shattuck. Did Kelly just leave? Kelly Lynn? Okay. John Martin? Where? She said no. Scott Martin? It's fine. Well, somehow you got on that one too. Catherine Lowry? Catherine Cox? Cameron Smith? Bruce Parker's gone. Gary Barksdale? Sorry.
I want to express my sincere gratitude to this council for another late night of fun and theatrics. And just want to let you all know how much I appreciate you listening to your constituents. We're grateful for it.
Thank you.
Mary Francis? Bless her heart, she's gonna need a ride. Stephen Ellis? Alan Hatcher? Caleb Creed? Timothy Willis? Michael Blanc?
We're still on track to get out here before 4. That's progress. Michael Blanc, Ward 2. I appreciate all the work that was put in tonight. I'm liking what we're moving towards. I will say for the record, though, because I felt like it was important to say it one more time, for the continuing conversation I'm sure this community will continue to have as we move forward. On the model that we are trying to fund this evening, or that has been allotted for, remember that mental health and behavioral crises are not just every single time that someone unfortunately experiences trauma. There is a difference there, right? We have discussed at length, I think at this point, that when there is a medical emergency or a specific crime that's been committed, those are reports that will be taken by existing agencies that are appropriate for the issue at hand. We have discussed how the calls that we are specifically going to be training our hopeful new dispatch folks for, or at least new policies for, will be vetting those calls to make sure that the correct people are going to the correct situations, right? That's the importance of having a well-rounded public safety organization here in town. So I look forward to seeing what we decide to do with the funding we're allocating for this new model. I believe it's going to be great for our community. I look forward to seeing how it works out. Thank you again, and I'll see you guys in miscellaneous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe not. Did Steve Lucas leave? Okay. Cynthia Rogers. Amanda Franklin. Justine Wilson.
She was over there. She must have left.
Larla Turner. This is going very quickly. Can't say I'm not happy about that. Jessica Underwood's not here. Marguerite Larson. Philip Sipe.
I'm good.
Jake Allen.
I support. Muzzle top.
That is everyone. Yes, sorry.
Are there any comments from council regarding the budget? Councilmember Patron? Is that an old
That was
one?
old.
Okay, Councilmember Holman?
Yes, just briefly, want to thank all of you for attending tonight and sitting here through this with us. And would just remind everyone that when city council meetings go this late, it's because the public has come to speak. And the meeting last year didn't have these 30-minute restrictions. This year we do, and we're still at 2:30 in the morning. And again, I would just say this is because the public comes to speak. Most of our meetings last an hour and a half to 2 hours because we don't usually get very many people come to speak about anything. So I just appreciate all of you being here, and especially our city employees, all of you. I wish more city employees would. I know everybody's got jobs to do and things like that, but I wish more city employees could come to city council meetings and be involved in this process, and that goes for all departments. So thank you all again very much, and we'll see you next time.
See you next time.
We tackled stormwater. We tackled adding tools to the toolbox for addressing residents, historical markers, like the technology, street maintenance bonds. We did a lot tonight, and I want to thank all of you for coming and participating. It helps a lot. And thanks to everyone that spoke for and against all of these things. But I really appreciated Councilmember Holman's comments that we don't even listen to, let alone value other people's experiences. Just because you haven't had it doesn't mean they haven't had it. And I really appreciated what you said about that. And so I would urge you to take a walk down constructive dialogue lane and talk to people. Talk to police officers, talk to activists. We all probably like food and sports and have to deal with weather. Right there, 3 things we got in common. So we've got to get past this. We do. And I think there were a lot of compromises made tonight that allowed us to move forward on some goals and perhaps not move forward on some other goals. And I think we're better for it. And so I just ask you to continue to be nice to each other. We're neighbors. Our kids go to the same schools. We go to the same churches. We check out books from the same libraries. We are each other's people. We just are. And remember that Norman is the best city, not just in the state of Oklahoma, but I think ever. And I'm obviously biased. But it's because of you. So stay engaged, and not just when it gets tough, but celebrate the wins with us. Because I am a firm believer, our best
John Scanlon signed up. He signed up for miscellaneous, but he meant to sign up on this. Do you want to let him speak?
No. All right.
Actually signed up on miscellaneous. Which is next. I'm sorry. Mr. Scammerhorn, you're actually signed up on miscellaneous discussion, not the budget item.
Don't go anywhere, it's next. The motion on the floor is to adopt the FYE 22 City of Norman operating and capital budgets as amended. Council members, you may cast your votes. It's like you put all these Easter eggs in here to make sure I'm paying.
Yeah, I've worked on that all day. All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the budget as amended passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now on to miscellaneous discussion. This is an opportunity for the citizens to address City Council. Remarks should be directed to council as a whole and limited to 3 minutes or less.
Okay. She's back in duty. Chad, Vincent, did you want to, is he still here? Alyssa Edmondson, John Barber's gone, Daniel Munson.
So I'd like to talk about the new EOCC really quick. I want to make sure that the design of that facility, if it's funded ever, that it'll include the ability to have social distancing. We still are in a pandemic. And, one of the things that we've heard on the council over the last couple of months is that 145 police officers have died from COVID in 2020, and that was the leading cause of death. And what we also learned in 2020 is that COVID-19 took the life of over 2,900 medical professionals. And so if we think about the medical professionals, they had N95 masks, and they had a secondary mask over them. And then some had face shields too, like in ERs and stuff like that. And so what we learned from this is that if you're in a profession where you work in close proximity to other people, the possibility of you contracting COVID goes up, and the possibility of you dying from COVID goes up. And so I would just ask the council to, when we're looking at the design for the new emergency operations center, that we have some social distancing in there, because we don't know if COVID is going to come back. I hope it doesn't. I hope this thing is gone forever, but we're still looking at about 900 cases a week. People are still dying of COVID, so it's a real thing. So social distancing, I think that should be a consideration of the facility. And then I also think that this pandemic should be a consideration of staffing levels. So if we know of professions that have to work in close proximity to other people, that we need to take that into consideration when we do staffing increases or decreases. So thanks again for your time, and I won't talk again tonight.
Thank you.
Mr. Scamhorn?
Thank you. I thought I'd get a chance to talk before the vote, but that's okay. My name is Dr. John Scamihorn. I'm 67 years old and a retired chemical engineer. I've lived in Norman for 40 years, the whole time in Ward 1. Residents of my neighborhood are mainly working class families and retirees. The overwhelming concern of Ward 1 residents I talk to is crime. My neighbors predominantly park their cars outside. Break-in of vehicles are commonplace, where anything not locked down is stolen. We have informal neighborhood watches and look out for each other, but that only goes so far. The solution is more frequent police patrols. You only see police when they're on their way to a call. I remember when routine patrols were common. Unless losses are enough to need a police report for insurance, the thefts are normally not reported because NPD is so overloaded they can do little other than just file the report. Crime has steadily gotten worse over time, particularly in the last year. Courageous police officers have come forward with stories of the damage to their ability to do their job from last year's budget cut. I'm here to tell you that this is apparent to the ordinary citizens of Norman in their day-to-day lives. Interaction with individual police are positive. They are professional and polite. There just aren't enough of them. Others have delineated the failure of the Cahoots program. Why does the city of Norman want to gamble the safety of the persons and property of residents on a risky idea when there is such a lack of funding for proven police methods? Let scores of other municipalities try it, and if successful, bring the program to Norman voters and let them decide whether to institute it without cutting funds from police and fire. The definition of cahoots in the dictionary is collusion or collaboration to nefarious ends. In this case, nefarious indeed. Institution of the Cahoots program in Norman seems designed to make a social and political statement. The average hardworking citizen just wants to get up in the morning and find his or her car in the driveway not stolen, broken into, or vandalized. We in Norman are blessed with an outstanding police force. It is the responsibility of this council to give them the resources they need to serve the residents with the high standards they deserve. We should be searching for ways to reinstate funds cut from this council a year ago. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Teresa Borum?
I feel this needs to be said until I found out that you are planning to move the entire homeless population to an area with 7 schools. I never paid any attention to city government. What I knew of it was that the city council and mayor ran the businesses of the city, and if there were any major changes, they would put it to a vote or mail you a letter inviting you to come and state your opinion. Since I've been listening to council meetings, I have been very disturbed to hear some of you speak. Despite the fact that city government in Norman is nonpartisan, I know many of your personal political and social views. I shouldn't know these. You are representatives. The views you express should be the constituents, but I'm not even sure some of you know the majority viewpoint of your constituents. Advocates only care about the rights and welfare of a small group of people, and that is what too many members of this city council sometimes are. Instead of fulfilling the traditional roles of mayor and city council person, at times, not every time, but at times, you've become advocates. A small indication of this is that some groups are allowed to display signs and snap their fingers, some are not. Instead of working hard to find solutions that consider the needs of all the citizens of Norman, often we listen to you tell us of your own personal political and social ideologies are going to dictate the way you vote. You are representatives of not just the people who agree with you. If you are unable or unwilling to find solutions that, to the best of your ability, meets everyone's needs or at least come up with a compromise, then you need to step down because you're at the very least unqualified for the job. At the most, you are dictators. I don't believe you are the first, and I sure hope you're not aspiring to be the second. But it is not okay when we email you or call you and you never respond. It is not okay that when we do get through to our council member, we are told that our concerns will have no influence on their position and that they hold or the way that they'll vote. There is a whole section of Ward 4 that has no voice. We are not represented. That is why I'm here tonight. Until we do have a voice on this council, I have to speak for the neighbors who say you don't care about them and nothing they say has or will have any impact on your decisions. You have an agenda, a plan, and how they feel has no place in it. So many of them don't even bother to speak up because of this. I challenge you to find a way to better know the concerns and needs of the people of your ward. Hold meetings, invite them to speak to you personally, collect email addresses so you can send out information and get responses, or use social media platforms. Just make sure everyone knows.
Matthew Flies.
Matt Fleece, and I live in Ward 5. And just to touch on the MCU, I mean, what concerns me is it's a dangerous and it's a non-pragmatic approach, I believe. Who's going to make the decision of who answers the call? Is it somebody on the ground? I mean, it's probably a 911 call, correct? So you're going to put people in harm's way. And that's very concerning. I don't think it's consistent with state law. It's not consistent with the rising trend of healthcare professionals facing more violence other than police officers. Healthcare professionals face more violence than any other profession, 4 times more. So are we thinking about that? And it sounds like really the only way for it to work is in collaboration with police or with fire. And firemen just don't put out fires. They're EMTs as well. They respond to medical calls. They save people's lives. Police officers just don't fight crime. So I hear, this is the first city council meeting I've ever been to, but you know what? That doesn't mean that my voice shouldn't be heard. Via emails, phone calls, social media. Your constituents are not just those who show up at a city council meeting. I mean, is that correct? Your constituents are your constituents. Their voices should be heard. Like Mayor Clark, I believe in data. I love data. I'm an attorney, but I love data. And your constituents are your data. Their voices are your data. And what I keep hearing tonight is, you're not listening to that. You're just not. I can assure you that cutting a police budget, reallocating a police budget, that is not the majority of your constituents. At least 6 of the 8 wards, I can assure you beyond a shadow of a doubt, that is not your constituents' views. And I think to address one more thing, I kept hearing that the police have no voice at the table. I think that was a mischaracterization of what was said. They were talking about funding decisions. They weren't talking about bargaining or, you know, it sounds like you kept saying mental health. They don't have it. They were at the table. How can they control the table? It was said they control the table. How can they control the table with an $865K cut and a...
Thank you.
Robert McGee. Cameron Smith. Gary Barksdale. Mary Francis.
Okay, I'm Mary Frances, Ward 7, and I rise once again to correct the statement made earlier. I just looked it up. Violent crimes and a comparison to the national median. The national median is 4 per 1,000. In Norman, it is 2.87 per 1,000. And throughout Oklahoma, however, the state is above the national median at 4.32. We are not in Norman under a wave of violent crimes.
Thank you.
Stephen Ellis?
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. I want to thank Mary Frances for a good lead in there, because I want to talk a little bit about data too. I know the temperatures haven't cooled completely yet from tonight, but I do want to raise an issue that's going to be on everybody's mind here fairly soon, and that's the issue of the statistics about how Norman policing impacts minority communities in town. So the facts are in the NPD data, and they're not self-interpreting, of course, but they are pretty stark. Black folks are contacted as suspects at 4 times the rate that white folks are. Black folks are arrested at 3 times the rate that white folks are. And they have force used on them by the police at 2.5. That's actually pretty variable, but it's at least 2.5 times the rate that white folks do. Those are just the facts. Again, they're not self-explanatory. So they don't tell you, for example, anything about the character of Norman's police department. They just tell you something maybe about the character of Norman, but at least of the character of the society that we live in. I think that probably the most likely explanation for that data is that we live in a society where there's systemic racism, and that society directs our officers disproportionately at the black community. Racism is systemic, so the way that police are directed, it's on us, everybody here, and not just the police department. So I don't want anybody to think that I'm trying to call out Norman Police Department or anything. But one thing that we can do is acknowledge that who is harmed by policing, and that it can be harmful to them, and we're going to have to think about how we handle that going forward. I think adopting the Crew proposal is a good start, but I also think it's important that we recognize that we're going to have to do probably more than that. I realize that Norman Police is working with my colleagues at Zero College at OU on this sort of data, but let me tell you, they're not going to come back and say, oh, there's no such thing as systemic racism, or these numbers, here's an easy way to explain them away, because they're going to tell you the truth about it, and what the numbers say is what the numbers say. So it's important that we get this on the table and sort of confront it face to face without thinking that just looking at the data is either insulting or is intended to be insulting for everybody. Because, I mean, all of us need to take a hard look in the mirror about the society that we live in that has those results.
Okay, Uncle Blunk, Ward 2. It is getting late, but we're almost there. Thanks for hanging in there. Something to keep thinking about moving forward, though, on a lighter note. I do think the idea of participatory budgeting is extremely fascinating and something we should pursue. I know that tonight we decided that the option on the table was not the option that we were going to take, And I understand that also can be disappointing because there's things we want to start working on now, and I absolutely appreciate that. But I do think it's important. I think tonight, something that everyone can agree on is, I remember like a year ago, I remember Councilmember Holman mentioned that he was glad to see more people participating in this process. I'm glad to see that too. I do think that tonight, as smooth as it honestly has gone, I think it has revealed that there are some limitations to this kind of discussion. For example, when we have a format where people have to come in, declare a support or against on a measure, it, as clear and clarifying as it is, can make these discussions maybe sometimes unintentionally more confrontational. That's not to say that's any action on the staff, but what I'm saying is if we had more time to have smaller discussions, I know there are lots of discussions had by city staff already, but if we had other forums to discuss some of these things that we were talking about with individual wards, having individual discussions, some of these things could potentially be hashed out at a different level with more people having input before we have the however long this meeting has gone. So I think this is a great step. I like seeing this. I think the more we have people participating in our government and the process, the more democratic it is. All good things. I think you can't be too democratic, honestly. But that being said, maybe in the future, after we've moved forward on other objectives, maybe we can come back and start talking about how we include more people in other budgetary discussions moving forward for this next fiscal year. So thanks, guys. You have a great evening.
Thank you.
Caleb Creed. Katie Monroe.
Having to write it down because my brain's not working the way it should right now. Okay. First off, I just want to state that no one ever immediately is seen by a heart surgeon. They're usually picked up in an ambulance filled with EMTs, paramedics, taken to the ER, and those first responders get them the help that they need. Okay. Second, it's apparent that the majority of you have no idea what the process is when it comes to my job as an officer, when it comes to taking somebody in a crisis in a protective custody. If you don't know what protective custody is, that's kind of an issue. I don't know why we're discussing some of the things we're discussing if you don't know what that is, or what that typically looks like. You need to read the state statute, and maybe more of what you're trying to communicate will come across clearer to the professionals who are out in the streets on a day-to-day basis doing what you're attempting to have a discussion about. Third, the issue is safety. You've taken an essential pillar of our economy and the well-being of my people, the citizens of this city and my department, and started to completely dismantle it. And now you're trying to build something on top of that ruined foundation. Officers don't want to stay here. Why would somebody want to come here? How can you build anything without that sense of security that comes so freely to most of us each day as we walk out of the door? You're not going to want to go to work. You're not going to want to bring business here. You're not going to want to live here. You're not going to want your kids to go to school. There were 9 of us on duty the other day. 9. Our minimum is typically 10. 10 officers for this entire city. The entire west side of I-35 is a beat. It's called Georgia Beat. There's usually 1 officer in it because we're short-staffed. Do you realize how many people there are entire west side of 35? If I get on a call, who's out patrolling your neighborhoods? Who's out answering other calls? I had to tell a citizen the other day, there's not enough of us. If 4 of us are on a priority call with a violent individual or a collision, we can't answer another priority call. You're going to have to handle business. And each of us as citizens, because that's what I am a citizen. I was a citizen before I became a police officer. We don't come out of the womb like this. It's each of our responsibility to have a little bit of responsibility for our community. It's not just police officers. But as an officer, I do want to be the person that responds to that 911 call. I don't want to make traffic stops because I don't want to be busy writing a citation or a warning when one
Thank you.
Cynthia?
Later in the morning, I was going to talk about some budget stuff going forward, but it's late, so I'll send you a memo. How's that? And instead, I'd like to thank you all. You'll get a memo anyway. I'd like to thank you all. I know some people have suggested that you only listen to people that show up. And as a person that show up, you know, I know I can come talk, but I know that that's also not true. I know you get lots of emails. Nice ones, not so nice ones, I've seen it. And I realize that you all take this job very seriously. So I'm just gonna say thank you for listening. And if you're ever in a room full of kids and, you know, they're all yelling and they all want something different and all of them think like they're not getting listened to, I feel like that's what happens in Norman. Because everybody's asking for something different, and if they didn't get what they wanted, or you were like listening to somebody else, then they're like, you didn't listen to me. So I don't know, maybe we all need to grow up and stop being little kids and screaming and saying you're not listening to me. Because even if you don't, you know, vote the way I think you should, I have my opinions, I never feel like you don't take into consideration what people are saying. Even when I know I'm talking to people that have different opinions and will probably not be swayed. So thank you. And keep it up, and, you know, thanks.
Thank you.
Sarah Livingston? Marguerite Larson?
I just want to echo what Cynthia said. I think that the community as a whole is not thinking as a community as a whole. I think they're thinking of their community, whether it's their line of work or their district or their ward, as opposed to the whole city of Norman. And I think the fact that people are not really thinking about how it's going to benefit the entire community. So, thanks. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sierra? Lee Maples? Philip Sipe? I'm good. And Jake Allen?
I just wanted to say thank you. I've been trying to be more involved in city council politics and stuff like that since last year, and I felt like Lee Hall specifically, you've been very receptive. I feel like anytime I made a comment, you're always writing it down, and I really appreciate that, and I'm really excited to be represented by Stephen Holman now, and thank you all. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you.
That is all.
This meeting is adjourned.